Yu-Gi-Oh! From Overlord to Ruler of the Dimension. Chapter 56. The addition of the Iron Beast front instantly tipped the scales of the battle. The church began to lose ground. Facing this powerful technological firepower, the power of the stigmata suddenly seemed much smaller. Hateful, retreat. The archbishop had no choice but to reluctantly order the believers to evacuate quickly. If this continued, not to mention taking away the white mark, he himself would probably have to die here. For the final plan, in order to gain power beyond the gods, now he could only temporarily endure it. Under the control of the mark of He, the believers of the church began to evacuate quickly. On the battlefield, the people on the Iron Beast front gradually stopped attacking and watched the retreating believers. Hey, it's over. Seeing the followers begin to retreat, GT, who was driving the blue glow bear, breathed a sigh of relief. Although Long Yu-Gi-Oh had retreated, it was still a powerful existence with the strength of an entire country. Even if the Iron Beast front was strong, it was obviously impossible to defeat the powerful Long Yu-Gi-Oh with only 7 people. Hey, Schlegel, hurry up and take those 2 with you, it's time to retreat. Kit raised her head and shouted to Schlegel, who was flying in the sky. Schlegel nodded slowly. However, just when she was about to look for Yuki Jade and Ecclesia, she found that the 2 had disappeared silently on the battlefield without a trace. In this ruin that had long been stained with blood, only Flordelis fainted on the ground. Her limbs were still flashing with the remaining red light of the He mark. The 7 people of the Iron Beast front slowly gathered around Flordelis. For this saint who had once made them suffer so much. Everyone on the Iron Beast front fell into silence. Save? Or what if we don't save her? GX Generation. In the Kaiba Hotel. With a flash of light, Yuki Jade and Ecclesia returned to the hotel again. Escaped from the control of the Archbishop, Ecclesia immediately fainted. Fortunately, Yuki Jade was quick-witted and supported Ecclesia with his arms the moment she fainted. But Jade also discovered. The holy mark on Ecclesia's forehead has now transformed into the form of the mark of He. If it continues like this, Ecclesia will probably eventually degenerate into the form of death prison. However, fortunately, in this world, without the control of the Archbishop, the mark of He will not continue to attack. If we want to completely solve the problems caused by the mark of He, I'm afraid we can only go to Deling Feng Xiongjianmen and look for the Ice Water clan as in the original storyline. But before that, he put Ecclesia on the bed and covered her with the quilt. Yuchen Jade took out his phone from beside the pillow. He realized that his phone had been almost blown up. The numbers that were calling were mostly numbers that Yuchen Jade didn't recognize. At this moment, another call came in. Yuchen Jade had just answered the call. A warm and attentive voice came from the other end. Excuse me, is this Mr. Yucho? This is the Professional Duelist Agency. Mr. Yuchen, do you have any plans to enter the professional world? We are here. Before the other party could finish, Yuchen Jade hung up the phone. Looking through the incoming calls and text messages, it was exactly what Yuchen Jade had imagined. Ever since he defeated Ed yesterday, his reputation in the dual world has been thoroughly established. Not only are there brokerage companies that want to become his professional agent and invite him to play in the professional league, there are even quite a few advertising companies that want to find him for various advertisements and promise him a lot of compensation. However, Yuchen Jade is not very interested in these things. He just returned from the Abyss Dimension and obtained a brand new branded deck. Why would he have the time to shoot commercials or find an agent? It would be better to master this power first. Open your hands. All the components of the branded deck were now spread out in front of Yucho Jade. Dozens of cards were arranged in several rows and appeared in front of Jade. The components of this branded deck are quite comprehensive. Combined with the various dragon random packs that the system rewarded him before, and a little processing, it is just enough to put together a complete branded deck. As for the strength, Yucho Jade still needs to find someone to test it. After the deck is assembled, Ecclesia, who was unconscious behind him, has also woken up at this moment. Wake up! Glancing at Ecclesia, who sat up from the bed and said nothing, Yuzuk. Jade knew that Ecclesia's heart might be quite complicated. The Archbishop of his faith suddenly revealed his true face under the temptation of the white mark. His dearest sister Flordelis was also suffering under the erosion of the mark. Almost in an instant, Ecclesia's world changed drastically. Such a thing, no matter who it happened to, it would be unbearable pain. Don't worry, before we returned to this world, I saw the Iron Beast Front's people taking Fleur-de-Lis away. Feeling the pain in Ecclesia, Yuejo sighed and sat down next to Ecclesia. As for the stigmata, I already know how to erase it completely. These few days, you should stay in this world and have a good rest. Wait until the time. Yuki Jade hadn't finished speaking yet. Ecclesia suddenly hugged Jade tightly, buried her head in his arms and burst into tears. When you are at your most vulnerable, you still have someone by your side. This may be the most devastating moment. Yuejo sighed and could only let Ecclesia hold him to vent. However, feeling the coldness coming from his back, Yuejo couldn't help but shiver. Sure enough, having too many card elves around you is not a good thing. After crying, Ecclesia's mood quickly stabilized. It must be said that Ecclesia's heart is still quite pure. Although she has been through a lot, as long as the delicious food is served, Ecclesia can quickly forget the pain, immediately turn grief and anger into appetite, and eat like crazy. This made Yuki Jade think that this girl who ate and drank like crazy was not the same girl who cried for half an hour. So, having a simple mind does have its advantages. At least it won't be too annoying. Supporting his face, Yuejo Jade felt for the first time that Ecclesia's gluttony had a good side. He looked at the girl who was eating barbecue and smiling at him. The girl's face was red. He didn't know if it was because she had cried or something else. Yuejo Jade raised his mouth slightly and shook his head helplessly. He felt that since Ecclesia had just cried, the atmosphere between him and her had become a little strange. Chapter 57. 2 days later, it was the day of the assessment that Seto Kaiba had mentioned. Compared to the ordinary entrance exam for the Dual Academy, this so-called assessment does not distinguish between a written test and a practical test. According to the message sent by Seto Kaiba, it seems that he only needs to go to Kaiba Corporation to complete an ordinary duel, and he will be able to directly get the opportunity to go to the Dual Academy. As for who the dual opponent is, Seto Kaiba did not reveal it to him. He just asked him to go to Kaiba Corporation around 5 in the afternoon, and said that someone would be there to receive him. There is still a long way to go from Kaiba Paradise to Kaiba Corporation. For convenience, Jideyuki called Yuka Shimizu after a long time. More than 10 minutes later, Yuka Shimizu's car, carrying Jideyuki and Ecclesia, slowly drove towards Kaiba Corporation. Damn it! When you won the invitational tournament, I called you more than a dozen times, but you didn't answer any of them. Now you know to call me, right? You are such a heartless brat. While steering, Yuaka angrily yelled at Yuki Jide who was sitting in the passenger seat. Sorry, there were too many people looking for me to play in the professional league during that period, so I just turned off my phone. Yu Cheng Jide shrugged, saying that he had no choice. Otherwise, he would be tortured by a phone call every 10 minutes. Who could bear it? Really, you little brat. Yuaka sighed and could only forgive Yuki Jide. Through the rearview mirror, Yuaka glanced at Ecclesia who was leaning on the back window and curiously looking at the scenery outside the window. Hey, Jide, who is this girl? Is she your sister? After saying that, Yuka shook her head again. No, you two don't look alike at all, could it be that she is your girlfriend? As he spoke, Yuhua showed a sly smile on his face, and he leaned close to Yuki Jide and whispered, You are really good, you usually look so cold, but I didn't expect your girlfriend to be so cute. Agarisia. In the back seat seemed to have heard Yuka's voice. She was originally curious about the city scenery outside. At this moment, her face suddenly flushed. Yuki Jide also felt a little speechless. Yuka is a good girl in every way. But her mouth is too noisy. Maybe this is why she still can't find a boyfriend in her 20s. Just drive your car properly. Gang replied coldly to Yuhua. Yuhua showed a sly smile on her face. Hey, you didn't deny it. I didn't expect you to be so good at this. Ecclesia's face immediately turned redder. She quickly turned her head away, fearing that her expression at the moment would be seen by others. Yuchen Jide pinched his eyebrows helplessly. He didn't deny it because he knew the character of Yuhua. Once she asked, she would definitely get to the bottom of it. Ecclesia is a card elf in another dimension to the people in the world. Although she is no different from humans, it is still beyond the scope of human acceptance. Yuchen Jide didn't want to explain Ecclesia's identity, so he just did it. Let Yuka guess. Fortunately, Yuka also knows the principle of quitting when she is ahead. After getting the answer that satisfied her, Yuka no longer bothered Yuki Jide, and drove attentively while humming a little tune. Soon, the car arrived at the high-rise building of Kaiba Company. It was the time for Kaiba Company to get off work. The lights in the entire building were on, except for departments such as research laboratories that needed to work overtime. In the hall, there were only scattered tourists who were about to leave. When they arrived at the front desk, Yuki Jide handed the ID card to Yuka, and asked Yuka to help him check things related to the assessment. Your test is the next generation duel venue on the third floor. The assessment opponent is not displayed, it seems that we can only know who we are going to duel with after we get there. After checking the information, Yuka returned the ID card to Jide and took him and Ecclesia to the third floor by elevator. Along the way, Ecclesia was curiously looking at the interior of Kaiba Corporation. The lifelike Blue Eyes White Dragon and the fierce duel scenes played on the big screen made Ecclesia look extremely interested. Soon, the three of them came to the assessment location designated by Kaiba Sito. As the electronic door slowly opened, Yuki Jide stepped into the door wearing the dual disc. The dark room immediately flashed dazzling lights. All the next generation images in the entire room began to operate. An ancient temple composed of three-dimensional images appeared in front of Yuki Jide. Deep in the gate of the temple in front, a figure slowly walked out of it. The man was wearing an old-fashioned dual disc of the first edition. He was wearing a blue domino high school uniform and his red and gold starfish-shaped hair was standing up high. On his chest, the golden thousand-year-old building block reflected a dazzling light. Under that man's calm face, he actually gave people a unique sense of pressure. Then, that person is... Seeing the person coming out from the depths of the temple, Yuka on the side was so scared that she couldn't speak clearly. She could only yell while stumbling with her fingers stretched out. Ecclesia looked at Yuka with a blank face. She didn't know what was wrong with the person with a head like a starfish in front of her. What made Yuka react so much? Was it because the hairstyle was too weird and scared Yuka? Compared to Yuka's shock, Yuki Jide was slightly stunned, and soon understood something. He raised the dual disc on his arm and took a look at the dual information that appeared on the dual disc. Fighter, Yujo Jide. Dual opponent, Yugi Muto, AI level LV.8. As expected. After seeing the dual information, Jide Yugi immediately understood. It seems that this is the opponent that Sito Kaiba arranged for him. The king of duels, Yugi Muto. Of course, it's the AI version. Jide Yugi shook his head gently. President Kaiba is really too obsessed with Yugi Muto's other personality. Not only did he try his best to pull Yami Yugi back from the underworld, but he was also unwilling to be lonely, so he gathered all the dual data of Yugi Muto 1.6 in his life and created a dual AI comparable to Yugi Muto. Since then, for quite a long time, President Kaiba has been intoxicated with the pleasure of playing against the AI. Now that he has finally had enough, he has begun to use his favorite Yugi Muto AI as an assessment content to force others to play against the AI with him. It's really funny. Jide didn't feel anything about playing against bots. But if he could get the qualification to enter the Duel Academy just by playing against bots, that might be pretty good. Glancing at the deck in his hand, Yu Zhao raised his lips. Then I'll use the dual data of the Duel King to test my new deck. Chapter 58. Decided on the deck he would use for this duel. Yuki Jide also turned his attention back to the AI in front of him. It must be said that Kaiba's restoration of Muto Yugi's AI was almost a one-to-one replica. The sharp eyes and the indescribable sense of power under the calmness gave people a deep sense of oppression. Are you the duelist who came to challenge me? Such a calm tone made people feel a little dazed. If Yujiro hadn't felt that the AI in front of him had no signs of life, he would have thought that he had traveled to the DM era and met Wang Yang who had not yet returned to the underworld. He unfolded the dual disc on his arm. As the transformation function of the next generation dual disc was activated, the Black Overlord form dual disc attached to Yujiro's arm. The cards in the deck also began to be automatically shuffled. Very good eyes, I look forward to the next duel, we can both go all out. Muto. Yugi AI showed his signature smile. He also unfolded the dual disc, and the blue dual cards that looked like projections began to be quickly shuffled in the first generation dual disc on his arm. Yuchen 10th generation, LP4000. Muto 27 game, AI LP4000. Duel. In the temple, both of them drew 5 cards from their decks at the same time. I get the first attack. Card. As the first attack mark appeared above the AI's head, Muto Yugi AI also launched its own attack. By sending a 6-star or higher magician-type monster in the deck to the graveyard, the effect of Magician's Twin Souls in the hand is activated. Muto Yugi AI unfolds the deck and carries out its own development in an orderly manner. After sending Black Magician to the graveyard, send Magician's Twin Souls to the graveyard and choose to special summon Black Magician in the graveyard. As the Magician's souls were sent to the graveyard, a magician waving a staff and wearing a black magic robe immediately appeared on the Muto Game AI field. Black Magician. Star rating, 7. Magician. Attack, 2500, Defense, 2100 appeared. Muto Yugi's iconic monster, Black Magician. Looking at the monster that appeared on the field of Muto Yugi's AI, Yuki Jide couldn't help but frown. He didn't feel the card spirit in the Black Magician card. This means that this card is just one of the thousands of replica cards. Although rare, it has no value in Jide's eyes. Then, summon Magician's Staff. Magician's Wand. Stars, 3. Magician. Attack power, 1600, Defense power, 100. According to the effect, when this card is summoned, add a magic or trap with the name of Black Magician from the deck to your hand. The Muto Game AI said, and took out a card from the deck. I choose to add the continuous trap card Eternal Soul to my hand. And activate the magic card, Eye of Timaeus. Muto Yugi AI put another card on the duel board and said solemnly, this card uses a dark magic monster on your field as a fusion material, and a fusion monster with that monster's card name as a fusion material to perform a fusion summon. Come out. Dragon Knight, Black Magician. Fusion summon with only one fusion material. Yuka, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but exclaimed when she heard the voice of Yugi Muto's AI. Ecclesia blinked in confusion, obviously not understanding what it meant to be able to fuse with only one monster. The activation of the Eye of Timaeus caused the Black Magician on the field to change rapidly. The three-dimensional image of the legendary dragon Timaeus appeared above the temple. The Black Magician jumped up and landed steadily on the back of the legendary dragon Timaeus. Dragon Knight Black Magician. Star rating, 8. Dragon Clan / Fusion. Attack power, 3000, Defense power, 2500. Although Kaiba Corporation cannot use technology to reproduce the power of the legendary dragon, it is still no problem to reproduce the cards of the legendary dragon. These cards are just a bunch of data and do not contain the breath of any card spirit. The Dragon Knight, Black Magician that has obtained the power of the legendary dragon will still be regarded as the original Black Magician monster on the field. Yami Yugi took out 2 cards from his hand and inserted them into the dual disc one by one, and, as long as Dragon Knight, Black Magician exists on the field, the magic and trap cards on your field will not be destroyed by the opponent's effects. The opponent cannot use those cards as the target of the effect. I put 2 cards down, and my turn ends. With the 2 cards down, Dark Game ended his turn in an orderly manner. However, looking at the Dragon Knight, Black Magician on the Dark Game field and the 2 face-down cards, Yuki Jide showed a hint of disappointment on his face. As expected. AI is still AI after all. Whether it is level 8 or level 9 AI. I am afraid that the best it can do is this. Yugi Muto, or Dark Yugi, as the first generation of Dual King, uses a deck that is based on the Black Magician and assisted by monsters of various races. Of course, to put it bluntly, it can be said to be a card pile. In the eyes of many people, it is the extent of using whatever is drawn. However, if we look at it from the perspective of OCG Duel, Dark Yugi's deck can actually be divided into multiple different field decks such as Black Magician, 400 Chaos Warrior, Destruction Sword, Magnet Warrior, Dragon Knight Gaia, Curry Ball, Card Knight, and 3 Phantom Gods. This is equivalent to the current mainstream decks, Carver, Snake Eyes, Rescue Team, and the mixed field decks. A deck can play the strength of 3 different axes. Therefore, rather than saying that the deck used by Dark Yugi is a card pile, it is better to say that the deck used by Dark Yugi is a mixed deck with multiple axes. It is just that it is limited by the times and cannot link the various axes like today. However, Yami Yugi has the ability to draw cards with destiny, which allows him to freely move any card in his deck. This means that a deck of cards that ordinary people cannot control can be instantly transformed into a powerful deck with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Of course, only Yugi Muto himself can control such a deck to fight. The AI in front of him, no matter how much it imitates Yugi Muto, will never be able to exert Yugi Muto's strength. Because this guy doesn't have any soul at all. Then, I will defeat you completely in an instant. Yujiro slowly raised his eyelids and stared coldly at the Muto Yugi AI in front of him. My turn. Chapter 59. As Yajojude drew a card, Muto Yugi AI immediately waved his hand. It's now. Activate trap card, continuous trap eternal soul. As expected, Yajojude was not surprised by this cover card. Eternal soul has the ability to make the dark magician monster on the field gain resistance to the opponent's effects. And every turn, you can special recruit a black magician from your hand or graveyard. Or you can retrieve cards such as Thousand Knives or Dark Magician from your deck that are used with the Black Magician. In addition, with the Dragon Knight, Black Magician on the field, when it exists in the monster zone, the magic and trap cards on your field will not be destroyed by the effects, nor will they be selected as the target of the opponent's effects. This forms a very powerful mutual protection combo with Eternal Soul. However, this combo is still too basic. It is also extremely simple to crack it. Yukijude's eyes swept over the cards in his hand. Then, he took out a card from it. Activate the magic card, Fusion Dispatch. Show the opponent a fusion monster from the extra deck, and special summon a fusion material from the hand or deck that the monster has. As he spoke, Yujojude opened his hand, and a fusion card appeared in Yujojude's hand. The card I showed is Ice Sword Dragon Phantom Ice Dragon. Ice Sword Dragon. Axelia, who was watching the battle, was slightly startled. This was the first time Axelia watched Yukijude's duel up close. It was different from the live broadcast she had watched before. As Jude displayed Ice Sword Dragon, Phantom Ice Dragon, Axelia, as a card spirit, immediately felt the beating soul in the card in Jude's hand. That was a live card? The Ice Sword Dragon is a fantasy dragon monster formed by the fusion of Albus's Fallen and an additional monster special summoned from the extra deck. Yajojude said calmly. Illusion Dragon Tribe. Yuka blinked in confusion. Is there a monster race called Illusion Dragon Tribe in the world? Why haven't I heard of it before? I see, it's a very interesting monster. Muto. Yugi AI obviously didn't analyze what the Phantom Dragon clan was, and could only follow the program settings and say something that sounded like Yugi himself. Yukijude smiled indifferently. AI is AI after all. If it was the real Muto Yugi, he would be quite serious when he heard himself mention the Phantom Dragon clan, right? Well, never mind. According to the effect of fusion troops, I special summoned one of the fusion materials of Ice Sword Dragon Ice Dragon from the deck, Albus's Fallen. Yujojude opened his hands. The next moment, a ball of white light condensed on Jude's chest. The power of the white mark was completely awakened at this moment. In Jude's deck, the sleeping Albus body condensed in front of Yujojude. He slowly opened his eyes. There was a trace of confusion in his scarlet eyes. The confusion in his mind made him unable to remember his past. But looking at Yugi Muto and Dragon Knight, Black Magician in front of him, Albus instinctively made a fighting stance. Albus's fall. Star rating, 4. Dragon. Attack, 1800. That person is, Ecclesia. Blinked. Wasn't this the dragon that Jude had defeated and turned into a card? After turning into a card, could he still be summoned in a duel? Albus's Fallen, when successfully summoned or special summoned, can activate its effect by discarding a card from hand. Send the designated fusion materials on your and your opponent's field, including this card, to the graveyard, and perform a fusion summon from extra Kazu. Yukijude calmly spoke about the effect of Albus. Albus possesses the power of White Mark that can transform into a dragon with all the elements around him. This power also earned him the title of Small Super Fusion. However, compared to Super Fusion, this effect has considerable limitations. When using this effect, Albus cannot use monsters other than Albus's Fallen on his field as fusion materials. In other words, if you want to use Albus to transform the opponent into a dragon, you can only use the Albus's Fallen card on your field to fuse with a monster on the opponent's field that meets the conditions. You cannot use a monster on your field to replace another fusion material. Although it sounds a bit awkward, this is also a small limitation of Albus. It's actually a card that can fuse with the opponent's monster. Muto. Yugi AI also showed a slightly surprised expression. But soon, the AI finished calculating the scene in front of it and said, however, the Black Magician protected by the Eternal Soul will not be affected by the effect. That is to say, Dragon Knight, Black Magician will not be turned into fusion material by Albus's Fallen. Just as Muto Yugi AI said. Including Albus's Fallen, Super Fusion or any other fusion. It is impossible to use a monster that is not affected by the effect as a fusion material. However, Yuki Jide naturally knows this simple truth. He knew this, but he still recruited Albus to the field. He has a solution to all the resistance. That's right, Dragon Knight, Black Magician, under the protection of Eternal Soul, does have resistance to being affected by the effect. But Yajo Jide pointed at Dragon Knight, Black Magician. He is a dragon monster, right? Dragon monster? Muto Yugi AI and Yuuka in the audience were stunned. Dragon monster, what does this mean? Albus has a natural advantage against dragon monsters. Yajo Jide raised his lips slightly. Albus. Known as Little Super Fusion, he also has another nickname. That is Dragon Killer. Just like the reason why the electronic dragon is called the killer of the mechanical race, in front of Albus, all dragon monsters can only be forced to become Albus's fusion material. Yuki Jide opened his hands, and the power of the white mark rushed into Albus' body frantically. At this moment, Albus seemed to have awakened some kind of power. He widened his eyes, and countless rays of light leaked out from the white mark on his chest and forehead. What? The light quickly wrapped around Dragon Knight, Black Magician. Under the shocked expression of Muto Yugi AI, the Dragon Knight, Black Magician on the field was instantly transformed into a pure force and poured into Albus' body. Albus also began to quickly transform into a dragon under this force. The scorching flames swept across the entire temple venue. The magic dragon with a scarlet hue all over its body has now appeared on Yuki Jide's field. Abyss Dragon White World Reincarnation Dragon. Star Rating, 8. Dragon/Fusion. Attack Power, 2500, Defense Power, 2500. They actually fused a monster that is not affected by effects. Yuka's chin almost hit the ground. Is this still the dual monster I know? If it is not affected by effects, it can't be fused. Abyss Dragon, White World Reincarnation Dragon is a monster that can be special summoned by fusing Albus's Fallen with one or more dragon monsters. However, in addition to fusion summon, this card can also send the fusion materials needed for this card directly to the graveyard in both monster zones, and special summon it from the extra deck. Yajo Jide said slowly. That is to say, this is not a fusion summon. Instead, it is done by sending both monsters to the graveyard. Chapter 60. With the development of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel, once the appearance of the monsters that were not affected by the effects made people feel desperate, now there are more and more ways to solve them. Not to mention not being affected by the effects. Even the full resistance monsters now have countless ways to solve the field. For example, the unreasonable single card swallowing ability of the bad monsters. Single race killers like Cyber Dragon and Albus. And various card effects that bypass monsters and directly target the duelists themselves. Therefore, the full resistance monsters are not scary. The truly scary monsters are the cards that have full resistance and can also suppress the opponent. For example, the invincible Gun King who once represented victory but now sits in prison is a pity. While having full resistance, it also prevents the opponent from suppressing the opponent by summoning or special summoning monsters. This kind of card, while further compressing the way to solve the field, is basically equivalent to being dead once it appears without a counter card. And Dragon Knight Black Magician, this card has the ability to be unaffected by the effect only when paired with Eternal Soul. There are so many ways to solve it. Not to mention, this guy looks like a dragon. He looks like he will be broken by Albus's single card. And he solved Dragon Knight, Black Magician. The mutual protection combo formed by this card and Eternal Soul was naturally broken. The Muto game AI obviously has never encountered such a situation. Looking at the roaring white world reincarnation dragon on Yuki Jide's field, a dull expression appeared on his face. After calculating for half a minute, the Muto game AI finally reacted. Activate the effect of Eternal Soul. Muto. Yugi AI had no choice but to use one effect of Eternal Soul. Select a Black Magician monster from your hand or graveyard and special summon it. Dragon Knight, Black Magician will be used as Black Magician when it is on the field or in the graveyard, so this card can use the effect of Eternal Soul even in the graveyard. It's useless. Yajo Jide naturally wouldn't give the other side any chance to struggle. Without Dragon Knight, Black Magician, the cover card on your field is just a thin layer of paper. Yuchen Jide showed his hand card, Quick Attack Magic card, Double Tornado. Discard a card from your hand, and activate it by targeting up to 2 spell and trap cards on the field. Destroy those cards. Yajo pointed directly at the 2 face-up cards on the field of Muto Yugi AI. I choose to destroy the 2 face-up cards on your field. Bang! Bang! As soon as the voice fell, the 2 face-up cards on the field of Muto Yugi AI were broken. The other one was a classic attack pit like Magic Cylinder. But unfortunately, your attack pit has no chance to be launched when the opponent attacks. Furthermore, when Eternal Soul is destroyed, all monsters on your field will also be destroyed. Of course, you don't have any monsters on the field. Yajo snorted and looked up at the AI that was obviously down. It seems that this is the end. Yajo knew that since he had dealt with Dragon Knight, Black Magician and Eternal Soul, the next duel would not be very challenging. Magic card, White Brand is activated. Yajo said coldly, from your hand and field, send the fusion materials including Dragon Fusion monsters determined by Dragon Fusion monsters to the graveyard for fusion summoning. However, if you use your own Fallen Heir of Albus as a fusion material, you can also exclude the monsters in your graveyard and use them as fusion materials. Yuezhao opened his hand, and Fallen Heir of Albus in the graveyard fell into Yuezhao's hands. I banish Albus's Fallen from the graveyard, and send the Beast Monster Treasure Cannon Enchantress from my hand to the graveyard for a fusion summon. In the graveyard, Albus opened his eyes again. The power of the White Mark was released for the second time, and it began to rapidly assimilate with the steel machinery from the Iron Country. Roar! The next moment, a grey-blue dragon-shaped mecha full of technology appeared on the Yuchen 10th generation field. It let out a crisp roar. Iron Dragon Blue Swift Dragon. Star rating, 8. Bird Beast / Fusion. Attack power, 2500, defense power, 2000. It's over. Blue Swift Dragon and White World Reincarnation Dragon. Attack directly. Yuchen Jade waved his hand. The 2 giant dragons behind him simultaneously sprayed terrifying dragon flames at Muto Yugi's AI. In just a moment, Muto Yugi's AI shattered with a painful wail. This humanoid AI, which cost tens of millions of dollars, was quickly turned into a pile of scrap metal under an unknown terrifying impact. Yugi Muto, AI LP40000. Severe damage to AI detected, stereoscopic imaging system stopped. The temple grounds around Yuki Jade, wind dissipated with the wind. The empty next generation dual field emerged. The Muto Yugi AI also lost its Muto Yugi appearance and turned into scattered parts. Yuki Jade didn't know what Kaiba Sito would think of this scene. But he knew that if the Kaiba company staff saw this scene, they would burst into tears on the spot, right? Good, amazing. Akarigia and Shimizu Yuka were both stunned. In one round, Yugi Muto was defeated instantly, although it was just an AI, but, this is too much, right? What surprised Ecclesia was that Jade could actually control the power of the dragon he had seen in Lonji country before. It was only a few days later. Jade had already mastered the power of the dragon. No matter how talented a person is, he can't do this, right? Congratulations to the duelist, Yajo Jade, for completing the duel assessment. You have been admitted to Duel Academy. At that time, the relevant staff will contact you to determine your dormitory allocation. Please keep the communication smooth. The AI's notification sounded again in the room. Glancing at the information on the dual disc that the assessment was passed, Yajo Jade put away the dual disc and walked out the door. Since the assessment is over, he will just wait for the notification quietly for the rest of the time. When he walked to Ecclesia, Yajo Jade suddenly found that Ecclesia was looking at him with strange eyes. She seemed to be struggling with something. She clenched her fists tightly, and finally, as if she had made some kind of decision, she gritted her teeth and looked at Yajo Jade. 10 generations. I want to learn dueling. Is that okay? Hey! Jade and Yuka both looked surprised. Chapter 61. Looking at Ecclesia's serious eyes, Yajo was silent for a moment, then a faint smile appeared on his face. Okay. However, in your current situation, let's start by understanding the most basic deck composition. Yajo Jade turned around and walked out the door. When he reached the door, Yajo Jade paused for a moment and tilted his head to glance at Ecclesia. And if you really want to learn how to duel, you can try a little and aim to apply for Duel Academy. Duel Academy? Ecclesia blinked. Then, her face gradually became excited. I got it. Chude, I will definitely be admitted to the Duel Academy and become a real duelist. Looking at Ecclesia's full of fighting spirit, Yuzuk Chude shook his head helplessly. He knew very well that Ecclesia wanted to learn dueling, not just because she thought the Duel Monsters game was interesting. After experiencing the advent of Albus and the outbreak of the Mark of He, Ecclesia had already felt her powerlessness in these things. She wanted to become stronger. She wanted to gain the power to become stronger from the Duel Monsters. Although it was a bit strange to say this, in the Duel world, the level of card playing was actually related to these magical things. Moreover, the stronger the card playing level, the stronger this supernatural power would be. Since Ecclesia wanted to become stronger, Yuzuk Jude would naturally not refuse. Of course, if Ecclesia could be admitted to the Duel Academy, it would be a lot more convenient for him. He didn't have to wait until he went to the Duel Academy to get the 3 phantoms, and then he didn't know how to deal with Ecclesia. However, what deck would Ecclesia choose? Yuzuk Jude was a little curious about this. On the other side, outside Domino City, on an island in the ocean. On an island of a school consisting of red, yellow, and blue buildings. In the principal's office, a bald man in red principal uniform was standing with his hands behind his back, looking at the sea view of the school outside the window. This bald man was the principal of Duel Academy. Samejima. On the computer behind him, there was a letter sent by Kaiba Company. What was described above was exactly about the child Yuzuk Jude. President Kaiba, you have thrown another hot potato to me. Principal Samejima sighed and looked out the window helplessly. Yuki Jude. A kid who had made a great name for himself in the previous world-class invitational tournament. Moreover, not long ago, he defeated the AI robot Muto Yugi, which was said to be invincible by Kaiba Company. For such a duelist, the Duel Academy simply has nothing to teach him. Should the teachers of the Academy teach him, or should he teach the teachers of the Academy? Moreover, if he comes here, won't he even be able to get a dormitory? Samejima felt that his bald scalp was starting to feel numb. If he was assigned to Obelisk Blue, it would not be in compliance with the rules of the Duel Academy. And if he was assigned to Sun God Yellow, if this got out, he would probably be criticized by the society, right? After all, the genius boy who had just won the Invitational Championship was actually assigned to the Yellow Dormitory in the Duel Academy. That was really outrageous. It seems that we can only contact Yuki Jude himself first. Thinking of this, Principal Samejima hesitated for a moment, and had no choice but to call and inquire through the method left by Kaiba Company. Soon, the other end of the phone was connected. Principal Samejima also coughed dryly and directly reported his identity and purpose. Is this Yuchin-san? Congratulations on getting the chance to enter Duel Academy. I am the principal of Duel Academy, Samejima. I don't know if you think of the Obelisk Blue dormitory in the Academy. However, before Principal Samejima could finish his question, the answer from the other end made Principal Samejima look surprised. Yes, is that so? I see, since President Kaiba has allowed it, then. Hang up the phone. Principal Samejima touched his bald head, a helpless look on his face. President Kaiba. Did you really agree to this child's request? In the Duel Academy, Ling has a separate dormitory that does not belong to any of the red, yellow, and blue dormitories. This child. He is really valued by President Kaiba. In the next few days, Yuchin Jude has been teaching Ecclesia about card decks and duels. In order to prevent Ecclesia from becoming an aboriginal duel thinker, Yuchin Jude deliberately used a more modern duel method to help Ecclesia with a lot of teaching. There are even other summoning methods that did not exist in the GX era. Including duel methods such as Synchro, XYZ, Pendulum, and Connection, all were taught to Ecclesia. Although Ecclesia looked confused. But it must be said that as a duel elf, Ecclesia is born with an extremely keen side for duel monsters. Soon she understood the duel skills that Yuchin Jude said. And with the help of Yuchin Jude, she built a complete deck. New Magic Chef deck, whether it is the choice or the adaptability, it is quite suitable for Ecclesia herself. In this way, the entrance examination of Duel Academy soon arrived. Ecclesia was as expected. With relatively good written and practical test scores, she completed the assessment of Duel Academy and was assigned to the girls' dormitory of Obelisk Blue. On the day of enrollment, heading to the dock of the Academy, Ecclesia also changed out of her saint robe. put on the girls' school uniform skirt of Dual Academy. She carried her luggage and waved happily to Yuki Jade, who got off the U-float with a backpack behind her. Jade. Here, here. Yajo Jade smiled and shook his head. It must be said that the girls' uniform of the Dual Academy is really suitable for Ecclesia. Her curvy figure, the short skirt that makes people imagine, and the innocent and cute smile attracted the attention of countless freshmen on the dock. During her time in the real world, Ecclesia has become quite lively. However, Yajo Jade looked at the system interface that appeared in front of him. His eyes darkened slightly. Congratulations to the host for completing the first stage of the Abyss Dimension. The host is detected to go to Dual Academy, triggering the hidden plot. A new dimension, the Dimension of Destruction, opens. Please note that the card elves in this dimension are different from those in the Abyss Dimension. They have a dual level beyond the ordinary world. Please make sure that your strength and deck level meet the requirements before entering the World Destruction Dimension to explore. World Destruction Dimension, finally here. Yuki Jade was shocked. Then, the corners of his mouth raised an arc. World Destruction Dimension. The first World Destruction Pearl Tears Lamentation Clan. The fourth World Destruction Intimidation Claw Clan. The fifth World Destruction Mana's Fool Clan. The sixth World Destruction Kushir Rage Clan. Moreover, compared with the Abyss Dimension, these World Destruction card elves will also conduct card battles similar to dual monsters. This means Chapter 62. The cruise ship sailed across the vast ocean and arrived at the dock of Dual Academy. Looking at this familiar island, Yujiro stretched and took a deep breath of the seaside air. Acaresia on the side was full of curiosity about the Academy Island in front of him. Her big eyes flickered, and she was full of expectations for the life in the Academy in the next 3 years. After registering the information, Yujiro also received the communicator issued by Dual Academy. In addition to the basic functions of video calls and text message notifications, the Academy communicator also includes some school rules of Dual Academy, a large map of the Academy, and some network functions. By the way, Jade, didn't you distribute the school uniforms? After reading the school rules, Ecclesia looked at Yajo Jade with some curiosity. Yajo Jade was still wearing the black jacket he wore when he came. Among the students in the academy who had already changed into red, yellow, and blue dormitory uniforms, he was too conspicuous. Well, it may be because the 730 Academy has not arranged a dormitory for me. Yuchen Jade has also read the school rules. He looked at the red, yellow, and blue buildings of the academy and guessed something. Although Principal Samejima wanted to set up an independent dormitory for himself, but the accommodation environment of the academy is already quite tight. It is quite troublesome to set up an extra bed, not to mention setting up a new dormitory. At this time, the communicator in Ecclesia's hand shook violently. Turning on the communicator, Ecclesia saw the message sent by the academy. Ah, I received a notice asking me to gather at the girls' dormitory in Obelisk Blue. I heard that new students will be assigned to the yellow and red dormitories first, but why was I assigned to the blue dormitories first? Ecclesia was a little puzzled. Was it because I was a genius that I was assigned to the blue dormitories as an exception? Looking at Ecclesia's curious look, Yuzuki Jade smiled and shook his head. Dual Academy has a very strict hierarchy. Osiris Red for poor students, Apollo Yellow for top students, and Obelisk Blue for elite students. In addition to students who are admitted directly from the secondary school, they can directly enter Obelisk Blue. No matter how good their grades are, new students recruited from outside the school will start with Sun God Yellow. However, girls are an exception. Yajo Jade shook his finger and explained, whether it is girls who are directly promoted from the middle school or girls who are recruited from outside the academy, their initial starting point is Obelisk Blue. After all, excellent female duelists are quite rare. Even if their grades are only at the Osiris Red level, the academy will make an exception and give them preferential treatment. This is exactly the case in GX. Except for Obelisk Blue, there are no girls in dormitories of other colors. Except for Lee, who insisted on wearing Osiris Red school uniform later. However, this setting has gradually increased with the subsequent game sequels, and girls wearing other dormitory uniforms have gradually appeared. But at least at this stage, the Dual Academy still maintains the old rules. So that's how it is. Ecclesia's chubby face suddenly fell. I thought I was gifted. She is indeed gifted in some aspects. Yuki Jade complained in his heart. If this world is not the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!, but the world of Big Eater. I am afraid that Ecclesia can directly become the strongest student in the academy. Ah, the school rules clearly state that boys cannot enter the girls' dormitory. After looking at the school rules, Ecclesia originally wanted to invite Yuki Jide to attend the welcome party in the girls' dormitory, but now it seems that this is not possible. You should go by yourself. I need to go to other places to have a look. Yuchen Jide waved his hand, wanting Ecclesia to disappear from his sight. This guy has been pestering him all this time, leaving him with no private space. Now that he has come to the academy, he has other things to do. Let this follower get familiar with the academy by himself. Well, I'll call you when I have time. Jide. Looking at Jide's receding back, Ecclesia hurriedly waved and called out. Yajo Jide raised his hand to indicate a response, and then disappeared into the forest outside the academy. Really? Seeing Jide leave without looking back, Ecclesia stamped her feet a little unhappily. She puffed up her cheeks angrily. Jide, this idiot. He doesn't understand girls' minds at all. Really, damn it. The other side. After walking for half an hour, Yajo Jide followed the map on the communicator and came to a ruin in the forest on the other side of the island that was not recorded on the map. It was bare and looked too different from the dense jungle around it. In addition, there were several strange pillars lying in the surrounding forest. Yajo Jide walked to one of the pillars. He stretched out his hand, closed his eyes and felt the waves of soul coming from the pillar. Buzz! In an instant, a dark aura suddenly gathered in Yajo Jide's soul world. Yajo Jide felt the three giant shadows standing behind him. The three phantom demons, as huge as mountains and rivers, appeared behind Yajo Jide. They seemed to be examining him and staring at him coldly. He slowly opened his eyes. Yajo Jide took a deep breath. It seems that this is indeed the place where the three phantom demons are sealed. Yajo Jide murmured in a low voice. Well, I can feel that this place seems to be sealed by some kind of alchemical magic. There is no way to use ordinary strength to forcibly break the seal here. Yubil's shadow appeared behind Jide. She looked at the crooked stone pillars around her and snorted, if you want to break the seal, you have to use the key that can unlock the seal. Humph, what a troublesome sealing technique. Hearing Yubil's words, Yuki Jide couldn't help but roll his eyes. The power of the three phantoms is indeed strong. But in the later period of GX, Yubil possessed Malden's body and easily broke the seal of the three phantoms, and used the three phantoms as toys. It can be said that the three phantoms' status began when Yubil treated them as toys. In an instant, they went from being on par with the three phantoms to being a card that even street dogs could step on. It is the most shameless three-character generation card. Look at the three phantoms, the three evil gods, and the three extreme gods. 0.4. Which one of them is not more expressive than your three phantoms in the original work? Of course, the three phantoms can also be said. Don't look at my performance in the original work, but in the current mainstream card decks, the demon-breaking phantoms, the demon-breaking phantoms, and the demon-breaking Yubil, my brothers are all very important components. Do other three-character generations have such brothers? Have other three-character generations of you enjoyed the treatment of following the big brother to eat cakes? Although the three phantom magics are not particularly powerful, the components of the three phantom magic deck can enhance Yubil's combat power. In short, I must get the cards of the three phantom demons. Yajo Jide's eyes gradually turned cold. However, the 7 stars incident will take some time to start. Before that, I have another thing I want to investigate. That is, the final boss of Yu-Gi-Oh! Chapter 63. As the worst boss in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. It can also be called the worst boss in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series. Darkness's card-playing ability is completely disproportionate to its own setting. It is clearly a boss that appears as the will to destroy the world, and its strength can be called a multi-level existence. But in the end, the only thing that seems a bit cheating is that it simply restores the health value to full every round. The combination of nothingness and infinity requires occupying 5 magic trap zones, and it must have a field magic card Darkness to activate. Moreover, once any magic trap leaves the field, all magic traps on the field will be destroyed. If it weren't for the fact that there was no wind card in the last 10 generations of decks, they would have to have a fair and dignified decisive battle. Darkness might not have been able to hold on for a single round and was carried away. Compared with the great evil god Zork who possesses immortal power, Zone who can infinitely spread the time mechanical god all over the field, thousands of masters who can rewrite the opponent's cards at will, and Zack who controls the 4 sky dragons, it is really a bit embarrassing to be weak. Even at the end of 29. Dranus was defeated by the ultimate Vest elemental hero recognized as the weakest in the entire series, Shenzhen Yuxia. The GX boss battle was concluded. Shenzhen Yuxia and darkness have become a topic of conversation among card players after dinner. Having said that, this guy is still quite powerful outside of playing cards. It's a bit unsettling to let it stay with you all the time. Yuchen Jade followed the map on the communicator and came to a forest area clearly marked as a forbidden area. In front of him was the forbidden area of the academy that had been completely abandoned because several students had disappeared. Abandoned dormitory. The abandoned dormitory located in a clearing in the forest, even if you only look at it from the outside, you can feel that it has been abandoned for a long time. Even the warning line surrounding the outside of the house is already dilapidated. It can be torn to pieces with a slight pull. The windows of the abandoned dormitory are also completely rotten. When Yuchen Jade climbed over the window, he could clearly feel that the window was a little shaky, and it might be broken off if he was not careful. Falling on this dusty ground, Yuchen Jade walked deep into the abandoned dormitory while observing the surrounding environment. He remembered that the lower floor of the abandoned dormitory was originally an underground laboratory for alchemy courses. In order to complete Nanahashi's homework, Mr. Datakuji once took his former proud disciple, the legendary Tenjoin Fubuki, and another person named Fujiwara Yuzuki. Student, came here to study the course of Dark Duel. During the experiment, Fujiwara Yuzuki learned about the existence of darkness from the elf documents. Because of the temptation of darkness, Fujiwara Yuzuki started the ceremony to summon darkness. Tenjoin Fubuki who came to stop it was also controlled by darkness. The two disappeared in the academy. With this, Datakuji teacher's alchemy research came to an end, and finally he could only become a seemingly harmless dormitory head in Osiris Red's dormitory. Well, these are the information that Yuzuki Jade knows based on his previous memories. As for what it is, you still need to observe it carefully. I still remember that in the original work, the first time I came here was because of the duel with the Dark Duelist Titan. There are indeed a large number of dark derivatives under the abandoned dormitory, and they are entrenched here because of darkness. Yuzuki Jade wants to see if he can find the underground laboratory. Let's use this to look for clues about darkness. Krikrikiri. At this time, the figure of the winged chestnut ball suddenly flew out of the deck. It waved its little paws, as if signaling Yuzuki Jade to follow it. The ability of the Kurokokumai clan to lead the way is undoubtedly powerful. Yuchen Jade smacked his lips and followed the winged Kurokokumai to the depths of the abandoned dormitory. Soon, they saw the tunnel leading to the underground laboratory. Yuchen Jade entered the tunnel and moved forward along the tunnel. After a while, they saw an empty underground laboratory. The laboratory was dark. Yuchen Jade snapped his fingers, and the friction of the explosive wind bomb immediately produced a lightning that was enough to illuminate the area in front of him. It can be seen that this laboratory has been abandoned for quite some time. Many experimental instruments have been covered with a thick layer of dust. Many research manuscripts are also in tatters, and the handwriting on them is blurred. Similarly, Yuchen Jade can also feel the dark atmosphere remaining in this laboratory. Yuchen Jade frowned. A golden light flashed in his pupils. He began to release the power of the Overlord in his body, trying to use his own darkness to attract the dark aura around him. As he thought, it was just as he thought. In Yuzuki Jade's sight, the surrounding darkness began to wriggle, forming countless dark derivatives, quickly crawling towards Yuzuki Jade. Yubel, who was beside Jade, snorted softly. She just waved her hand, and those derivatives that came were immediately thrown away by an invisible gust of wind. However, those dark derivatives did not disperse after being blown away. Instead, they quickly gathered towards one point. Gradually, they condensed into the shape of a human. Jade. Yubel frowned and warned. Yuzuki Jade also looked at the figure gradually forming in front of him. The outline of the figure gradually became clear. A man with a hedgehog head, wearing black sunglasses and a leather jacket covered with spikes appeared in front of Yuzuki Jade. Humph, you actually investigated a place like this? Yuzuki Jade. Yuzuki Jade's eyes darkened. He slowly raised his arm. The next generation dual disc on his arm also unfolded silently at this moment. Oh? It seems like you know me, what should I call you? Darkness's henchman? Or Mr. T? Jade Yuji raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and his eyes, which were shining with 813 golden light, were staring at the man in front of him with a little coldness. Mr. T, a subordinate of darkness. He was also the troublesome guy who gave Judeuji a headache in the last chapter of GX. This guy was transformed from the darkness of darkness. Although his strength was not strong, he could be resurrected from the darkness. It can be said that he was a very troublesome existence. Judei thought that this investigation would at most investigate some superficial clues. But he didn't expect that just one investigation would find out the troublesome guy Mr. T. Moreover, looking at Mr. T's appearance, does he seem to know himself? Yajo Judei, ever since you left Tomino City and traveled around the world, the Great Darkness has already noticed your existence. The dark power within you is of great interest to the Great Darkness. For this reason, it has been watching you, observing your every move. Mr. T slowly spoke. However, what Darkness did not expect was, you were able to discover its existence and investigate this place. Now it seems, it's time to get rid of you. Mr. T also raised his arm. A black dual disc appeared on his arm. Yuchen 10th generation, LP4000. MR.T LP4000. Chapter 64. The dark atmosphere immediately enveloped the abandoned dormitory. The entire abandoned dormitory was rumbling at this moment. The dark duel officially began at this moment. I take the first strike, draw a card. Yuezhao Judei took the first strike. Glancing at the card in his hand, the corners of Yuezhao's mouth began to rise uncontrollably. Since you have such bad luck, don't blame me. Mr. T. What does that mean? This guy was the one who attacked first, so why does he act like he has already lost? Let's have some membership appetizers first. Yajo Judei showed the card in his hand. I summon, the guidance of the death prison, Aluber. Boom. The scarlet Heesmark began to wreak havoc on the field. A red-haired boy wearing a red cape and a golden mask emerged from the Heesmark with a crazy laugh. The guidance of the death prison, Aluber. Star rating, 4. Angels. Attack, 1800, Defense, 0. Yugi Judei's system gave Judei all the branded deck components. However, it seems that because Albur has not been defeated yet, these cards do not contain Albur's dual spirits, which is equivalent to a blank card that can be used. Of course, a blank card is enough to deal with Mr. T. Albur can activate the summoning or special summoning effect when add a brand spell or trap card from the deck to your hand. Yajo Judei opened his hand, and the next generation dual disc immediately projected all the card components in the deck in front of him. Yajo Judei's hand swept across the cards in front of him, and finally stopped his finger on one of them. The card I chose to add to my hand is the quick attack magic card Stigma of the Air Flame. Brand. Mr. T frowned. Wait, he just realized something was wrong. Shouldn't the deck used by Yuki Judei be Heroes and Yubel? What's with this brand deck? Activate the effect of the quick play magic card branded Air Flame. Yajo Judei unfolded the card in his hand, branded Air Flame. By showing a monster in your hand to your opponent, you will send an 8-star fusion monster with the same race as that monster and with an attack or defense of 2500 points from the extra deck to the graveyard. After that, you can discard the monster shown to the opponent, and add a Albus's Fallen or a monster with that card name from the deck to your hand. Yuezhao showed a card to Mr. T. The card I showed was Albus's Fall. Albus's Fall. Star rating, 4. Dragon. Attack, 1800, Defense, 0. Albus's Fallen? Mr. T could feel it. The card named Albus's Fallen contained a terrifying power. Mr. T could not help but sweat on his forehead. I felt that Yuki Judei's development was heading towards a very strange place. I sent the branded dragon, White Dragon in the extra deck and Albus's Fallen in my hand to the graveyard. According to the effect of Stigma of Air Flame, I will add Saint of He, Carteza from the deck, which has Albus's Fall recorded in it, to my hand. Yajo Judei said. Saint of He, Carteza can only be activated when Albus's Fallen Air is on your field or in your graveyard. Special summon this card from your hand. Boom. The blood-red skirt fluttered in the wind. The girl with pale skin and red eyes, holding the holy sword of He, emerged from the sea of blood of the mark of He. Carteza, the saint of He. Star rating, 4. Magician/adjustment. Attack power, 1500, Defense power, 1500. Carteza, the saint of He, formed by the desperate souls of 666 saints, is the last step to turn the entire Longi kingdom into a prison of death. Although Cartesa is still just an empty shell now, the power of the mark of he that she has shown has made Mr. T's heart beat wildly, and he feels unprecedented pressure. In this way, the most important step can be continued. Saint of He, Cartesa effect activated. During your own and your opponent's main phase, use your hand and monsters on the field as fusion materials to perform a fusion summon of a fusion monster of level 8 or above. I fuse the Saint of He, Cartesa and Guide of the Dead Prison, Albert on the field. Fusion summon. Holding the card in his hand high, Yujojude said sternly, He Yanlong, Big Puppet Theater Dragon. Cartesa on the field began to quickly release the power of the mark of He. Beside her, Alab's body also quickly transformed into a dragon under the power of the mark of He. The despairing breath of the abyss surged wildly throughout the underground laboratory. The two breaths of the mark of He quickly merged at this moment. The dragon of the abyss with scarlet marks on its claws spread its colorful wings like glass and appeared beside Cartesa with a roar. Cartesa closed her eyes slightly. As if she was embracing something, she felt the breath of despair. He Yanlong Big Gignal Theater Dragon. Star rating, 8. Magician/Fusion. Attack power, 2500, defense power, 2500. Looking at the giant dragon in front of him, Mr. T was stunned. He subconsciously took a step back. He looked at the terrifying dragon of the abyss in front of him in disbelief. This power is not from this world. Where did Yukijude get this power from? Gignal Dragon can only be activated when the fusion summon is successful. From the deck and extra deck, send a 6-star or higher light or dark attribute monster to the graveyard. Yujojude raised his lips slightly. He took out the card that he had prepared from the next generation dual disc. I will this membership, no, I sent Mechanical Puppet, Nightmare from the deck to the graveyard. That's all. End of round. Mechanical Puppet, Nightmare? What the hell is this card? Yujojude has been busy for a whole round, what on earth is he doing? Before Mr. T can figure out what Yujojude is doing this round, Yujojude activates the final step at the end of the round. If a fusion monster is sent to the graveyard during this turn, activate this card during the end phase to return this card to your hand. In addition, the branded dragon, White Dragon sent to the graveyard can only be activated at the end of the turn. Add a brand spell or trap card from your deck to your hand or place it on your field. Yujojude takes a card from his deck. I place the quick attack spell card, Brand of He on the field. This way, the round ends. It's your turn, Mr. T. Mr. T. Mr. T was a little confused. Yukijude had been working on it for a long time, but in the end, there was only one Heian dragon, Gignal Theater Dragon with only 2500 attack and defense points on the field, and a cover card of unknown meaning. What a joke! Is this guy really fooling me? Mr. T's eyes swept through his hand. At this moment, Mr. T had gathered 5 dragon monsters in his hand. As long as he could draw the magic card Fusion next, he could directly summon the top attack power of the fusion monster, the strongest fusion dragon. FGD 5 Divine Dragons. At that time, Yujojude will become a speck of dust under his feet. He will also devour him completely and become part of the darkness, hehe. Mr. T had obviously already started imagining what was going to happen next. He placed his finger on the top of the deck and quickly pulled out a card. My turn, draw a card. Magic card. Fusion. Glancing at the card he drew, Mr. T was overjoyed. However, before he could be happy for long, Yukijude activated the cover card in the preparation stage. Now is the time. Activate the quick attack magic card, Mark of He. Target a death prison monster or Albus's fallen monster in your graveyard. Add that monster to your hand, then banish the fusion materials of the fusion monsters above 8 stars from your hand and field, and perform a fusion summon. Yuja retrieved Albus from the graveyard, and then banished Albus's fallen and Saint of He, Cartesa from his hand. I will exclude and fuse these 2 cards. What? Mr. T was stunned for a moment. Except for fusion? At this moment, Albus, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. Cartesi, the power of Cartesia began to decompose rapidly, turning into elements that continued to flow into Albus' body. As he absorbed Cartesia's power, Albus began to quickly transform into a dragon. Golden flames began to be released from his body. A pure white and sacred dragon jumped up from the strong flames, spread its wings and appeared on the field of Yuki-Jide. Come out! True Flame Dragon, White Dragon. True Flame Dragon, White World Dragon. Star Rating, 8. Dragon/Fusion. Attack Power, 3000, Defense Power, 2500. True Flame Dragon, White Dragon, will not be targeted by the opponent's effects. Similarly, during your opponent's turn, activate this effect by targeting a total of 2 monsters in your own and your opponent's graveyard. Special summon one of those monsters on each side of the field. Yuki-Jide smiled and took out the membership meal that he had prepared in advance from the graveyard area. I will special summon 1 mechanical puppet, Nightmare, and 1 guardian of the dead prison, Albert, on your field and 1 on my field respectively. Come on! I will give you this powerful 8-star defense. Special summon it to your field. Membership-based delicacies. Mechanical Puppet Nightmare Voice. Mechanical Puppet Nightmare. Star Rating, 8. Mechanical Family. Chapter 65. A distorted red puppet appeared on Mr. T's field. Mr. T looked at the 8-star monster in front of him, and his heart was full of confusion. What's going on? Special summoning a monster on the opponent's field? Although this mechanical puppet Nightmare looks a bit distorted. But no matter what, it is still an 8-star monster. In the GX era, the level and attack power of a monster are important criteria for evaluating the strength of a monster. Yuki-Jide sent such a monster to his own field. He was kind enough to help him place it in defense position. What on earth is this guy planning? Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. Yuki-Jide suddenly thought of something and snapped his fingers. Mechanical Puppet, Nightmare. During the turn when the special summon is successful, the controller cannot special summon monsters outside the mechanical puppet field. Hearing what Yuki-Jide said, Mr. T's pupil shrank, and he hurriedly looked at the cards on his duel board. After reading the effect of mechanical puppet, Nightmare, Mr. T was like biting a sweet cake and biting out the middle of the defense, and he screamed in his heart. Fuck! I know it myself. How could this bastard Yuki-Jide have any good intentions and give me something good? A card directly sealed my special summon opportunity for 1 round? Others play cards by attacking each other, playing effects, and fighting wits and courage. You are so good. You play cards to defend on other people's fields, right? Where is your duelist soul? Where is your sense of public morality? Where is your rice noodles? You let others play duel monsters. Death Prison's channel, Albert. Activate when summoned or special summoned successfully. Add a brand spell or trap card from your deck to your hand. Yuki-Jide smiled and pointed at Albert, who appeared again on his field. I added branded bonds from my deck to my hand. Okay, it's your turn to play dual monsters, no pits, fast action, GKD. Mr. T. The only thing I can move in my hand is a fusion card. You also blocked my special summon. What the hell do you want me to do? The round is over. Mr. T was sweating profusely. That's it? You don't even have the energy to resist? You're really boring, aren't you? Yuki-Jide was disappointed. He thought that even if Mr. T didn't special summon a monster, he could at least normal summon it. At worst, he should at least draw a card, right? You're giving up on healing like this, you're really disappointing. Forget it, let's end the duel as soon as possible. Yuki-Jide drew a card from his deck and looked at Mr. T with a gradually colder look in his eyes. Go tell darkness that as long as I exist, this world is not something he can touch. The golden light in Yuki-Jide's eyes shocked Mr. T. As an incarnation born from the darkness of darkness, it was the first time for Mr. T to see a human like Yuki-Jide who possessed such terrifying dark power. No. Is this guy really still a human? How could a human have such power? Activate the magic card, Brand's Bond. Select a albases fallen from your hand, the monsters in your graveyard, and the monsters you banished to special summon. Yuki-Jide didn't care about Mr. T's surprised expression at the moment. He showed the card in his hand, and the breath of the white mark began to surge rapidly in the darkness. The sleeping albus returned to the field again. He slowly opened his eyes. The corner of his eye unconsciously glanced at Albus standing on the field. Albus's fall effect activated. When summoning or special summoning is successful, discard a card from hand to activate. Send the fusion materials determined by the fusion monster card, including this card, from your own and your opponent's field to the graveyard, and fusion summon a fusion monster from the extra deck. Yuezhao discarded a card from his hand. Albus also retracted it and turned his attention to the mechanical puppet, Nightmare, in front of him. What did you say? Send it from both sides to the graveyard for fusion. After hearing what Yuki Jide said, Mr. T was obviously a little confused. He even thought he had heard something wrong. I will fuse my Albus's Fallen with your 8-star monster, mechanical puppet, Nightmare. Yuezhao Jide said. Fusion summon. Scar Eater Dragon, Beast Stealer Dragon. Swish, swish, swish. Under Mr. T's shocked gaze, his own answer began to decompose crazily, turning into countless tiny scarlet lights, instantly pouring into Albus' body. At this moment, Albus also began to transform rapidly into a dragon, transforming into a giant beast with black mane all over its body and bright red marks on its wings. Trace Eater Theropod. Star rating, 8. Orc/Fusion. Attack power, 2500, defense power, 2000. Damn, bastard. Mr. T couldn't hold it anymore. Yuki Jide, this guy, not only did he pull the defense on someone else's field, but he also took back the defense of others. You bastard, you didn't even leave a piece of defense for your opponent. You are too much. Mr. T just wanted to roar. However, now it is obvious that he has no chance to continue roaring. Go. True Flame Dragon, White World Dragon, Trace Eater Dragon, Beast Stealer Dragon, Heian Dragon, Big Puppet Theater Dragon. Direct attack. Yuchen Jide decisively ordered the final attack. The 3 dragons roared and the 3 dragon breaths instantly engulfed Mr. T. Mr. T's body began to break apart rapidly in the dragon's breath. He stared at Yuki Jide in disbelief. This power, impossible. Impossible. Looking at Mr. T, who disappeared in the dragon's breath, Yuezhao snorted, his eyes flashing with a cold golden light. MR.TLP400000. Yuki Jide. The huge darkness of wind completely dissipated at this moment. The roar caused even made the entire abandoned dormitory tremble. Looking at Mr. T, Yuki Jide's expression was still solemn. Mr. T was the embodiment of darkness, and he could not be completely eliminated by just one duel. As long as Dranus was alive, Mr. T could be reborn indefinitely. But at least after this duel, it should be able to slow down the pace of darkness appearing in the GX generation. Wait until he has accumulated enough power. Darkness. He clenched his fist tightly. Yuki Jide raised his mouth. I wonder what kind of power I can get if I swallow this guy? Chapter 66. Walking out of the abandoned dormitory, Yuchen Jide received a message from Principal Samejima on his communicator. From the message, it seems that his accommodation has been arranged. Principal Samejima informed him to go to the old staff dormitory. According to the map, Yuchen Jide soon came to the old staff dormitory mentioned by Principal Samejima. The old staff dormitory is located in a forest behind the obelisk blue dormitory. There is a quiet artificial lake around it. The old staff dormitory is a 2-story villa located in the center of the artificial lake. However, from the outside, the staff dormitory is a little old. But this location looks quite quiet. Pushing open the door of the staff dormitory, the decoration inside attracted Yuchen Jide's attention. The first floor is a newly renovated reception room with complete furniture and furnishings. It looks as warm as a residential building. Looking up from the stairs in front, you can see some single dormitory rooms that were once provided to teachers. On the sofa in the living room on the first floor, Yuejiro also saw a bald man wearing a burgundy principal uniform, looking at Yuejiro with a gentle smile. Jide-san, you are here. The bald man slowly stood up. Yes, Principal Samejima. Yuki Jide recognized the bald man in front of him as the principal of Dual Academy, Samejima. He is also the current head of Electric Current. Of course, people who are familiar with GX know that although Samejima's title sounds mysterious, he is the principal of the academy and the head of the electronic school. But in fact, Samejima's performance in the original work is completely like a hands-off boss. Whether it is the 3 phantom demons, the light barrier, the different world, or even the final darkness, Samejima is almost a supporting role throughout the whole process. Either he is not in the academy, or he is pretending to be deep in the principal's office. He shows his affection with Aunt Tammy all day long, cheats students, and does nothing serious. It's the same as Fubuki, GX wins the legend. However, doing nothing is better than making things worse. With such a hands-off principle, Jade has more time and space to complete some of the plans he wants to make. This used to be the dormitory for the teachers of the academy, but because a new dormitory building was built, it is now completely empty. Principal Samejima introduced it to Jade with a smile. Although it is a little old, the overall facilities are not less. If you don't want to live in the student dormitory, you can live in a place like this on weekdays. I have also told other teachers that Jade can eat at any dormitory cafeteria. Principal Samejima handed Jade the meal card. Well, because the president specifically told us not to interfere too much with your actions. So the 10th generation students can arrange their own affairs freely. Of course, I hope that Jushiro can still take part in the exams normally. Because of the letter sent by Kaiba Sito himself, Principal Samejima couldn't ask Jushiro Yujo like a normal student. There was no other way. Principal Samejima could only let Jushiro Yujo do whatever he wanted. Thank you so much, Principal Samejima. Yujo Jade nodded and thanked him with a polite smile on his face. Speaking of which, Jade-san, forget it. Samejima originally wanted to ask Yuchin Jade why he came to the Dual Academy. But he thought that less trouble is better, so he simply stopped asking and handed the dormitory key to Yuchin Jade and left the dormitory. He smiled and watched Principal Samejima leave. After seeing Principal Samejima go away, Yuchin Jade's smile gradually became cold. Fortunately, it was Principal Samejima who was a bad guy. If it was someone else, he would definitely ask him something. After closing the door to the dormitory hall, Yuchin Jade also began to look around his own residence. Coming to the second floor, Yuchin Jade chose a room facing the sun, pushed open the door and walked in. The equipment in the room was indeed complete. All kinds of electronic equipment were available. On the bookshelf, there were also books on various duelists' experiences. Yuchin Jade took it down and flipped through a few pages. After discovering that they were basically some professional duelists telling about their duel experiences and duel skills, he put it back on the bookshelf and ignored it. I have to say, as long as it's not the Osiris Red Dormitory, the living standard of the Dual Academy is really amazing. Lying down on the bed, feeling the soft mattress under him, Yuki Jade breathed a sigh of relief. Kaiba Company has always treated talented duelists with the best treatment. This kind of exquisite petty bourgeoisie life is too easy to corrupt for people like Jade who usually travel around the world and are used to living in the open air. Just enjoying the quiet time. Yuchin Jade's communicator sounded a message reminder at this moment. When he opened the communicator, Yuchin Jade saw the message sent by Ecclesia. Ecclesia, Jade, have you arrived at the accommodation? I've settled down here, can I come to see you? Cat showing its head.jpg. If possible, I really want to be alone. Yuki Jade rolled his eyes and threw the communicator aside. But I don't know if this guy is against me. If I don't reply to the message, the communicator will keep vibrating. I opened the communicator helplessly. The message was basically all kinds of cat head emojis sent by Ecclesia. Cat is confused.jpg. Cat winks.jpg. Cat waving claws.jpg. It's hard. Yujo Jade's fist is hard. I really shouldn't have taught her how to use electronic devices. Yujo Jade already wanted to beat up Ecclesia. This guy. I'll find a way to throw her back to the abyss dimension sooner or later. Yujo Jade, already settled. Address sent successfully. Ecclesia, okay, I'll be there soon. Cat ok.jpg. After sending the address to Ecclesia, Yujo Jade's communicator finally went silent. However, Yujo Jade no longer wanted to rest. He turned over and began to check his system. After defeating Mr. T, he received the reward for himself. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Dark Incarnation Mr. T. Detected the host defeating the Darkness's power clone. Has absorbed some of the dark power to strengthen the host's Overlord power. Click. Yuki Jade felt that the power in his body suddenly burned like a blaze. The host's Overlord power has been detected to have evolved into a new dark form. Special Dark Deck, Millennium Exodia, no card elves, has been issued. Hearing the voice in his ear, Yujo Jade was slightly startled, revealing a slightly surprised expression. Millennium Exodia? Good man, I just beat Mr. T. How could he give me such a good thing? Chapter 67. Exodia. with the powerful power of being able to surpass the rules and directly achieve victory after collecting all 5 parts in the hand. For quite a long time in the past, the mainstream way to play Exodia is to use various card components to add Exodia in the deck to the hand in various forms to achieve victory. This method of collecting Exodia in the hand has a low success rate, but once successful, it is an FTK tactic that the opponent cannot counter. And with the release of the 1205 card pack a few months ago, the Millennium deck appeared in the Duelist's site. The Millennium deck gave Exodia, a deck that was originally only used for entertainment, the ability to OTK the opponent. Especially the Millennium Cross that looks like a fake card. It pioneered the fusion of 0 materials, coupled with the card image that looks like a Millennium artifact. It once made people sigh that ZZ Youth Hall was 20 years ahead of K-Club. Yuchen Jade was still a little surprised that the system would give him such a deck. Although there is no soul of Exodia in this deck, both the strength and value of this deck are at the level of destroying the world in today's GX era. What's more, even if he doesn't use Exodia's OTK tactics, he can also carry out the FTK tactics that are almost impossible to counter in this era. A deck has at least N ways of playing. This is too powerful. Do you want to find someone to try this deck? Yuchen Jade is already a little impatient to test the deck. But today is the first day of school. Students in other dormitories are basically getting familiar with the dormitories and waiting for the welcome party. It's really hard to find an opponent for a duel. Suddenly, the face of a comedian appeared in Yuchen Jade's mind. Oh, right. How come I almost forgot about this person? If it's him, maybe he can be a pretty good punching bag for me. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a knock on the door downstairs. Yuchen Jade turned over and jumped off the bed, went downstairs and opened the door to the hall. What caught my eye was Ecclesia, who was wearing the obelisk blue school uniform for girls, looking at me with a smile. Jade, here I come. Without waiting for Jade's response, Ecclesia walked into Jade's dormitory. Oh, so impressive, Jade lives in such a big dormitory all by himself. Looking at the white hall in the staff dormitory and the rows of bright rooms on the second floor, Ecclesia's eyes suddenly sparkled with envy. Although the conditions in the girls' dormitory are also quite good. There is even a natural hot spring downstairs for the girls to use. But in the final analysis, the space is limited. And Jade can live alone in such a big place, which is too tempting for Ecclesia. Well, there's nothing to see in my room. Why don't you go to the academy before the welcome party starts? Yuezhao couldn't wait to try out his deck. But his straightforward invitation seemed to have slightly misunderstood Ecclesia. Let's go for a walk in the academy. Ecclesia's cheeks flushed. A man and a woman were walking alone. This, how is this different from dating? What are you thinking about? Are you going or not? Glancing at the girl whose head was a little smoky, Yuezhao Jade couldn't help but frowned. Go. Of course I'm going. But wait a minute. Ecclesia nodded quickly, and then trotted all the way to the living room and kitchen on the first floor. What is this guy doing? Yuezhao Jade raised his eyebrows. He saw Ecclesia open the refrigerator quite naturally. After seeing that the refrigerator was indeed full of snacks, his eyes suddenly sparkled. Seeing Ecclesia holding rice balls and snacks, smiling and walking towards him, Yuezhao Jade was speechless. This guy. No matter what time, he really has to prepare delicious food before he moves. And Ecclesia seems to have a natural radar sense for delicious food. I didn't even know there was food in the refrigerator, but this guy could sense it as soon as he entered the door. Ecclesia's talent in some aspects is indeed much more terrifying than I imagined. After leaving the dormitory, Yuezhao Jade and Ecclesia came to the main teaching building. Walking into the teaching building, Yuezhao Jade looked at the location of the duel hall on the communicator while walking forward along the corridor. Ecclesia on the side was humming a little song and eating snacks, looking like she was in a good mood. Soon, the two of them arrived at the duel hall in the teaching building. At this time, the duel hall was brightly lit. However, because the welcome party was about to start, there was no one in the hall. Only 2 obelisk blue students were standing on the duel stage, talking about something. Seeing Yuki Jade and Ecclesia walking towards the hall, one of the students wearing glasses frowned and said, "Hey, you two over there, this is not a place for romance. If you want to date, go somewhere else." Talk about love. Ecclesia paused while eating the rice ball, and her face turned red. "Sorry, You misunderstood. I came here to duel. Yajojude remained calm. He shook the next generation dual disc on his arm and smiled. Which dormitory are you from? Why don't you even wear the school uniform? Seeing Yajojude, the student with glasses frowned even deeper. Could it be Osiris Red? Want to use the obelisk blue equipment? Another hedgehog-haired square-faced student also crossed his arms and looked up and down at Yajojude. However, when his eyes fell on Yajojude's dual disc, he paused for a moment. Oh? Is it the latest dual disc released by Kaiba Corporation not long ago? Is this true? Next generation dual disc? Isn't that limited edition? I heard there are only 3 in the world. The student with glasses looked at the hedgehog head in surprise. Kaiba Sito officially announced the birth of the next generation dual disc at the invitational tournament. Although the rich can pre-order the next generation dual disc in advance, it will probably take 2 or 3 years before they can actually receive the goods. And now, the only next generation dual discs that really exist on the market are the one in Kaiba Sito's hand, the one that Kaiba Sito gave to Muto Yugi, and the last one, the final champion of the world-class invitational tournament. Wait, could it be that? The hedgehog-haired man and the man with glasses suddenly thought of something and looked at Yuki Jide in surprise. Speaking of which, the invitational champion seems to be. Yes, I remembered it too. World-class invitational tournament champion, Yuki Jide. How come he is in my 2.4 academy? The 2 students who were a little arrogant at first suddenly changed their attitude 180 degrees. They looked at Yajojude with a little admiration. Hey, stop making so much noise, what happened? Just when the 2 of them were at a loss for words, an unhappy voice came from the other side of the audience. Everyone looked up and saw a boy in an obelisk blue school uniform with a very sharp and unique hairstyle, looking towards the duel stage with a cold face. Hey, Manjome! It's the previous invitational tournament champion, Yajojude. Seeing the boy, the man with glasses hurriedly greeted him loudly. Hearing this name, the boy, who had originally looked quite indifferent, suddenly changed his expression. He hurriedly looked at the duel stage. After seeing the brown-haired boy in black clothes and with an indifferent expression, his pupils trembled. Chapter 68. Manjame Jun. The third son of Manjame Group. Manjame Group. As a top group that spans the political and business worlds, Manjame Jun has been heading for the highest point in the dual world since he was a child with the expectations of his 2 elder brothers. Manjame's strength did not disappoint his 2 elder brothers. Starting from the middle school of the Dual Academy, Manjame has always been the number 1 in the grade. In the assessment of the middle school, he was promoted to the high school with excellent results. He is proud of being the number 1. Manjame obviously has some hostility towards the champion in front of him who had previously shined in the World Invitational Tournament. Invitational champion. It's quite interesting. Wanzangmu put his hands in his pockets and jumped down from the audience. I still remember those games of yours clearly, Yuki Jide. He walked up to Yuki Jide with a sneer on his face. It was just as he thought. Manjome is born to be incompatible with me. Seeing the hostility in Manjome's eyes, Yuki Jide thought to himself. Before he completely became a comedian, Manjome once had the temperament to become a rival character like Kaiba Sito. But unfortunately, after a series of blows and the appearance of the 3 disruptive brothers, Manjome gradually disappeared on the road of comedian. Looking at Manjome who looks like a villain now. 01 thinking about the fact that he will become a comedian in less than a year, Shide felt a little sad. But it's okay this way. Before Manjome becomes a comedian, I should be able to use the system to get some benefits from him. It is an honor for me to be noticed by the third son of the Wanzangmu Consortium. Yuchen Jide smiled calmly. Snort, but I also want to see it in person. As the champion's strength, Manyomu's fangs were already exposed. Seeing that Manyomu had fallen into his trap, Yajojude also smiled. Well, as a duelist, if you encounter a challenge, you can't refuse it. Raising the dual disc on his arm, Yajojude signaled Manyomu to come to the duel stage. What are you guys doing here? Just as the 2 were about to duel, a female voice suddenly sounded from outside the hall. Everyone turned around and saw an obelisk blue girl with long golden hair like a waterfall, walking out of the door with a cold face. Ah, it's Tenjoin. Ecclesia seemed to recognize the person and hurriedly whispered to Yuki Jide, Tenjoin Asuka. Ecclesia, the welcome party is about to start, why are you still here? Asuka Tenjoin obviously saw Ecclesia hiding next to Jade. As they were both girls in the blue dormitory, Asuka had naturally seen this new student in the dormitory. I won't attend the welcome party or anything like that, Ecclesia blinked. Compared to being with a bunch of strangers, Ecclesia still prefers being with Jade. This won't work, so what are you guys going to do? Asuka's eyes swept over Yejo Jade, Manjom, and his two younger brothers. Just a little fun, to test the strength of this dual champion. Manyomu snorted and said. Asuka glanced at Yejo Jade, then said politely, you are Yejo Jade, the previous invitational champion, right? Nice to meet you, my name is Tenjoin Asuka. Yejo Jade nodded as a gesture. The welcome party is about to start, so let's go back to our respective dormitories. Obviously, Asuka didn't want Yejo Jade to duel with Manjom's group. Although Manjom was a genius, his bad character and some private gambling card duels that violated school rules made him not very famous among students. Asuka was also a student promoted from the middle school. She had some understanding of Manjom. Snort, then let's go. Seeing Asuka stopped the duel, Manyomu snorted coldly, called his younger brother and turned to leave. However, before Manyomu turned around, Yuki Jade suddenly spoke. It doesn't matter, there are less than 10 minutes left until the welcome party. This amount of time is enough to end this duel. Yejo Jade raised his eyelids and said something calmly that shocked everyone. What did you say? Wan Zhang Mu's expression suddenly became embarrassed. Is it enough to end this duel? This guy, isn't he looking down on himself a little too much? Wait a minute, Jade-san, do you know what you are saying? Asuka was also shocked by Yuki Jade's provocative remarks. 10 minutes? Unless you are absolutely sure of killing your opponent in 1 second, a duel will take at least half an hour. How can it be over in just 10 minutes? Even if you are the champion, it is impossible, right? You guy, haha, you are unexpectedly arrogant. Wan Zhangmu gritted his teeth, and the original idea of leaving disappeared without a trace. Well, I'll let you, the arrogant fellow, see how I duel. Manjom took the duel disc from the younger brother beside him and put it on his arm. Seeing Manjom accept the challenge, Yuki Jade also smiled and unfolded the next generation duel disc. Seeing that the two had already entered the duel posture, Asuka sighed helplessly and had to go to the side with Ecclesia to watch the battle. LP4000 Yuchen 10th generation, LP4000 Duel. As the duel was declared, Yejo Jade and Manjom simultaneously drew 5 cards from their decks. Humph, I get the first attack, draw a card. Wan's Hang glanced at the first attack prompt on the duel disc, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Activate magic card, Maul. Return any card in your hand to the deck and shuffle it. Then draw as many cards as you want from your deck. Manyomu said as he took out 4 cards from his hand. Swish. As the duel disc was automatically shuffled, Manyomu drew 4 more cards from the deck. Scanning the hand in front of him, Manyomu continued. Activate magic card, Pot of Greed. According to the effect, draw 2 cards from the deck. Glancing at the drawn card, Wan Zhang's eyes lit up. Here it comes. His winning combo. Now, I activate the magic card, Foolish Burial. Wan Zhang raised his mouth and showed the card in his hand. According to the effect of this card, select a monster from the deck and send it to the graveyard. With that, Manyomu took out the deck and selected a card from it. I will send Fire Hell Demon, Hell Burning Demon from the deck to the graveyard, and then activate the magic card Resurrection of the Dead to special summon Fire Hell Demon, Hell Burning Demon in the graveyard to the field. As soon as the voice fell, a giant beast like a sandworm with hellfire burning all over its body jumped out of the graveyard, roaring loudly from its mouth. Hellfire Demon, Hell Burning Demon. Stars, 6. Demons. Attack power, 2800, defense power, 180970. What? Summoned a monster with 2800 attack points in one go. Asuka was slightly surprised. Fire Hell Demon, Hellburner, when performing a normal summon, you must banish all cards from your hand except this card, and release a monster with a power of 2000 or more on the field before you can summon it. Although the attack power is strong, the cost of summoning is quite expensive. And Manyomu actually chose to use the special summon method to accurately summon this monster from the deck. Asuka murmured in a low voice. As expected of the top player in the grade, Manjom summoned the ace from the deck right away. The attack power of the Hellburner will continue to increase according to the number of monsters on the opponent's field. In this case, no matter how powerful Yukichide is, it is impossible to break through the defense so easily, right? The two younger brothers of Wanzangmu immediately flattered him. A special summon of a big monster with an attack power of 2800 in one round is already a very powerful performance among students. Is that all? Compared to the surprise of Asuka and Manjom, Ecclesia on the side blinked in confusion. A 6-star monster with 2800 attack power and unknown effect, is it necessary to brag so much? Humph, it seems that someone doesn't even know the rules of duel monsters. A monster with 2800 attack points is already quite powerful among duel monsters. The guy with glasses snorted coldly and looked at Ecclesia with disdain. What an ignorant guy. Hey! A big question mark appeared on Ecclesia's forehead. Ignorant? No. You worked so hard for a long time and came up with this crap. Chapter 69. Face 2 cards, end of turn. Manyomo was obviously quite confident in the monsters he summoned. In the current GX generation, although it is a duel for all, most people's understanding of duels still remains in the beat decks of the 2000s with high attack monsters, magic assistance, and trap interference. The same is true for Manyomu. As the top student in the Duel Academy, the education he received in the Duel Academy destined him to rely heavily on high attack monsters to suppress the opponent in battle. The Hell deck he used was indeed a very powerful beat deck in the 2000s. But unfortunately, the times have changed. Relying on this combination alone, it is impossible to suppress himself in any meaningful way. My turn, draw a card. Uejojide drew a card from the deck. Seeing the card in his hand, Uejojide had already calculated the next steps in his mind. It seemed that it was over. Looking at Manjom, who was confident in his own performance, Uejojide raised the corner of his mouth. What a pity. It seems that the strength of the top student in the grade is only this good. This old-fashioned deck is a bit boring to use now. What? Manyomu's face darkened. Yukichide's words obviously made Manyomu feel deeply disdainful. It was as if the monster he summoned was some kind of discarded garbage. What a joke. He used this Hell deck to defeat all opponents in the middle school and trampled all the students of the same grade under his feet. In Manyomu's heart, he simply disdained Yukichide, the so-called invitational champion. The so-called invitational was just a performance to fool the public. In Manyomu's eyes, the only opponent worthy of his challenge was the third-year dual emperor, Marufuji Ryo. As long as he could beat Marufuji Ryo, he would be able to officially obtain the title of the first in the Duel Academy. Yukichide in front of him was just a whetstone to test his own strength. What kind of champion are you? In front of me, you will all be trampled under my feet. Manjom gritted his teeth and glared at Uejojide. In response, Uejojide shook his head slightly. He said this, but he didn't mean to mock Manjom. He just wanted to remind Manjom implicitly that he should change his deck. The mainstream several years ago is still the mainstream several years ago. In the ever-changing game environment of duel monsters, it is quite normal to change a batch of mainstreams every year on the pie chart. Not to mention the current duel world. I activated the effect of Millennium Dynasty Shield in my hand. Since Manyomu didn't appreciate it, Uejojide could only let him experience the difference between decks himself. If this card is in your hand, you can activate. Use this card as a continuous magic card and place it face up in your magic and trap area. As soon as Uejojide finished speaking, a shield with the Eye of Horus engraved on it appeared beside him. What? Placing a monster as a continuous magic card? They two younger brothers of Wanzangmu were stunned at the same time. It was obviously the first time they heard of a monster with such an effect. Is it similar to the Gemin deck used by John in the Invitational Tournament? Asuka thought of Gemin first. She had watched the entire Invitational Tournament. She had a good understanding of the decks used by the duelists at the top of the duel world. The card used by Yukichide had a very Gemin flavor. Tisk, it's just putting monsters in the magic trap, what's the big deal? Wanzangmu snorted coldly, quite dissatisfied with the reaction of his two followers. Indeed. Uejojide smiled and said, I activate the second effect of Millennium Dynasty Shield. When using this card as a continuous magic card, pay 2000 life points or give a Millennium Cross in your hand to your opponent to watch and activate. After this card is special summoned, you can add a Millennium Cross from your deck to your hand. I choose to pay 2000 HP to activate this effect. Yue Zhao said, and a blood-red flame instantly ignited on his body. Then the HP scoreboard beside him began to drop rapidly. Yue Zhao LP 4000-2000. As his health dropped, the Millennium Dynasty Shield beside Yue Zhao also appeared in the monster area. Millennium Dynasty Shield. Star rating, 5. Warrior. Attack power, 0, defense power, 3000. What a joke, I consumed more than half of my health just to summon a monster with 0 attack power. Is this really the dual champion? Whose champion plays like this? The two followers of Wanzhangmu were immediately unable to hold back. They exchanged 2000 LP for a meaningless 0 attack monster. No, are you kidding me? Ha 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 ha. Man Yomo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Is this what you call a champion? Attacking a monster with 0 attack power, even a beginner wouldn't do such a stupid thing, right? Even if there are 10,000 of these monsters, I can easily tear them apart. Wanzhangmu's face broke into an excited sneer. He wanted to stomp this so-called champion hard to the ground. Let him know how powerless a small invitational champion is in front of this master. This guy is so arrogant, can't he see that he is about to lose? Akrisha looked at Asuka with a strange expression. This Manyomo looked like a dead man, about to be OTK'd, how could he say such a mockery so naturally? Do you think Yuki Jide can win? Asuka was stunned for a moment, and looked at Ecclesia in surprise. To be honest, when Yuki Jide paid 2000 life points just now, but only summoned a monster with 0 attack power, Asuka actually had this thought in her heart. After all, according to the dual education she received, this kind of monster is really hard to take out. Well, Jide didn't pay life points just to summon this monster. Jide is here to retrieve the Millennium Cross. Ecclesia nodded, clearly knowing the specific steps of Yuejo Jide. After all, she was a duelist trained by Yuejo Jide himself. What she saw was completely different from what Manjom, Asuka, and the others saw. I added Millennium Cross to my hand. Then, activate the magic card Millennium Cross. Yuejo Jide showed the card in his hand. Choose 5 face-up sealed monster cards from your hand, deck, or field to show to your opponent for confirmation. Sealed. Everyone was slightly startled when they heard Yuejo Jide's words. Wait, sealed, does that mean, it? This moment, Asuka finally realized what deck Yuki Jide was using. At this moment, behind Yuki Jide, 5 cards slowly emerged from the deck. The sealed one's left arm, the sealed one's right arm, the sealed one's left foot, the sealed one's right foot. And the appearance of the 5 cards shocked everyone present. Exodia deck? How is it possible? Didn't this deck disappear a long time ago? Why did it appear here with Yuki Jide? This is too fake. Both of Wanzhangmu's younger brothers were going crazy. Exodia. The first generation dual king, Yugi Muto, used it. It is known as the rarest card deck in the world, there is no other. It has the power beyond the rules to ignore everything and win after gathering the cards in the hand. After this super rare card deck sank into the sea, countless people have searched for it frantically, and even spent a lot of money to find it. But without exception, all of them failed. But who would have thought? That deck of cards that has almost become a legend, now actually appears in the hands of Yuki Jide? This is a super rare card. After revealing these 5 cards, according to the effect of Millennium Cross, special summon a phantom summoning god, Exodia from the extra deck. Yuejo Jide shouted coldly. The 5 sealed monsters behind him merged into a strong vortex. Boom! In an instant, a beam of light penetrated the floor and went straight to the sky. The golden ancient Egyptian giant, with a terrifying posture that made people tremble, appeared on Yuejo's field. Phantom summoning god Exodia. Star rating, 10. Magician/fusion. Attack power, defense power, 0. Exodia, how is this possible? How could someone really summon Exodia to the field? Manzhangmu was also a little dumbfounded. The previous arrogance was swept away at this moment, leaving only shock and fear. Exodia, there is actually a fusion monster? Is this true? Asuka stared blankly at Exodia on Yukichide's field, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. But, no matter how rare this monster is, if its attack power is only 0, it is still no match for the Inferno Demon, Hell-Burning Demon. At this time, the boy with glasses suddenly discovered something, adjusted his glasses and said, Exodia is no match for the Inferno Demon, Hell-Burning Demon. That's right, only this extent, Yukichide, you still can't surpass the Flame Prison Demon on my field. Manyoma wiped the cold sweat and forced a smile. Flame Prison Demon, can you win? Manyomu, I will win. Flame Prison Demon, CNM. If I were not just a card, the Flame Prison Demon would probably turn around and throw Manyomu on the field and put on the dual disc himself. You want me to fight Exodia? Are you crazy or am I crazy? Yukichide's mouth corners slightly raised. Indeed. The attack power of the Phantom Summoning God, Exodia, is only 0. It can only be used once per round. When calculating the damage of the battle, the attack power increases by the value of its own life value. If it only has this ability, the Exodia deck cannot complete OTK. However, if it is paired with this card, Yukichide raised his mouth slightly and put a King card in his hand on the dual disc. Activate the Quick Attack Magic card, Magic Flame Cannon. A 10-star monster with Exodia in its card name on the field will gain a new effect. As soon as the words fell, golden lines immediately appeared around Phantom Summoning God, Exodia on the field. Pay half of your life points and activate the new effect of Phantom Summoning God, Exodia. Yuja raised his lips slightly and took out 5 sealed cards from his deck. All cards in the magic and trap areas of both sides are destroyed. What? Wanzang Mu was shocked. The 2 cover cards on his field were instantly shattered into pieces. After that, from hand cards, deck cards. Use left arm of the sealed, right arm of the sealed, left foot of the sealed, right foot of the sealed, and sealed Exodia as equipment magic cards that increase the attack power by 2000 points, and use them on Phantom Summoning God, Exodia on the field. As soon as the words fell, 5 cards flew out of Yujojide's deck. The left arm, left leg, right leg, and the complete body. At this moment, they all appeared on Yujojide's field. The body of the Phantom Summoning God, Exodia, began to burn with a strong golden aura. Under the dull gaze of the crowd, with a terrifying posture, the attack power quickly soared. Phantom Summoning God Exodia. Attack power? 10,000. Attack power? 10,000 points. Chapter 70. Attack power, 10,000 points. Seeing the soaring attack power of Exodia on the field of Yukichide, the pupils of Manzomu suddenly shrank, and the whole body began to tremble. For the people of the GX generation, attack power, this indicator of the strength of monsters, is only 5,000 points of attack power of Ultimate Dragon Knight and 5,000 points of attack power of 5 Divine Dragons. Even this kind of attack power only exists in textbooks. In daily duels, very few people can break through this upper limit of attack power. But, seeing the attack power of Exodia on the field of Yukichide, which has reached 10,000 points, Manyomu and his 2 younger brothers were all shocked. Not only them. Asuka on the side also had a dull expression, looking at the scene in front of her in disbelief. In one go, a monster with an attack power of 0 was increased to 10,000 attack points. I see, is this why Yukichide can become the champion? Asuka murmured unconsciously. The Exodia deck not only has a way to win that goes beyond the rules of duel, but also has a terrifying attack ability. The 10th generation's luck in drawing cards is really beyond imagination. However, unlike other people's opinions, what Ecclesia saw was the extremely terrifying luck of Yukichide in drawing cards. The Millennium Exodia deck has a very powerful OTK ability. However, the 5 corpses that were once the most critical in the Exodia deck have become standard waste in this deck. Moreover, if this deck wants to achieve OTK, it must use the most critical fast attack magic card, Magic Flame Cannon. Generally speaking, a card like Magic Flame Cannon that does not have any search ability and can only amplify monsters will only be carried in the deck. This card is to use the 4th effect of Phantom Summoning God Exodia. At the end of both turns, this card must be placed on the field from the deck before it can be used. This means that the Millennium Exodia deck needs at least 2 rounds of resource operation to complete OTK. It is obviously an OTK deck, but it can't OTK or anything. This is too ridiculous. This is why the strengthened Millennium Exodia deck still can't eat cakes and can only be entertaining. But Yuki Jide is different. His luck in drawing cards ensures that even if there is only one magic flame cannon in his deck, he can use it 100% in the card drawing stage, eliminating the need to wait for a round. This also makes it possible for Magic Flame Cannon, which originally required 2 rounds of resource operation to be used, to be launched in an instant, thus completing a terrifying OTK with a punch of more than 10,000, plus a penetration effect. The 10th generation's luck in drawing cards supports him to achieve peak results with any deck. This terrifying luck in drawing cards is the real reason why he became the champion. Fight. Phantom Summoning God Exodia. Attack Flame Hell Demon, Hell Burning Demon. Yajojide pointed at the already stunned Manyomu and shouted coldly, Demon Flame Cannon. In an instant, Exodia on the field roared. Her arms condensed into terrifying flames, and in just a moment, she pierced the Flame Hell Demon. The powerful impact instantly overturned Wanzang Mu, causing him to fall heavily out of the venue with a scream, and fell to the ground with his legs spread out. 10000 MMA Cup Ointment, LP 40000. Yuki Jide, win. At this moment, the whole place was in dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at the Manjom lying on the ground, not knowing what to say for a moment. Killed instantly with one strike. The top student in the grade, Manyomu, was like a toddler in front of Yajojide. He had no ability to resist and was completely defeated. What kind of strength is needed to crush Wanzang Mu like this? It's over, let's go, we can still catch the welcome party if we go back now. Yuchen Jide put away the dual disc and turned to walk out of the hall. Hearing Yuchen Jide's words, everyone remembered Yuchen Jide's previous statement that the duel would end in 10 minutes. Asuka checked the time. It was only 5 minutes since the duel started. This. Manzang Mu's expression was even more dejected. His previous confidence had disappeared without a trace in an instant under this fire from the demon god. Looking at Yuchen Jide's back as he left, Manzang Mu felt a strong sense of unwillingness in his heart. Yuchen Jide. Yujo Jide. One day, I will personally return this shame to you. In the corridor, Ecclesia trotted after Yujo Jide and followed him with a smile. As expected of the 10th generation, he defeated the top student in the grade so easily. But this guy named Wanzang Mu is really weak and confident. I don't know how he became the top student in the grade. Yujo Jide smiled but didn't respond. At this moment, his attention was focused on the card in his hand. Dragon King of Light and Darkness. This is the reward issued by the system when Jide defeated Manjom just now. Of course, it is not just this card. Dragon of Light and Dark. Dragon of Light and Ascension. The Dragon of Darkness and Destruction was also given to the 10th generation as a reward for this Dragon King of Light and Darkness. Hey! What a powerful card, it looks so strong. Ecclesia stretched her head to take a look at the Dragon King of Light and Darkness in the hands of the 10th generation. After seeing the effect of the card, a surprised expression appeared on her face. Is it strong? Yuki Jide murmured. Indeed. The Dragon King of Light and Darkness has the effect of being activated when a monster effect, magic, or trap card is activated. It will invalidate the activation by reducing the attack and defense by 1000 points. However, this effect is forced to activate. This means that once the Dragon King of Light and Darkness is summoned, the effect activated by this card will also be invalidated by this card. In addition, the invalidation can only be used once in a chain, which means that the Dragon King of Light and Darkness is likely to be tricked by the effects of certain cards, and then directly eliminated by the effect of another card in the chain. It is a card that looks good, but is actually very awkward whether it appears or is used. Can it only be used as a toy? Yuki Jide stroked his chin. It was not easy to get a new card. No matter what, he had to play with it. Otherwise. Chapter 71. Put the Dragon King of Light and Darkness back into the card book. Yuki Jide also returned to the dormitory with Ecclesia. Compared to attending any welcome party, Ecclesia still prefers to stay with Jide. Sitting on the sofa in the hall, Ecclesia opened a bag of potato chips and ate while watching the variety show on TV. From time to time, there would be a few giggles. On the side, Yuki Jide put his various cards on the table, thinking about how to match some new decks. Nowadays, Jide's card book has reached a considerable size. Most of the cards are various rewards given to him by the system in the past 2 years of traveling. However, because a considerable part of them are Synchro, XYZ, Pendulum, and Link monsters. Under the current GX dual system, they cannot be used for the time being. Speaking of which, the new world opened up by the dual links function. Yujiro suddenly remembered the new world that opened up when he was about to come to the academy today. The world destruction dimension. He seemed to have not studied it well. What is this world destruction dimension? Yujiro turned on the system transmission. In addition to the abyss dimension, the spirit dimension that has been unlocked in front of him has an additional option of world destruction dimension. Compared with the abyss dimension, there are 4 more option branches after clicking on the world destruction dimension option. 1 world Bad Pearl World. The World of Fear. Wu Shiwei Joyful World. 6th Life of Destruction, Demon World. According to the card storyline, after Visas lost his memories and emotions, the first world he arrived at was the world of fear of the 4th life of destruction. There, Visas defeated his emotional clone, Leichihar. After absorbing Leichihar, he recovered some of his emotions and memories. However, Chideyuki has no interest in the world of fear. After all, if we don't follow the card story, but look at the dual strength of the cards in the egg, compared to the intimidating minions in the world of fear, the Pearl Tier Elegy tribe in the Pearl world is probably the most powerful part. Moreover, in the dimension of the world of destruction where precious things are everywhere, the Pearl world of the first life of destruction is simply not a style of existence. Chideyuki is a card guy, not a monk. He is quite interested in this kind of strong and beautiful girl card. Then go to Yushiba first. Yajo Chidey stroked his chin and thought for a moment, and finally decided to go to Yushiwei first to master the power of the Pearl Tier's Sorrow clan. Do you want to enable the dual links function and go to the world-destroying dimension, Pearl World? Open. Yujao murmured in a low voice. The next moment, a powerful and twisted force began to devour Yujiao's body and soul. Chidey, are you going to travel through another dimension again? Wait for me. Seeing that Yuchen Chidey's body began to flash with a faint light, Ecclesia on the side hurriedly hugged Chidey's arm. With the strong flash of light, Ecclesia and Yuchen Chidey disappeared in the hall at the same time. 1 world Bad, Pearl World. With the flash of shadows, the figures of Yuchen Chidey and Ecclesia suddenly appeared above the blue sea. Seeing that the two were about to fall straight into the sea, Yubel's figure suddenly appeared above Yuchen Chidey and Ecclesia, and grabbed the two of them. Wait. Thank you, Yubel. Looking at the sea so close, Ecclesia let out a long sigh and thanked Yubel with a silly smile. During the time she spent with Chidey, Ecclesia became familiar with the elves around Chidey. Ecclesia was also familiar with Yubel, Winged Kurikoma, and others. Humph! Yubel just snorted, spread his wings and brought the two to a reef not far away. Ecclesia sat on the reef and breathed a long sigh of relief. What is this place? Why is it so vast and full of sea? Ecclesia looked up and looked around. Everywhere she looked, she saw a vast expanse of blue ocean. This is the world of destruction, the Pearl World. Compared to the normal world, 90% of the area here is ocean, and the only place to land is the reefs on the sea. Yuki Chidey stood up and stretched his body. He lowered his head and found that his clothes in this world seemed to have turned into a light and tight combat outfit, which was completely different from the ancient Western European noble clothing in the Abyss dimension. Ecclesia's obelisk blue clothes were also replaced by her original silver-white saint armor. However, she herself did not seem to notice it, but just looked at the surrounding ocean world with great curiosity. All ocean, that means that the people in this world all live in the ocean. Ecclesia seemed to understand something and stretched her head to see what was under the ocean. As she was looking into the sea suddenly surged. Something suddenly emerged from the sea. There's a monster. Ecclesia was so scared that she fell on the reef. However, when she looked closely, she found that it was actually a girl with short silver hair, half submerged in the sea, sticking half of her head out of the sea and curiously looking at the three strange guys on the reef, Yuki Chidey, Ecclesia, and Yubel. Yes, is it a person? Ecclesia breathed a sigh of relief. She waved her hand and wanted to say hello to the silver-haired girl. Hello, my name is Ecclesia. Can you understand what I say? The silver-haired girl seemed a little shy. Seeing Ecclesia reaching out her hand, her body subconsciously shrank back into the sea. Is it because of the language barrier? Or is there some other reason? Yubel crossed his arms and looked at the girl coldly. That look made the silver-haired girl tremble even more. Don't scare others, Yubel, they look very timid. Yuki Jide sighed. Yubel was a 10-star high-level monster. Her oppressive feeling was too terrifying for these low-star card elves. Moreover, this girl. Yujiro was silent for a moment. Then, he squatted down tentatively and stretched out his hand towards the girl. Looking at the hand that Yujiro stretched out, a trace of fear appeared on the girl's face again. However, I don't know what she felt from Yujiro. Although she was afraid, the girl did not dodge. She just let Yujiro's hand reach out and rubbed her head. Sure enough, the power of the gem beasts came in handy at this time. Yujiro understood. The power of the gem beasts obtained by defeating John before can not only quickly improve the favorability and bond between himself and the card elves. It can also improve affinity, making it easier for these low-level card elves to accept themselves. Watching the girl gradually relax from nervousness, Yujiro actually felt like he was teasing a cat for a while. And I don't know if it's an illusion. Chapter 72. Under the touch of Yujo Jide's hand, the silver-haired girl gradually let down her guard. If you open the system, you can see +1+1+1 popping out of the girl's head. As her guard was lowered, the silver-haired girl finally spoke to Yujo Jide and the others. You guys are not from this world, right? Speak, speak. Hearing the silver-haired girl speak, Ecclesia was startled. How rude. You must be able to speak. The silver-haired girl puffed her cheeks and glanced at Ecclesia with some displeasure. How do you know we are from the outside world? Yubel crossed his arms and asked coldly. Because you have a power that I have never seen before. The girl blinked and looked at Yuki Jide secretly. Although it is scary, it doesn't seem that scary. What is Mao Dun literature? Yubel and Ecclesia both had a flash of ridicule in their hearts. Only Jide could understand what this girl meant. The power of the Overlord, 357 naturally had a sense of oppression and fear towards the dual monsters. The power of the Gemin was naturally friendly, so it neutralized this overbearing power. However, I advise you to leave this world as soon as possible. The girl pursed her lips and kindly reminded, this world has been completely ruled, people from the outside world will be completely. As she spoke, the girl seemed to be afraid that her words would be heard by the master, so she closed her mouth and dared not say anything more. Ecclesia and Yubel looked at each other. Obviously, they were a little interested in the situation in this world. What on earth is happening in this world? Who is the master of this world you are talking about? Ecclesia asked curiously. The girl hesitated for a moment. In the end, she told the outsiders from other worlds about the situation of this world. When the girl told Ecclesia and Yubel about the situation of this world, Yuki Jide began to sort out the story of the Pearl Tears Elegy tribe. The silver-haired girl was named Mellow. She was a mermaid living in the first world, Pearl World, a member of the Pearl Tears Elegy tribe. The Pearl World is a gorgeous and wonderful world composed of oceans and pearls. The blue stairs standing above the ocean, composed of countless pearls, is the passage to other worlds. However, not long ago, Visas Stavrost's emotional clone descended on this Pearl World and transformed into a man named Reno Heart. As Visas' clone, Reno Heart possesses Visas' 7 emotions and 6 desires, the emotion called sadness. He wanted to use the pearls condensed from the tears of the mermaids in the Pearl World to gain the ability of immortality. Reno Heart's own powerful power of sadness quickly swept away everything in the Pearl World. Especially those mermaids who did not have much powerful power could only succumb to Reno Heart's power and were forced to provide pearls made from their tears. It was not until Visa's arrival that the current situation of the enslaved mermaids was changed. Well, the story is so simple. The whole story of the card of the Pearl Tears Sorrow clan tells the story of Visas and the mermaids defeating the slave owner Reno Heart. Then Reno Heart was intercepted by the Kashanue clan of the 6th World Hawaii and the 6th World Hawaii was captured. However, according to the timeline of the system activation, the current card plot may not have begun yet. Visas should still be floating in the universe of the 6th World Hawaii and has not landed yet, right? According to the card process, these mermaids will probably have to be enslaved for a while and used as pearl producers. Damn, that guy named Reno Heart is too much. However, after listening to Mello's story, the always righteous Ecclesia couldn't sit still. Looking at her, she wanted to find that guy named Reno Heart and fight him for hundreds of rounds. Be quiet, be quiet. Reno Heart's perception is very strong. Be careful not to be heard by him. Mello waved his hand hastily, fearing that Ecclesia's words would reach Renohart's ears. This world no longer welcomes visitors from other worlds, so you better leave here as soon as possible. Mello still has a good impression of these outsiders and doesn't want Renohart to hurt them. But Renohart's strength has been deeply imprinted in the minds of the mermaids. Mello can only let Jade and the others leave here quickly. Now that you are here, it may not be so easy to leave, right? However, before he finished speaking, the sea behind Mello suddenly began to surge. A cold voice sounded from under the sea. A man with light blue hair, holding a long whip and wearing aqua blue armor, with a sneer on his lips, slowly emerged from the surging sea water. Seeing that man, Mello's little face suddenly turned pale with fear. Thunder, Lord Renohart! Renault? Hearing the name read out by Mello, Jade raised his eyebrows and looked at the man. Sure enough, he was exactly the same as the image in the card picture. And Jade could also feel a very strong power of sadness from this man. Even just getting close seemed to make people feel the change of emotions. Is this the power of sadness, one of Visa's 7 emotions and 6 desires? While Jade was looking at Renault was also looking at Jade. In fact, since Jade and the others came to this world, Renault had felt the dark power emanating from this young man. But he didn't intend to care about Jade. He thought he was just a creature passing by this dimension, so he let him stay for a while. But he didn't expect that the mermaids controlled by him actually told all their stories to a person from another dimension. For Renault, this mermaid named Mello had completely betrayed him. This was absolutely unforgivable for him. Humph, you actually dare to ask for help from outsiders without telling your master. Mermaids, what a lowly race! Renohart mercilessly swung the long whip in his hand at Mello. This heavy sound of breaking through the air, if it really hit Mello, at least his skin would be torn apart. Looking at Mello's terrified and desperate eyes, Jade frowned slightly, but still couldn't help raising his arm and quickly appeared in front of Mello. In his pupils, a golden Overlord light emerged. In an instant, the next generation dual disc on Jade's arm unfolded and blocked the swung long whip. The Overlord-like dual disc was like a weapon at this moment, and it actually knocked the long whip swung by Renohart away. What? He felt a pain in his palm, and looked at the whip that was blown away, with an expression of disbelief on his face. This guy's strength is above his own? It seems that if it is a pure battle of strength, he seems to be no match for this guy. Looking at Jade who was standing in front of Mello, Renohart's heart began to beat a little. But when he saw the dual disc on Jade's arm, Renohart seemed to think of something and raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. I see. Is he not just an outsider, but also a duelist who uses the power of elves to fight? Interesting. Let me tell you something you may not know. Renohart opened his hand and took back the long whip. The 2.8-inch whip immediately rolled around his arm several times. Finally, under the surprised eyes of Axia and Yubel, Renohart's whip transformed into a blue dual disc and appeared on his arm. I also have some power to control spirits to duel, so I can be called a duelist. What? Why not give up the most primitive fighting? Use the power of the spirits to see who is better. Jade raised his lips slightly. He also raised the dual disc on his arm. The one you want? Yuchen 10th generation, LP4000. Renault Hart, LP4000. Duel. As the duel was declared, a strong aura immediately spread out from the sea surface around Jade and Renohart, enveloping the two of them. The duel officially begins. Duel with card elves? Looking at the scene in front of her, Ecclesia was a little dumbfounded. Is this true? Chapter 73. The world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is full of various legends of swords and magic. But it is different from the general world of swords and magic. Here, even if you are not as strong as your opponent, you can use another way to win. That is, duel monsters. Duel monsters. In the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!, whether it is humans or dual elves, they all have the ability to duel cards. And the same is true for the world destruction dimension. Renohart's strength is not as good as Jade. He knows very well that compared to fighting with Jade, using the duel method obviously has a better chance of winning. I will attack first. Jade glanced at his dual disc. His next generation dual disc was reading the duel rules of this era. The fighting method used by the elves seemed to be no different from the master rules, except that the health value was changed from 8,000 to 4,000. In this world, he could not only use fusion summons, but also use other summoning methods besides fusion, such as synchro, ecto, pendulum, and link. It is detected that the host is in a duel beyond the times. Dual rules apply. 03. With the help of the system, all the structures required for summoning, such as the planetary particles, the super network, the pendulum factor, the link storm, etc., were integrated into the next generation dual disk. The pendulum area and the additional monster area appeared on Jadei's dual disk under the blue electronic light. Very good, now I can duel with ease. Yuchen Jadei's mouth curled up. After more than 10 years of GX generation duels, he almost forgot how to play the pure master rules. Now it's good, I can enjoy it. Yuchen Jadei's eyes swept across the cards in his hand. Although Renoheart didn't say what his deck was. But in this bad world, there is no need to guess other decks. Yuchen Jadei can be 100% sure. The deck used by Renoheart is the Pearl Tears Elegy Tribe deck. As a card master, the reputation of the Pearl Tears Elegy Tribe naturally needs no further introduction. The biggest feature of this family is that the 3 lower-level monsters as mermaids have the opportunity to be sent to the graveyard by effects. The fusion materials determined by the fusion monster can be returned from the hand, the field, and the graveyard in the order of your choice to the bottom of the holder's deck, and a fusion monster can be fusion summoned. End. The Pearl Tears Lamentation clan does not have any self-restraint cards, and can be paired with quite a few powerful cards to enhance itself. Of course. In that era of Rampage, the Pearl Tears Lamentation clan was able to break out of the crowd of perverts, not just because of the strength of the clan. More importantly, it came from another deck, the Earth Attribute, Angel Clan general purpose cards called Earth Angel. Ancient Vanguard, Ancient Guard, Sword Priest, and Sushin Statue. These 4 cards, while the Pearl Tears Lamentation clan has a powerful fusion ability, also give the Pearl Tears Lamentation clan the unreasonable ability to pile up graves, disturb graveyards, and recycle graveyards. In addition, Pearl Tears and Earth Angels both have the ability to activate and unfold during the opponent's turn. It is completely possible to do crazy moves during the opponent's and your own turns. Yuki Jadei didn't know if Renoheart had any cards other than Pearl Tears Lamentation clan. If it was just the pure main family Pearl Tears, Jadei would still be very confident of winning. But if this Pearl Tears added something else, that's a bit hard to say. I'm afraid it's time to test the bond between myself and my deck. In order to conquer the Pearl Tear deck, if you take it a little more seriously, there is nothing you can do about it. Yujo Jadei's mouth curled up. Let's start with some appetizers. Yujo Jadei unfolded the field area of the dual disc and placed a card in his hand on it. Activate the field magic card, Nightmare Jade Throne. Rumble. A dark palace descended into the pearl world. The rolling darkness even obscured the bright pearls that led to the sky like stairs. This darkness, looking at the darkness emerging from behind Yuki Jadei, Renoheart couldn't help but frown. What a joke! Isn't this guy's power a bit too much? Not only Renoheart. The mermaid Mello, who was protected by Ecclesia, was also trembling with fear at the darkness in front of her. It seemed that she had sensed Mello's fear. Ecclesia gently held Mello's hand and showed a pure and innocent smile. Don't be afraid, Jadei may look scary, but I know him well. Ecclesia looked at Yuki Jadei. Looking at the boy shrouded in darkness, a different light flashed in her eyes. Jadei, he's a pretty reliable person. Hey! Mello blinked and looked at Yuki Jadei curiously. As the effect of Nightmare Jade Throne, select a demon-type monster with 0 attack and defense from the deck to add to the hand or destroy it. Yujo Jadei opened his hand, and all the cards in the deck appeared in front of him. Damn it! Without the Phantom's minions to assist Yubel, the choices he could make were really pitiful. We must get the 3 Phantom demons as soon as possible. Yujo Jadei frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he had a new idea. I choose to destroy Yubel Elf from my deck and activate the effect of this card being destroyed. When this card is destroyed, select a Yubel from your hand, deck, graveyard, or banished zone, and special summon it. It's your turn. My other half of the soul. Yuchen Jadei's left eye immediately showed a green light. The next moment, darkness surged from his body. In the rolling fog, the half-human, half-dragon demon appeared on the field with a sneer. Yubel. Star rating, 10. Demons. Attack power, 0, defense power, 0. Hehe, you want me to take action right from the start. It seems that Jadei still cares about this duel. Yubel moved his own dragon claws and sneered at Reinhardt in front of him. Whispering sound, it turned out to be a high elf, Renault. Frowned. This terrifying feeling of oppression made him sweat on his forehead. Humph, stop talking nonsense. Yuzhou. Jade ignored Yubel's words, and then took down the Yubel elf in the graveyard and the Yubel on the field. Although this operation is a bit of a card loss. But because there is no phantom axis to assist, and in order to prevent the opponent from having a card like Little Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy tribe in his hand that can be special summoned during the opponent's turn, Yuzhou Jade can only be forced to use another form of Yubel. I return the Yubel on the field and the Yubel elf in the graveyard to the deck. Proceed, Soul Fusion. In an instant, Yubel and the two phantoms of Yubel's elf overlapped behind Yuchen Jade. With a flash of golden light, Yubel, whose whole body was covered with golden light, appeared on Yuchen Jade's field with a sneer. Come out! Yubel Phantom! Yubel Phantom! Star rating, 9. Demon/Fusion. Attack, 0, Defense, 0. Seeing Yubel Phantom on Yuki Jade's field, Reinhardt couldn't help but twitch his lips. Wait. Return the fusion materials from the hand, field, and graveyard to the deck for a fusion summon. Chapter 74. Yubel Phantom. Yubel's original fake card. Compared with the fusion effect of Pearl Tear, which can only be triggered after the 3 Little Mermaids are sent to the graveyard, Yubel Phantom is more like a Pearl Tear version of Contact Fusion. The simple appearance and rough effect make this card's strength comparable to a fake card. Summon, sacrifice Demonic Lotus. After taking protective measures, Yuzhou Jade continued his work. The Lotus Demon with the claws of Yubel's dragon rose from the summoning circle, hissing and sneering. Sacrifice the Demonic Lotus. Star rating, 1. Demons. Attack power, 0, Defense power, 0. Activate the Sacrificial Demon Lotus on the field and special summon a Yubel monster from the deck. Yuzhou Jade waved his arm, and the Sacrificial Demon Lotus on the field was immediately enveloped by a whirlwind and was sent to the graveyard as a sacrifice. Now, seeing Yuchen Jade's effect, Renault's eyes lit up and he immediately followed the chain. Card in hand. The effect of Little Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy clan is activated. This card can only be activated when the opponent activates the effect of a monster on the field. Special summon this card from your hand, and send 3 cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard. Here it comes. This is one of the first points where Pearl Tears can be deployed during the opponent's turn. Yuki Jade's eyes condensed. Come on, next, I will show you the most terrifying thing in the world. Reinhardt laughed loudly, and the Little Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy tribe in his hand began to flash a dazzling light. Oh no! As if knowing what would happen next. Mello, who was hiding behind Ecclesia, also covered his eyes nervously, not daring to look. However, the scene that Reinhardt imagined did not happen. The Little Mermaid in his hand was not specially summoned. The effect of sending the card to the grave was not even activated successfully. What's going on? Reinhardt was stunned. Isn't this right? How can my own card have no effect? What about the Little Mermaid's special ability to stack graves? Humph. Yuzhou Jade raised his lips. It seems that even you don't know what the effect of the Little Mermaid is. What? Reinhardt was slightly startled, and hurriedly looked at the card in his hand. What a joke, isn't it clearly written on it, Little Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy tribe, can only be activated when the effect on the opponent's field is activated. He paused halfway through reading the effect of Reinhardt. He suddenly realized that the second half of the sentence should have been special summon this card from your hand, and send 3 cards from your deck to the graveyard. It turned out to be the opponent destroys one of their hand, deck, field, or Yubel monsters. Modified. A cold sweat dripped down Reinhardt's forehead. He quickly looked up at Yuki Jade. However, he saw that the monster named Yubel Phantom on Yuki Jade's field was slowly dissipating. Was it you who did this? Finally found it. Yuki Jade smiled. Yubel Phantom, when the opponent activates a monster effect, you can activate it by releasing this card. Change the effect of that monster to the opponent destroys a Yubel monster in his/her hand or deck. As Yubel's Phantom disappeared from the field, a golden light suddenly shot up into the sky and then poured into the Little Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy tribe card in Reinhardt's hand. What? Reinhardt was shocked, and then he saw the golden light jumping on the card in his hand, resonating with Yuchen Jade's deck. Bang! Yubel in Yuchen Jade's deck was instantly shattered and sent to the graveyard. Unfortunately, due to the timing issue, Yubel's fourth effect cannot be activated successfully. Yubel's Jade murmured in a low voice. Yubel's fourth effect can only be activated when this card is destroyed in addition to the 3 effects. Select a Yubel's Hated Knight from the hand, deck, or graveyard to special summon. Because the effect of Sacrifice Demon Lotus has not been processed in the first chain, by the time this round of chain ends, the fourth effect of Yubel will have passed the time to be processed. If Yubel's fourth effect can be activated only when this card is destroyed, then the problem of being stuck in the timing can be completely avoided. In any case, this can be regarded as curbing the troublesome effect of Little Mermaid of Pearl Tears Elegy and preventing the opponent from deploying it during his turn. Jade had already anticipated this. However, in order to suppress the deployment of Pearl Tears, it is better to lose a little. Jade continued, then, the chain continues. According to the effect of Sacrifice Demon Lotus, special summon Yubel Elf from the deck. Yubel Elf. Star rating, 10. Demons. Attack, 0, Defense, 0. Yubel, a phantom, now appeared on the field of Jade, staring at Renoheart in front of him with a sneer. Yubel Elf can only be activated when the special summon is successful. Select a spell or trap card with the name of Yubel from your deck and add it to your hand, or set it on your side of the field. I choose to add the continuous magic card, Nightmare Pain, to my hand and activate it. Jade immediately activates the continuous magic card according to the effect of Nightmare Pain. During my main phase, I force destroy a face-up dark monster in my hand or on the field, and add Nightmare Pain and 1 card with Yubel or that card's name written on it from my deck to my hand. I chose to destroy the Yubel Elf on the field and added Hell Graveyard Creeper from the deck to my hand. Bang! The Yubel Elf on the field was instantly shattered into pieces. Then, the pitch-black darkness once again descended on Jade's field. Oh, by the way. When Yubel's Pokémon is destroyed, you can special summon Yubel from your hand, deck, graveyard, or banished zone. There is no limit of once per round. Jade's mouth curled up slightly. The darkness on the field dissipated. Yubel sneered again and appeared next to Jade from the graveyard. Yubel. Star rating, 10. Demons. Attack power, 0, defense power, 0. Varied, what? There is no limit. Renoheart was dumbfounded. Doesn't that mean that as long as he uses the effect of Yubel Elf, Yubel can appear on Jade's field from anywhere without any limit? Too shameless. This is too shameless. It's not over yet. Because Yubel Elf was destroyed and sent to the graveyard, the effect of Nightmare Jade Throne was activated. Jade opened his hand, and a ball of darkness had already condensed in Jade's hand. Once per turn, you can activate this effect when a face-up Yubel monster on your field leaves the field due to its effect. Add a Yubel monster that is 1 level higher or lower than that monster from your deck, graveyard, or banished to your hand. After that, you can special summon that monster regardless of the summoning conditions. Jade raised his mouth slightly. I choose to add to my hand and special summon Yubel's Angry Evolution. Yubel, the Hated Knight. Boom! Darkness erupted like a volcano. The giant 2-headed dragon spread its devilish wings and giant eyes and appeared on Jade's field. Yubel, the Hated Knight. Star rating, 11. Demon/special summon. Attack power, 0, defense power, 0. No way. Renoheart's hands began to tremble. He looked at the monster with fear in his eyes. Chapter 75. For dual monsters, the suppression of attack power is not fatal. What is truly fatal and terrifying is the level of the dual monsters. This natural terrifying suppression is deeply engraved in the soul of the dual monsters. Renoheart was already sweating profusely at this moment. Cover a card. At the end of my turn, the effect of Sacrifice Demon Lotus in the graveyard is activated. Jade began to arrange the chain. If this card is in the graveyard and you have Yubel on the field, activate it at your end phase, and this card will be special summoned from the graveyard. After that, chain the effects of Yubel and Yubel, the Hated Knight. Yubel, at the end of your turn, choose another monster on your field to release, or destroy itself. Since Yubel cannot free Yubel, the Hated Knight, I choose to let Yubel destroy it on its own. However, the third link is Yubel, the Hated Knight effect. At your end phase, destroy all monsters except this card. Jade waved his arm, and Yubel beside the dragon immediately turned into fragments and disappeared without a trace. Then, according to the chain arrangement, Sacrifice Demon Lotus was special summoned from the graveyard to the field. As soon as Yujo Jade finished speaking, Sacrifice Demon Lotus emerged from the graveyard again, and appeared on the field with a sneer. Star rating, 1. Demons. Attack power, 0, defense power, 0. I see, because Demon Sacrifice Lotus requires the presence of Yubel on the field to activate the special summon effect of the monster from the graveyard. In addition, at the same end phase, Yubel, the hated knight, will destroy all monsters except this card. The 10th generation must ensure that Yubel is on the field when the effect of Sacrifice Demon Lotus is activated. We also need to ensure that when the chain reaches Sacrifice Demon Lotus, the effect of Yubel, the hated knight, has already been activated, and it will not destroy Sacrifice Demon Lotus. Ecclesia suddenly realized. In this way, at the end of the turn, Jade will have 2 monsters on the field, Sacrifice Demon Lotus and Yubel, the hated knight. Tisk, what's the point of this little trick for a monster with 0 attack and defense? Renoheart spat in disdain. Although he was somewhat afraid of Yubel, he had no feelings towards this 1-star small fry. Moreover, it was his turn now. He would soon be able to show the power of his deck. It's my turn, draw a card. Renoheart drew a card and immediately displayed the card he drew. Activate the effect of Pearl Tear Lamentation Siren Mermaid in your hand. Activate during your main phase. Special summon this card from your hand, select a monster from your hand and send it to the graveyard. After that, send 3 cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard. Sister Siren. Mello was shocked when he saw the card that Renoheart showed. In an instant, a whirlpool rolled up on the sea. A silver-haired girl dressed in blue galaxy silk emerged from the sea. She held a long sword inlaid with pearls and colored glass. The surrounding sea water also continued to stir up waves because of the girl's appearance. At this moment, the girl's face was covered with a silver-white ball mask, and her whole face was expressionless, like a puppet. The Siren Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Sorrow tribe. Star rating, 4. Aqua. Attack power, 1800, defense power, 1300. Sister Siren. Mello shouted the siren's name loudly. However, the Siren Mermaid seemed to not hear Mello's call at all. The sad aura emanating from her body turned into blue light, wandering around her body. That mermaid seems to be controlled by someone. Ecclesia swallowed her saliva. This scene was too familiar to her. This was what happened when Sister Flordelis was controlled by the church using the brand. It's the power of sorrow from Renoheart. Yujo Jade stared at the mask on Siren's face. The mask was filled with the power of Renoheart's own sorrow. It was also because of this power that Renoheart was able to control the mermaid race in the Pearl world and use the power of these mermaids. If he wanted to remove the shackles of sorrow that enslaved these mermaids, he had to beat Renoheart to his knees and make him completely submit to him. Hehe, according to the effect of the Siren Mermaid, I sent the little mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy tribe in my hand to the graveyard. And, send the top 3 cards of the deck to the graveyard. Swish, swish, swish. 3 cards were sent from the top of Renoheart's deck to the graveyard in an instant. And then, the little mermaid card that was sent to the graveyard also flashed a dazzling light. At this moment, the effect of Little Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy tribe is activated. This card can only be activated when it is sent to the graveyard by an effect. Send the fusion materials determined by the fusion monster from the hand, field, and graveyard back to the bottom of the owner's deck in the order you like, and fusion summon that fusion monster from the extra deck. Renoheart started to get excited. Of course, in order to prevent the bastard Yuki Jade from rewriting the card effect again. Renoheart immediately chained another card that was sent to the graveyard. I chained the effect of Renoheart of the Pearly Tear Singer to myself in the cemetery. This card can only be activated when it is sent to the graveyard by an effect. This card is special summoned. Select a Tears of Elegy card from your hand and send it to the graveyard. Renoheart took a card from his hand. The card I sent to the graveyard is the Continuous Trap card, the Lament of a Bad Life. Come out. I am myself. Renoheart of the Pearly Tear Sorrow tribe. Boom. Renoheart's body suddenly condensed into a water clone, which appeared on his own field. The clone had a sneer on his face, and at the same time as the original body behind him, he laughed gloomily. Renoheart of the Pearly Tear Sorrow tribe. Star rating, 4. Warrior. Attack power, 1500, defense power, 2100. Interesting. Using Renoheart's own effects, you want to circumvent my effect of nullifying Little Mermaid. However, I will not waste such a precious effect on a fusion. Yuchen Jade raised his mouth slightly. He has now confirmed that Renohart's deck does not have auxiliary cards such as Earth Angel. If so, then this pure main family Pearl tier deck is absolutely impossible to beat himself and Yubel. In terms of the strength of the main family, Yubel is extremely strong. Chapter 76. As the chain is arranged, the moment Renohart is specially recruited, the effect of Little Mermaid of the Pearly Tier Elegy tribe in the graveyard is also chained. I return the Little Mermaid of the Pearly Tier Elegy tribe in the graveyard and Mare of the Absolute Sea in my hand to the deck for fusion. Renohart returned the 2 cards to the deck. The aqua blue fusion vortex twisted behind him, and the silver-haired girl with a sad mask on her face also merged into the vortex with the other card. A fusion of a Pearl Tier Sorrow monster and a water monster. Fusion summon. Narcissus Mermaid. The shining pearls sparkle brightly in the ocean. Water, Water Fairy Sister. Under Mellow's horrified eyes, a girl wearing a blue starry sky gauze dress and with a stunning face slowly emerged from the vortex of fusion. Her long aqua blue hair fluttered in the wind amidst the frenzy. A silver-white sad mask covered the girl's face, making her exude an endless atmosphere of sadness. Narcissus Mermaid. Star rating, 5. Aqua/Fusion. Attack power, 2300, defense power, 1200. At this moment, the chain is newly opened. Narcissus Mermaid of the Pearly Tier Lament Tribe effect activated. When this card is successfully special summoned, select a Tears of Elegy card from your deck and add it to your hand, or send it to the graveyard. Renohart said coldly. Furthermore, the effects of Lament of the Last Life sent to the graveyard by the effect of Renohart are activated in a chain reaction. If this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, add a Tears of Elegy monster from your deck to your hand. Then chain 3, I activate the effect of Pearl Tier Elegy Tribe Renohart. Activate when I summon or special summon successfully, and send a Tears of Elegy monster from my deck except Tears of Elegy Renohart to the graveyard. A new chain has started. Seeing Renohart break the chain again, Ecclesia frowned. By activating the effects of important cards first, you can avoid the chain counter that the opponent can only activate second in the subsequent chain. Sacrifice Demon Lotus on the field of the 10th generation. It has the ability to release Sacrifice Demon Lotus to activate during the opponent's turn. If there is a Yubel monster on the field and the monster effect is activated, it can be activated to change the effect of that monster to destroy a Yubel monster on the field. Although this effect can rewrite the effect of the opponent's monster. But the only flaw is that the ability of this card can only be used after the effect of other opponent's monsters. And Renohart arranged the chain and deliberately activated the effect of Narcissus Mermaid first, and then chained Renohart's own effect. In this way, when Jade can activate the effect of Sacrifice Demon Lotus, the only effect that can counter it is Renohart, which is not a big deal. The real key Narcissus Mermaid of the Pearl Tier Lament tribe cannot be affected by Sacrifice Demon Lotus. It's just a card elf, but its dueling skills are no less than many dueling masters in the world. Ecclesia could not help but exclaim. Chains were lined up. Yuki Jade was silent for a moment and did not choose to activate any effects on his field. He knew that being one step ahead of others in arranging chains was also a strong point for the Pearl Tier's Elegy tribe. Such a terrifying ability also made the decks that could compete with the Pearl Tiers in the original Pearl Tiers environment almost all have strong suppression and strong blocking abilities. For example, it can prevent the special summoned attack position monsters from activating effects, and prevent the opponent from special summoning. For example, the Rescue Girl can block the Graveyard effect, Graveyard special move, and banish cards. For example, it can stably release a huge jet in its own turn to limit the deployment of Pearl Tiers, and use the small animals to turn the offensive to make a small Dark Claw Rainbow Light Herald to banish the satellite flash sent to the graveyard by the opponent. In addition to these anti-Pearl fighters, like the multi-counter type deck, in addition to being unable to compete with Pearl Tiers in its own turn, even if it is full of full counters, it will also be because it cannot accurately counter the key cards in a series of Pearl Tiers chains, and was forced to disappear from the pie chart. Therefore, Yuchen Jade had no intention of interfering with the Pearl Tiers chain. Moreover, Yuchen Jade discovered that from the order of Renohart's summons just now, Renohart did not seem to use the cards related to Pearl Tier's Elegy Clan Merlot Mermaid. This also means that the mermaids who could originally activate the fusion in the graveyard only have 2 cards left, the Siren Mermaid and the Little Mermaid. Yuchen Jade glanced at Merlot, who was still nervously watching the duel. Unlike other mermaids, Merlot had not been infected by the breath of sadness and was completely enslaved by Reno Heart. This also means that the duel between card elves can only use the power controlled by the card elves, instead of being able to construct at will in the huge card pool like humans. This means that no matter how Reno Heart unfolds, the ending he can make is also within the control of Yuchen Jude. Maybe I can use this to launch a special counterattack against Reno Heart. Yuchen Jude glanced at the blocked card on his field without leaving any trace. The corner of his mouth raised an arc. Hehe, you didn't make any moves? It seems that you are also shocked by the strength of the Pearl Tears Sorrow tribe. Reno Heart didn't seem to notice the change in Yuki Jude's expression. At the moment, he was still excited about his chain passing. Soon, you will see. My true attitude, my true strength. The chain continues, and based on the principle of last come last served, my own effect will be activated first. I added Little Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy tribe from the deck to my hand. Then chain the Lament of a Lifetime of Destruction and add the second card Siren Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Lament tribe from the deck to the hand. Sure enough, this guy doesn't have a mermaid in his deck. If so, this means, this set of Pearl Tears Lamentation lacks a lot of key components. I'm afraid even the terminal is missing something. The curve of Yujo Jude's mouth became more and more obvious. Ecclesia blinked her eyes and noticed Yujo Jude's expression at the moment. Does that mean that you are very confident that you can win this duel? Then, based on the effect of Narcissus Mermaid, I choose a Tears of Elegy card from the deck and add it to my hand or send it to the graveyard. I choose to send the Quick Play spell card, Shake the World to the graveyard. And open another chain, according to the effect of shaking the destruction of one life. When this card is sent to the graveyard by the effect, target a Tears of Lamentation trap card in the graveyard and add it to your hand. As he said this, Reno Heart added the Lament of one life from the graveyard to his hand. Very good. In this case, everything is ready. Glancing at the card in his hand, the corners of Reno Heart's mouth began to rise uncontrollably. Use the power of these mermaids to release my true form. Thinking of this, Reno Heart couldn't wait any longer. Come on. Activate the effect of Pearl Tear Lamentation Narcissus Mermaid. You can activate this effect by targeting a monster on your field, and from your hand or graveyard, select a Tears of Elegy monster to special summon, and send the target monster to the graveyard. Reno Heart said, showing a card from his hand. I choose to special summon Little Mermaid of Pearly Tear Elegy. And send Siren Mermaid of Pearly Tear Elegy to the graveyard. As the Little Mermaid and Siren Mermaid took over, a crazy smile gradually appeared on Reno Heart's face. Activate when the Siren Mermaid is sent to the graveyard by an effect. Return the fusion materials needed to fuse the monster card, including the Siren Mermaid, from your hand, field, graveyard, or to the bottom of your deck in the order you like. Go ahead, fusion summon. Reno Heart laughed excitedly. I return the Siren Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Lament tribe in the graveyard, the Little Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Lament tribe on the field, and the Reno Heart of the Pearly Tear Lament tribe to the deck and fuse them. Ha 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 ha. The wild laughter echoed in the azure water. The bodies of the Siren and the Little Mermaid turned into pure power, which continued to flow into Reno Heart's body. Sister Siren. Little Mermaid. Seeing his two sisters being swallowed by Reno Heart, Mello was so anxious that tears were about to fall. The water vortex was gradually eroded by darkness. The dark tentacles were madly thrown out from the gradually blackened vortex, hitting the sea surface and raising huge waves. The arrogant and excited laughter echoed in the waves. Finally awakened. I am the most perfect, the most flawless, ageless, immortal, and absolutely invincible. Reno Heart's figure slowly emerged from the vortex. His face, which was originally a bit childish, became extremely gloomy at this moment. The lower half of his body turned into a pure mermaid. Countless octopus tentacles waved under him, filled with a strong full style. I am the absolute ruler of this world. Renault, no. It's Kaldor Heart. Kaldor Heart of the Pearly Tear Singer. Star rating, 9. Demon/Fusion. Attack power, 3000, defense power, 3000. What is this? Seeing the half-human, half-siren horrible creature, Ecclesia was so frightened that her face turned pale. Although Reno Heart was a little unpleasant, he at least looked like a normal person. But now, he can't even be called a human being. This is a pure siren. Ha 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 ha, do you feel it? This immortal power. Reno Heart, no, at this moment, Kaldor Heart was laughing arrogantly. As he laughed, the surrounding sea surface began to surge. The waves scared Ecclesia and Mello so much that they hugged each other and screamed. Looking at the smugly laughing Kaledoheart, Yuki Jade fell silent. It's a waste to give you such a strong deck. Hey! Kaledoheart was slightly startled. What do you mean? The meaning is obvious, right? The power of the mermaids is simply a waste in your hands. Jade stared at Kaledoheart coldly. Waste of natural resources? What a joke! Kaledoheart was obviously a little angry. Don't forget, I haven't performed a normal summon this turn. Glancing at the card in his hand, Kaledoheart raised his lips. I activate the continuous magic card, the sound of the string that cuts through the world. Then from your hand, normal summon Silent Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Tribe. The Siren Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Sorrow Tribe. Star rating, 4. Aqua. Attack power, 1800, defense power, 1300. In this case, sound of the strings that split the world will trigger its effect, and when a monster is summoned or special summoned on the field, if you have a Tears of Elegy monster on your field, send 3 cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard, and reduce the attack power of monsters on the opponent's field by 500 points. Kaledoheart sneered, obviously wanting to use the power of the mermaids again. Snort, boring. It's almost time for you to realize your own strength and how powerless you are in front of the truly powerful and invincible. Jade's body began to be shrouded in darkness. The dark Overlord armor attached to the boy's body. The dark green and golden pupils flashed with different colors in the darkness. At this moment, open the cover card. Quick attack magic card, Super Fusion. What? Super Fusion? Kaledoheart's expression changed. Let's see it. A symbol of the strongest power created by the darkness within. Absolutely invincible. Release the ultimate power. Send a card in your hand to the graveyard. Jade showed a cruel sneer on his face. Hyperconvergence. Start. Boom. Thunder roared through the sky. The blue pearl world was quickly covered by dark clouds. Even the sea surface turned pure black at this moment. Kaledoheart stared at the changes in the world in amazement. His body couldn't help but tremble in this terrifying darkness. Yuki Jade opened his hand, and a card began to condense rapidly in the vortex of thunderclouds. I will fuse your Water Fairy Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Lamentation Clan and Siren Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Lamentation Clan. Bang! The sad mask on the Water Fairy's face was instantly shattered. Her originally lifeless eyes also quickly became clear at this moment. And Kaledoheart felt that the power of the fused Siren Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Lamentation Clan in his body was being drawn out of his body and began to flow towards the vortex in the sky. No, impossible. What on earth is this? Kaledoheart struggled desperately, not wanting to lose the power of the mermaids under his control. However, under the distortion of super fusion, no matter how hard Kaledoheart struggled, he could only feel his power being quickly drained from his body. In the face of this absolute power, despair. Jade slowly caught the card that emerged from the super fusion vortex and shouted. Fusion Summon. Chapter 77. The previous chapter was fused wrong. The author was so excited that he forgot that Squidward cannot be used as a fusion material. It has been corrected now. Thank you readers for reminding me. Seeing the card in Yuki Jade's hand, Kaledoheart, whose siren power was being stripped away, showed a painful expression on his face. The black power like the starry sky was constantly leaking out of Kaledoheart's body. The power of the pearl tears was escaping from Kaledoheart's body and constantly pouring into the super fusion vortex. No, impossible. My power is moving away from me. Looking at his hands beginning to degenerate from claws, Kaledoheart was full of disbelief. At this moment, the water nymph on Kaledoheart's field gradually woke up from being manipulated. She seemed to realize what was happening at the moment. The moment she regained consciousness, she took the initiative to transform into a ball of water blue power and poured into the sky. Kaledoheart's face became more and more embarrassed. The siren in his body was being quickly drawn out. The water nymph was also out of his control. What a joke! Why? Do I have a feeling that I am going to be killed? The body of the water nymph and the power of the siren gradually blended in the fusion vortex. Under a series of gorgeous water blue bubbles, the appearance of the water nymph began to change drastically. 280. The princess dress on her body also gradually became more gorgeous. The short blade in her hand, also in the nourishment of the siren's power, gradually turned into a gorgeous long sword covered with colorful glass. Rusheka Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Sorrow Tribe. Star Rating, 8. Aqua/Fusion. Attack Power, 3000, Defense Power, 2500. The Water Fairy evolved under the power of her own race. Looking at the girl standing on the field with a gorgeous posture, Uajojude could even feel the power of the Pearl Tear Elegy tribe pouring into her body. Rusalka slightly tilted her face and glanced at Uajojude. Her bright eyes seemed to be filled with gratitude for Uajojude. She was grateful to Uajojude for freeing their mermaid tribe from the clutches of Reno Heart. But, damn! These humble mermaids! Looking at the Rusheka mermaid who had undergone a gorgeous transformation, Kaledoheart's face had turned dark. He couldn't believe that these mermaids who were originally enslaved by him dared to betray him one by one. This power that made him immortal would become someone else's wedding dress. Looking at the extremely angry Kaledoheart, Uajojude's mouth slightly raised. In the original card story, the power of fear that Visas obtained in the fourth world of destruction released Kaledoheart's control over the mermaids using the power of sorrow. Kaledoheart was also attacked and backstabbed by the Water Fairy, backstabbed in the physical sense, and was completely defeated by Visas and the mermaids. And as Kaledoheart fell, the Water Fairy absorbed the power that Kaledoheart took from the Pearl Tears clan, thus evolved into the form of a Rusheka mermaid. Now, although she didn't completely absorb all the power of the tears that Colliderhat had absorbed like Katu did, under the power of superfusion, the water nymph still evolved into a new form by fusion with the Siren Mermaid. As the power of superfusion dissipated, Colliderhat finally calmed down from his fear. He gritted his teeth and glared at the Rusheka mermaid on Ukijode's field, as if he wanted to eat the girl alive. How dare you betray your master? I will tear you to pieces! Colliderhat roared, and the surrounding sea water surged again in an instant. Although half of his power was taken away by the superfusion, the remaining power could still maintain Colliderhat's current posture. He swung countless tentacles and slapped the sea surface, his expression distorted by extreme anger. Sound of the strings that split the world, send 3 cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard. This turn, the opponent's monster's attack power decreases by 500 points. Boom! The violent waves swept the Rusalka mermaid. Compared to Ubal, whose attack power is 0, and the sacrifice of the demon lotus. Obviously, only Rusalka herself can feel the impact of this effect. Woo! As the girl moaned, Rusalka's attack power began to decline rapidly. Rusheka mermaid of the Pearly Tear Sorrow Tribe. Attack, 3000-2500. Then, I activate myself. The effect of Pearl Tear Lament Tribe Collider. Collider continued to roar when this card is successfully special summoned, or when this card exists on the field, a water monster is sent to your graveyard by an effect. Target a card on the opponent's field and return that card to the owner's deck. Kaledoheart has obviously regarded Rusheka mermaid as a thorn in his side. Even if he can't win this duel, he must crush this merman who betrayed him with his own hands. I choose to return Rusalka mermaid of the Pearl Tear Elegy tribe to the owner's deck. Rusalka's face showed a trace of fear. She was born from hyperfusion. If she was returned to the deck, she would probably be swallowed by hyperfusion again. At that time, not to mention that her soul as a water nymph would be swallowed by the terrifying power of hyperfusion, the siren mermaid she absorbed would probably be eaten back by hyperfusion. A monster that bullies me in front of me, isn't that a little disrespectful to me? Kaledoheart. Uajojude's eyes turned cold, and he immediately waved his arm, activate the effect of Sacrifice Demonic Lotus. During your opponent's turn, when there is a Ubal monster on your field and the monster effect is activated, you can activate it by releasing this card. Change that effect to destroy a Ubal monster on the field. What? Kaledoheart's face changed when he saw the sacrificial demonic lotus on Uajojude's field being swallowed by the white vortex and sent to the cemetery. He had been focusing on Rusalka and had forgotten that there was such a guy on Uajojude's field. Oops, oops. Colliderhat's tentacles that were thrown towards the Rusheka mermaid were suddenly changed in direction by a strong force, and hit the two-headed dragon on Uajojude's field heavily. Watching the two-headed dragon's body gradually break apart, Colliderhat's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Hee, what a disgusting feeling. This pain, was this something the 10th generation deliberately inflicted on me? At this moment, Ubal's cold laughter began to linger on the field. The body of the gradually broken two-headed dragon began to surge with a more terrifying and trembling dark power. In an instant, the entire world was sunk by this dark power. The pearl world began to tremble rapidly. The pearl stairs leading to the sky also began to break and fell into the ocean. When Yubel, the hated knight, leaves the field, you can select cards from your hand, deck, or graveyard. Select a Yubel's ultimate form and special summon it. In Yuki Jidai's hand, darkness began to gather rapidly into a card. The darkness emanating from Yubel on the field, also condensed into a brand new two-headed dragon. The dragon let out a sharp roar. A giant demon's face was engraved on the dragon's chest, and it let out a twisted and sharp laugh. This is Yubel's final appearance. Yubel, the extremely sad dragon. Yubel, the extremely sad dragon. Stars, 1-2. Demon/special summon. Attack power, 0, defense power, 0. In an instant, the oppressive feeling brought by the 12-star highest level monster instantly overwhelmed everyone like a mountain. Due to this terrifying pressure, Kael'dohart could only half open his mouth and tremble his body. Ecclesia and Mello, who seemed to be low-level elves, had already been suppressed by this terrifying deterrent force and sat on the reef, their faces pale. Rushika's heart was also beating wildly, and she couldn't imagine that there was such a terrifying existence in this world. It's over. Yujojide slowly raised his hand. The green light in his left eye seemed to be able to control people's minds at this moment, shining directly into Kael'dohart's soul. It's time to enter the battle phase. Kael'dohart's face changed, and his body involuntarily aimed at the dragon. My body. Out of my control? Nightmare pain effect. As long as there is a Yubel monster on your field, the opponent's monster that can attack must attack the Yubel monster. And Yuchen Jide said coldly. Self-er when monsters fight, any battle damage incurred to you will be borne by the opponent. At the same time Yubel, the dragon of extreme sorrow, will not be destroyed by battle, and the battle damage inflicted on itself will be reduced to 0. Also, at the end of the damage step, when this card in attack position battles with an opponent's monster, you can activate. Deal damage equal to the attack power of the opponent's monster. And Yujojide's eyes were filled with coldness, and he looked at Kael'dohart as if he was looking at a dead person. Destroy that 4.7 monster. Kael'dohart was stunned. His body began to attack the extremely sad dragon uncontrollably. However, the moment he whipped the dragon, Kael'dohart's tentacles began to crack. Kael'dohart, LP 40001000. No, impossible. My power can't even touch this person. Watching the cracks gradually approaching his body, Kael'dohart's face showed a look of despair. I am not old, undying, invincible existence. How can it be? How could I lose? No. Bang. With a crisp sound, Kael'dohart's body instantly shattered into countless pieces. Under everyone's shocked gaze, it scattered on the seabed. Kael'dohart, LP 10000. Yuki Jide, Win was completely shattered in despair. Chapter 78. As Kael'dohart's body shattered, all his strength was finally transformed into a card that sealed this power and fell into the hands of Yuki Jide. Congratulations to the host for defeating the card elf Renohart, Kael'dohart. Card Pearl Tier Sorrow Tribe Renohart Kael'dohart of the Pearl Tier's Lamentation clan has been sent to the host's collection card book. Has absorbed the power of sorrow from Renohart. The system voice that sounded beside his ears made Yujojidae startled. The power of sorrow? What is this? Looking at the two cards in his hand, Yujojidae felt a little confused. He knew that Renohart was an emotion called sorrow among Visa's 7 emotions and 6 desires. In the current card story, Visa's emotions that have been clearly shown are fear, anger, sorrow, and joy. So what does this sadness that he has obtained mean? Is it part of Visa's power? But Yujojidae didn't feel any trace of power from this sorrow. Or, what kind of miracle can he trigger after gathering these 4 emotions? That. Just when Yujojidae was wondering about this power, a voice from the side suddenly broke Yujojidae's meditation. He turned his head and saw the girl who had regressed into a water fairy, standing beside him. In her blue eyes, there was a mixture of fear and gratitude. Behind the water fairy, the siren and the little mermaid who had recovered their bodies were also standing there. Their faces were still filled with relief for surviving the disaster. Yujojidae defeated Renohart and liberated the mermaids from Renohart's slavery. Although the mermaids were very weak, they also knew the principle of repaying kindness. If Jide had not used superfusion and Yubel's power to defeat Kael'dohart in the end, I am afraid that the mermaids would really disappear in the first world with Kael'do heart. For this kind-hearted person who helped their clan, the mermaids' hearts were naturally full of goodwill and gratitude. However, the dark power emanating from Jade was too terrifying. Even standing far away, the mermaids would feel a little uneasy. What's wrong? Jade retracted his own darkness. As the Overlord armor covering his body was removed, the heavy feeling that was suppressed in the hearts of the mermaids also completely disappeared at this moment. That, your name is, Jade, right? Feeling the depression in her heart dissipate, the water fairy breathed a sigh of relief and finally dared to approach Jade. She looked at Jade with eyes full of admiration and gratitude. Thank you so much for saving us from Reno Heart. It's just a small thing that can be done with just a little effort. Yachin. Jade shook the 2 cards that Reno Heart transformed into in his hand. Besides, the reward has already been paid. No, that was what Reno Heart deserved, and it was not our gratitude to you. They. Water Fairy shook her head repeatedly. If she could not repay Jade's kindness, she would never feel at ease. We don't know what we can give you in return. The Water Fairy opened her hands, and a faint light gathered in her hands. A crystal clear blue pearl slowly emerged. The Water Fairy looked at Zhao gratefully and handed the pearl to him. I understand that you are a duelist who can manipulate the power of spirits, right? This is the crystallization of our Pearly Tear Sorrow tribe. If you use it, you can use our power at any time. Although our strength is small, but as long as you don't mind, we are willing to contribute our power to you. Looking at the pearl in the hands of the Water Fairy, Jade showed a surprised look. He could feel the pure and powerful power contained in this pearl. And this power seemed to have some response with his own Overlord power. He frowned and tried to reach out and touch the blue pearl. However, with a ripple rising from the pearl turned into a ball of pure power, and merged into Jade's body along the fingertips. Congratulations to the host for gaining recognition from the Pearl Tears Sorrow tribe. Pearl Tears Elegy Tribe Card Deck, unlocked. Buzz. The sound that rang in his ear made Jade's body tremble. The next moment, in front of Jade, it seemed that all the cards of the Pearl Tears Elegy tribe appeared. Then, they were gradually collected into Jade's system card book. At the same time, the Water Fairy also looked at her crystal being absorbed by Jade with some surprise. She didn't seem to expect that her power would be so well adapted to Jade's power. The young man in front of her. It seems that he is more suitable to become the first bat and the new master of the Pearl Tears Elegy tribe than Reno Heart. However, the Water Fairy did not say it out loud. With the precedent of Reno Heart, who enslaved the mermaids for immortality. Although the Water Fairy is grateful to Jade, she also needs to understand Jade's character first. Otherwise, she will never allow the Pearl Tears Elegy tribe to fall into the cycle of enslavement again. Our strength is in the hands of Mr. Jade. Thank you for saving the Pearl world. The Water Fairy bowed slightly and expressed her gratitude again. The 3 girls behind her, Siren, Little Mermaid, and Merlet, also hurriedly followed suit and bowed to express their gratitude. I will use this power well. Jade also chose to accept this power. He came to this world for the card deck of Pearl Tears Lamentation. Now that the master has allowed him to use it, there is no need for him to be polite. Moreover, the 110 power of the mermaids is also an indispensable force for him to become the Overlord and rule all dimensions. He has no reason to refuse this power. Tisk, I also have very strong power, okay, looking at the mermaids who were rapidly getting closer to Jade, Ecclesia curled her lips and muttered in a low voice. She is a saint after all. Although she is a former saint, the power of the stigmata is still there. She can definitely help Jade. As Jade and his group left Yishaway, the Water Fairy smiled and watched everyone leave. Until Jade and Ecclesia disappeared without a trace, the Water Fairy's smile gradually calmed down. Sister Nayad, is it really okay to give all your power to Jade like this? Siren came to Nayad and couldn't help asking, although Mr. Jade saved us, we still don't know him very well. No, that power connects the Pearl world and Jade's world. We can also observe Jade's character through the dual cards in the form of card spirits. The Water Fairy shook her head and interrupted the Siren. She turned to look at Mello, who was playing with the Little Mermaid. A faint smile appeared on her face. Chapter 79. GX Generation. In the classroom of the college. Ahem, fellow students. I am the head of the Obelisk Blue Dormitory and also a guest professor at the Duel Academy. Kronos de Medici. In the next 3 years, I will be your duel teacher. Please give me your guidance, Noon. In the classroom, a man with a strange golden kappa hairstyle and a face resembling the pot of greed was standing with his hands behind his back, introducing himself to the students in the classroom. Although he was not very good looking, the fact that Kronos was hired as a professor at the Duel Academy was enough to show that his duel level was quite high. Moreover, the ancient machinery deck he used was also a very rare and powerful deck in the GX generation. Without the plot in the original work where he was slapped in the face by the 10th generation during the entrance exam and became the laughing stock of the academy, Professor Kronos looked much more confident in front of the students. So, please turn to the first page of the book. Today our lesson is the basic rules of dueling. Professor Kronos turned the page and scanned the students in the audience. Finally, his gaze paused for a moment on a boy who was sleeping soundly on the table. Unlike the students who wore red, yellow, and blue school uniforms, this student was not wearing the Duel Academy uniform. He even lay on the table during the first class. He simply didn't take his professor seriously. Speaking of which, this student seems to be. Professor Kronos flipped through the student list on the table. His eyes focused on the photo of Yuki Jide and the name. This was the student that the principal had previously told him not to pay too much attention to. Also, was this the champion of the previous World Invitational? Professor Kronos was originally a little unhappy, but when he saw the title of World Invitational Champion, his mood immediately disappeared. He clenched his fist and coughed, ignoring the sleeping Yuki Jide. Ahem, let me first explain the basic rules of Duel Monsters. Duel Monsters. Professor Kronos began to talk about the rules of dueling monsters on the podium. And under the podium, many students also noticed Yuki Jide. Is he really the invitational champion? Why is he here at Duel Academy? Yes, with his ability, there is no need for him to come to the academy for further study. Did I recognize the wrong person? No, I watched the live broadcast before, it was indeed him. Hey? That's ridiculous. There's actually a world champion in the academy. The students were discussing in whispers. Of course, not everyone was curious about the invitational champion. In the blue zone of Obelisk, listening to the various discussions about Yuki Jide, Manyomu's face became even gloomier. Recalling the humiliation of being killed instantly by Yuki Jide last night, Manyomu, who was the top student in the grade, was filled with endless frustration and unwillingness. Yajo Jide. Gritting his teeth, Manyomu's hatred for Jide has reached its peak at this moment. On the other side, in the Obelisk Blue Girls area, Asuka propped up her face and looked at the sleeping figure of Yuki Jide, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. The duel with Yuki Jide last night left a deep impression on Asuka. Whether it was the legendary Exodia or the terrifying one-punch OTK, it can be seen that the strength of this young man should not be underestimated. However, judging from his performance in class, I really don't understand where his terrifying strength comes from. Does being strong really not mean being a good student? Soon, the morning class was spent in Yuki Jide's sleep. As the lunch break bell rang, Ecclesia also ran to Yuki Jide with a book in her arms, and whispered to him. 10 generations. Jide, get up and have lunch. Yujo Jide raised his head sleepily and stretched hard. He had been busy for so long in the previous life's bad dimension last night. He thought he would have time to have a good rest after returning to this world. But he knew that it was already bright when he was just teleported back. Yujo Jide didn't even have time to sleep, and was forced to drag Ecclesia to the classroom. Perhaps it was the atmosphere of the classroom that reminded Jide of his school life in his previous life. The moment his butt touched the seat, he couldn't stop the sleepiness that was already coming. Phew, but this sleep is still quite comfortable. Yuchen Jide let out a long sigh and immediately became energetic. Let's go, it's time to eat. Yet. Hearing the word eating, Ecclesia nodded happily. The two left the classroom. Many singles behind them immediately showed envious eyes. That Yuki Jide has a really good relationship with classmate Ecclesia. Yes, they have been inseparable since they entered school. Are they a couple? I'm so envious, such a lovely classmate. Axilia actually likes someone like Yujo Jide who seems difficult to get along with. Damn it, being handsome is so great. Me, I'm not bad looking, am I? Woo, woo woo woo. The singles burst into tears. Damn Yujo Jide. This is so enviable. Hey! Yuki Jide has a girlfriend. What a pity, I thought he was a single handsome guy. Hearing the discussion of the boys over there, Asuka's two best friends, Makoto Junko and Hamaguchi Beiwi, immediately showed disappointed expressions. Can you two stop thinking about these things all day long? Didn't you come to the duel academy to learn how to duel? Asuka couldn't help but frown. Her two best friends, how could they be so crazy? They haven't even talked to me yet, but they're already paying attention to me. Well, Asuka, you're taking it too seriously. Junko pouted and retorted unhappily, for people like Beiwi and I, we didn't plan to continue being duelists after graduation. Yes, enjoying sweet love and campus life in Duel Academy is what we should do. Beiwi nodded with a smile. I'm talking to you guys. Asuka helplessly held her forehead. Besides, there aren't many decent freshmen this year, except for Yajo Jide. I think the guy who got first place in the entrance exam is pretty handsome too. What's your name? Misawa Daichi, right? Asuka was already too tired to complain. What on earth do these two best friends of hers do on weekdays? It's okay that they don't study hard for duels. How come they can't even remember their classmates' names? Hehe, speaking of which, Asuka, what do you think of the new students? Junko and Beiwi giggled and began to ask Asuka again. Asuka, the ice beauty known as the Queen of the Duel Academy, what are her standards for her other half? It's really exciting. I am not interested in what you are talking about. Asuka snorted coldly, stood up, and walked out of the classroom. Now, the only thing I want to do is to continuously improve my duel strength. This is the reason why I came to Duel Academy. Looking at Asuka's leaving back, Junko and Beiwi looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. So. Chapter 80. Obelisk Blue Dormitory Canteen. At the table by the window, Ecclesia swept the delicacies on the table like a whirlwind. The pile of plates like a small mountain made the passing students show surprised expressions. No one could believe that the sweet and lovely girl could finish so much food in one breath. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. And Yuki Jide, who was sitting opposite Ecclesia. At this moment, his attention was not on the food at all. He looked at the Pearl Tier Elegy Tribe card in his hand, thinking about the construction of the next deck in his mind. The strength of the Pearl Tier's Lamentation Clan deck is naturally not to be underestimated. As a deck without any self-discipline, this deck is extremely flexible and can be used in almost any fusion deck. However, if the corresponding auxiliary cards are missing, the strength of the Pearl Tier's Lamentation Clan is indeed quite limited. After countless predecessors' exploration, the best match for Pearl Tiers is the Earth Angel and Shadow Requiem, which can be linked with Pearl Tiers while stacking graves. But unfortunately, Jide has not unlocked these two decks for the time being. He can only use the branded Abyss Beast as a meal replacement. While considering the construction of the deck, a small scream sounded in the Obelisk Blue cafeteria. Yuchen Jide raised his eyelids and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw several Obelisk Blue girls looking at the cafeteria door with a crazy look on their faces. As if they saw some stars, they screamed with hearts in their eyes. Ecclesia, who was holding two chicken legs and shooting them left and right, was also attracted by the scream. She looked up and saw a cold-looking blue-haired boy wearing the Obelisk Blue third-grade special school uniform, walking into the cafeteria 577 amid the crazy screams of the girls. Hey, I think I've seen him somewhere. Ecclesia blinked her eyes, but she didn't stop chewing the chicken leg. You must have seen him before, after all, he is the top student who has been ranked first in the school's academic rankings for 3 years, Marufuji Ryo. Yajo Jide raised his eyelids, opened the communicator in his hand, and opened the academic rankings. The person who was ranked first in the academic rankings was the blue-haired boy who caused a sensation among the girls. Marufuji Ryo. It's him. I always feel that he seems to have a different aura from other students. Ecclesia nodded in understanding. But then she felt something was wrong. In Ecclesia's perception, the boy named Marufuji Ryo was covered with a blue aura that humans could not perceive. It was a very strong power of the elves. But Marufuji Ryo himself seemed unable to perceive the existence of this power. He is a duelist favored by the dual spirits. Yubel's shadow appeared beside Jide. She crossed her arms and looked at Marufuji Ryo, as if she saw the essence of Marufuji Ryo's power. This extraordinary aura came from the card spirits in Marufuji Ryo's deck. Perhaps this is why he is much stronger than ordinary students. The girl's screams did not change Marufuji Ryo's expression. He walked into the cafeteria, his eyes swept across the cafeteria, and finally stopped at Yuki Jide. Ah, he noticed Jide. Ecclesia blinked, then reached out and took a chicken leg from the plate and stuffed it into her mouth. The fist-sized chicken leg was swallowed by Ecclesia in one gulp, and Jide couldn't help but jump. This guy usually looks like a cherry mouth. But when he eats, his mouth is really scary. Fortunately, my daily expenses at the academy are reimbursed by Hima Company. Otherwise, if I keep such a good for nothing, I will probably go bankrupt in a few days. Are you Yuki Jide? At this time, Marufuji Ryo also came here. He had heard that the world-class invitational champion Yuki Jide had come to the academy. As the number one in the academy, Marufuji Ryo had always wanted to enter the professional league. Marufuji Ryo had a strong interest in this young man who shone in the world-class competition. Ah, I guess you are the number one, Marufuji Ryo, who is also known as Caesar Ryo. Yajo Jide also responded with a smile, as the number one in the academy, you are not going to come to me on your own initiative, right? No, I just bumped into you by chance, so I came to say hello. Marufuji Ryo chuckled and responded. Is that so? I thought number one heard something and came to challenge me on purpose. Yajo Jide spread his hands. This confident statement immediately caused dissatisfaction among many of Marufuji Ryo's female fans. What? Who is this guy? Isn't his talk too arrogant? That's right, Lord Liang is number one in the academy, how could he possibly challenge a weird guy to a duel? That's right, Ryo is going to enter the professional league in the future. Listening to what the second and third grade girls said, Ecclesia, who was originally concentrating on eating chicken legs, became unhappy. She slammed the table and looked at the group of Marufuji Ryo's female fans angrily. Hey! You women, don't go too far. Jide is the champion of the World Invitational. His strength is not in the same dimension as yours. Seeing the angry Ecclesia, several girls looked at each other, and then showed a disdainful smile. Humph, I've never heard of an invitational tournament. It's not an official tournament. That's right, if we talk about pheasant race champions, I'm afraid Lord Liang can name more than 100. Those kinds of competitions are just exhibition matches. If they want someone to win, the organizer just needs to notify them privately. Master Liang was the champion of the youth group of the Seahorse Cup before. Does your brother have this ability? Ecclesia, NMD. Looking at those arrogant female fans of Marufuji Liang, Ecclesia felt that something had become hard. Hard, her fist was hard. If it weren't for the Vatican education she received since childhood, Ecclesia would have suppressed her anger. Ecclesia would have directly attacked to summon her fist and had a real duel with these women. Compared to the battlefield on the girls' side, Yuki Jide and Marufuji Liang on the other side were silently exchanging glances. Very strong. This person called Yuki Jide is very strong. From Yuki Jide's eyes, Marufuji Liang felt it was a strong pressure that he had never felt before. It was no exaggeration to say that Yuki Jide was the most powerful duelist that Marufuji Ryo had ever seen. Marufuji Ryo could sense this instinctively. Such a strong opponent did not make Marufuji Ryo feel backed off. On the contrary, he was excited. The dueling spirit in Marufuji Ryo's heart was being ignited by such a powerful opponent as Yuki Jide. He wanted to fight the boy in front of him. However, Marufuji Ryo quickly suppressed his excitement. Now is not the time for a duel. Moreover, a duel with such an opponent must not be so hasty. I look forward to a fair duel with you. Marufuji Ryo looked at Yajo Jide and said sincerely. Yeah, me too. Yuki Jide smiled calmly. Marufuji Ryo does have a dueling spirit that is quite unique in the GX world. On the surface, he looks like a very good honor student. But deep down, his desire for duels and victory had already begun to show at this time. Rather than saying that it was Sayu Takuma who would turn Caesar Ryo into Hell Caesar Ryo in the future, it would be better to say that this was a foreshadowing that Marufuji Ryo had already laid. Interesting. Such a duelist who is so pure in his love for victory and duels is really quite interesting. As Marufuji Ryo turned and left, the girls who were hostile to Ecclesia also shook their heads and followed Marufuji Ryo with a crazy look on their faces. What? Are these people really duelists? Jide. If you have time, you must teach that Marufuji Ryo a lesson in public and vent your anger for me. Ecclesia was almost mad at these people. Not everyone comes to the Duel Academy to become a duelist. You'll get used to these things in the future. Just when Ecclesia was so angry that she wanted to eat 2 more bowls of rice, a soft female voice reached Yuojo and Ecclesia's ears. The two turned their heads and saw the proud blonde girl with a gentle smile on her face, looking at Yuojo and Ecclesia. Ah, Asuka, seeing the girl, Ecclesia blinked and the anger on her face gradually dissipated. Why are you here? I was just about to go to the cafeteria to eat, and I saw you guys arguing here, so I came over to take a look. Asuka gestured to the tray in her hand. If it's convenient, can I sit here? Of course, you can. Ecclesia glanced at Jade and saw that he had no intention of refusing, so she moved in and made room for him. Thank you. Asuka thanked him and sat down. Looking at the empty plates on the table, she couldn't help but smile and look at Yuki Jade. I didn't expect Jade-san to have such a good appetite. He can eat so much in one meal. Among those boys with huge appetites, he is considered to be the best. Asuka didn't expect that. Yuki Jade usually looks very cold. But in private, it turns out that he has such a special side. Ahem, this, I ate this. Ecclesia blushed and explained a little embarrassedly. Asuka's expression became visibly surprised. Wait, did I hear wrong? This is what Ecclesia ate? Don't be surprised, this guy is born like this, his stomach is a bottomless pit. Yuchen Jade propped up his face and glanced at the blushing Ecclesia. Just think of her as a glutton. Who is the glutton? It's just a normal amount of food. Ecclesia's mouth twitched, but she still picked up a bowl of rice and started eating shyly. How could she still eat this? A drop of sweat dripped from Asuka's forehead. Watching Ecclesia take 2 mouthfuls of a bowl of rice and then reach out for another bowl, Asuka doubted for a moment if she had seen something wrong. Such a bottomless stomach. This girl. Chapter 81. During the meal, Asuka also discovered something interesting. Compared to the indiscriminate Ecclesia, Jade seemed to focus on his own deck. Yuojo would consider every card in the deck again and again. He didn't seem to care about the food beside him, even if it was cold. This guy is a very pure duelist. Asuka couldn't help but feel more favorable towards Yuojo. She herself is also a person who is extremely pure in dueling. She thought that when she came to the Duel Academy, she would meet a group of like-minded people, study dueling together, and continue on the road of dueling. But unfortunately, whether it was her best friends Junko and Beiwi, or other girls in Obelisk Blue, or even quite a few boys, they all held an indifferent attitude towards dueling. They had no lofty ideals. They just regarded dueling and the Duel Academy as a means of gilding. This kind of impure duelist made Asuka quite disgusted. But Yuojo Jade is different. Although he is already so powerful, his attitude towards the deck is still far superior to others. This alone makes Hikaru have a better impression of Yuojo Jade. By the way, where are you going this afternoon? Asuka asked with a smile. The first week of classes at the academy is relatively quiet. Do you want to go for a walk around the academy? Okay, I'll go. Ecclesia immediately raised her hand. Want to take a look? Looking at the deck in his hand, Yuojo pondered for a moment. Indeed, it's time for him to find someone from this world to test the strength of his deck. As for the experimental subjects, Yuojo Jade looked at Asuka. That look made Asuka shudder. I always feel like that. For a moment, my back suddenly felt a little cold. It was as if something unclean was staring at me. Half a month before the start of the school, as an Obelisk Blue student who was directly promoted from the middle school, I came to the school in advance to familiarize myself with the environment. So Asuka was naturally much more familiar with the Duel Academy than Jade and Ecclesia. Under Asuka's leadership, the 3 of them walked around the school and were familiar with almost all the buildings in the school. Well, this is the last place. In front of the store downstairs in the academy, Asuka smiled and introduced to Yuojo and Ecclesia this is the only store in the academy. Because the academy is under closed management, students are not allowed to leave the island without permission, nor are outsiders allowed to enter without permission. Therefore, if you want to buy things outside, you must go through this store. But you can rest assured that the store has everything, whether it is the latest card decks or daily necessities, they are all sold here. Asuka said. She led the 2 into the store. As soon as they entered the door, they saw the clerk standing in front of the counter, greeting them enthusiastically. Welcome. The clerk was a woman who looked to be about 20 years old, wearing a pink clerk shirt and a hat with the seahorse logo on her head. "Miss Seiko, isn't Aunt Tammy here?" Asuka greeted. "Ah, Auntie Doime is out to buy some new cards. I heard that a new batch of rare cards will be delivered to the academy soon." Makoto explained to Asuka with a sunny smile on her face. "New rare cards, maybe it's for the monthly exam." Asuka was not surprised. The Duel Academy has a duel exam every month. Usually, there will be a lot of rare cards sent from outside the island at that time for students to improve their decks before the exam. There are also many snacks in the store. Akrisha's focus is indeed different from that of ordinary people. The first moment she entered the house, her eyes were fixed on the snacks in the cupboard. "You guy! Didn't you just finish your meal?" Seeing the longing look in Ecclesia's eyes, Yujo sighed and had to pay for 2 bags of potato chips for Ecclesia. "Thank you, 10 day. Plus 10 plus 10 plus 10. Seeing the good impression that kept coming out of Ecclesia's head, Yujo chose to ignore it. "Let's take a look at the new cards that came in a while ago. There are quite a few rare cards here." As a worker whose salary is tied to sales performance, Chunzi will naturally not miss the opportunity to sell cards. She took out the new card packs that were released recently from the cupboard and placed them in front of everyone. "New card?" Asuka asked Jade. "Jade, do you want to replenish your deck?" "No, no thanks." Yujo Jade glanced at the card pack on the table and shook his head gently. The cards of this era were a bit old for him, so there was no need to buy them. As for the powerful single cards at the level of ancient band cards, they rarely appeared in these popular card packs sold to the public, so it would be a waste of money if he bought them. "I'll get a few packs then." Asuka was very interested in the new cards. She paid for some and started to sort out the deck at the table. Soon, as the new cards and the old cards in the deck were replaced, Asuka's deck was completed. She glanced at Yuki Jade, and the fighting spirit in her eyes was enough to show what she wanted to do. "Jade, do you want to duel with me?" "Oh? Are you sure?" "Yujo." Jade raised his eyebrows. He was still thinking about how to trick Asuka into a duel and use her to test his deck. Asuka actually came to him on her own initiative. However, you have to be mentally prepared and think carefully. Yuchen Jade didn't want to make someone cry for no reason, and even kindly reminded the other party. "Don't treat me like other girls, I'm a pure duelist." Asuka thought that Yuki Jade thought she was the same as the other girls from Obelisk Blue, so she immediately said seriously, "Don't underestimate your opponent. I hope you can still keep your pure heart after the fight." Yujo Jade scratched his face and said, "Okay then, how about just going to the duel hall?" "Of course." Asuka nodded, and her eyes were full of fighting spirit when she looked at Yuki Jade. Only Ecclesia stood aside, crunching potato chips. It seemed that she had a clear understanding of what was going to happen next. At this time, the duel hall had gathered many students who came here to duel with each other. Of course, as a special duel venue for Obelisk Blue, most of the people who appeared here were students of Obelisk Blue, and a small number of students of Sun God Yellow. The appearance of Yuki Jade. It was regarded as an additional unique black in this monotonous yellow and blue. Walking to the duel stage, the next generation dual disc on Yuki Jade's body immediately unfolded automatically. As the deck was shuffled in the dual disc, the surrounding dual equipment was also turned on at this moment. On the big screen, the portraits of Yuki Jade and Asuka were also projected. "Oh, it started, there's a duel to watch." Many students chatting in the hall were also attracted by the activation of the equipment and looked at the big screen. When they saw that the two people fighting on the screen were actually Asuka, the dual queen of Obelisk Blue, and Yuki Jade, who has been a hot topic in the academy recently, the curiosity of many students was immediately aroused. Is it true that a student from Tianshanzhai Yuan would actually take the initiative to challenge a boy to a duel? And that person is the dual champion of the previous invitational tournament. Awesome! Tianshang Yuan is recognized as the number one among the girls in the college. I heard that during her 3 years in the middle school, she had basically no rivals among the girls. What about putting her among the boys? Well, that should be at least the top 10 level. Many students who were watching the excitement began to discuss. In the hall, a boy wearing a yellow school uniform of the Sun God and with a resolute square face was also attracted by the duel that had begun. Looking at Yuki Jade on the stage, the boy stroked his chin, as if he was studying this person. Yujo Jade. Interesting. Will you be the first opponent I meet in the academy? Yuchen 10th generation, LP4000. Asuka Tenjoin, LP 4000. Duel. As the duel equipment unfolds, Yuki Jide and Asuka simultaneously draw 5 cards from their decks. Very good, I take the first attack, draw a card. Seeing that she had the first attack, Asuka immediately drew a card from the deck. She scanned the cards in her hand. Rixiang immediately showed a card. Activate magic card, Reinforcement. The effect of this card is to add a level 4 or lower warrior type monster from the deck to your hand. Asuka retrieved a card from the deck and continued. Summon, Electronic Angel. Light gathered on the field. A pink ball with 2 small wings appeared next to Asuka. Electronic Angel. Stars, 2. Angels. Attack power, 300, defense power, 200. Electronic Angel can only be activated when summoned, reverse summoned, or special summoned successfully. Add a Cyber Angel monster or a Machine Angel ritual from your deck to your hand. I chose to add the card. Wait a minute. Just as Asuka was about to choose a card from the deck, Yujo suddenly interrupted Asuka. At this moment, I will chain the effect of your electrified Little Angel and activate the effect of Little Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy tribe in my hand. This effect can only be activated when the opponent activates the effect of a monster on the field. This card is special summoned from the hand, and 3 cards from your deck are sent to the graveyard. Yajojude waved his hand, and his field also flashed with dazzling light. The next moment, a silver-haired girl wearing a blue starry sky silk gauze and holding 2 swords emerged from a group of deep blue water. Under the shocked eyes of the people watching the game, she landed on Yajojude's field. Little Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Sorrow tribe. Stars, 3. Aqua. Attack power, 1600, defense power, 1000. Chapter 82. Swish. The top 3 cards of Yuki Jide's deck burst out and fell into the graveyard. As the chain continued, Asuka had no choice but to choose a card from her deck and add it to her hand. Looking at the Little Mermaid on Yuki Jide's field, Asuka frowned slightly. It is really rare to be able to special summon a monster during the opponent's turn. However, if the attack power is only 1600 points, it is not a strong monster. Asuka scanned the cards in her hand. I start. Wait. Just as she was about to take out one of the cards to activate its effect, Yujiao suddenly interrupted Asuka. Yujiao looked at Asuka with a smile, took out the 3 cards that the Little Mermaid had just put in the graveyard, and showed them to Asuka. The cards that were piled into the graveyard were Pearl Tear Sorrow Tribe Reno Heart, Beast of the Abyss, Siren Dragon, the strings that split through the evil of a world. So, what's the matter? Asuka is a little confused. When these cards are sent to the graveyard, their effects can be triggered. Yajojude arranged the chain in the order of Reno Heart of the Pearly Tear Sorrow, the strings that split the world, and Siren the Beast of the Abyss. According to the rule of last come first served, the effect of Siren the Dragon being sent to the graveyard was activated at this moment. Beast of the Abyss, Siren Dragon is sent to the graveyard. 833. Sends a Beast of the Abyss monster other than Siren Dragon or a spell or trap card from the deck to the graveyard. I will send Beast of the Abyss, Albert to the graveyard. Yuki Jide said, picking a card from his deck and sending it to the graveyard. Next, the effect of Sound of the Strings that split the world can be activated when this card is sent to the graveyard by an effect. Add a Tears of Elegy trap card from your deck to your hand. I choose to add the Lament of a Bad World to my hand. I choose another card to add to my hand, and Yajojude continues to activate the next effect. Finally, the effect of Pearl Tear Sorrow Tribe Reno Heart. When this card is sent to the graveyard by an effect, special summon this card, and select a Tears of Lament card from your hand and send it to the graveyard. Yujiao sent the Lament of the Evil One he had just received to the graveyard, and then took out Reno Heart and attached it to the dual plate. As the light flashed, Reno Heart, who had long lost his soul and was left with only a body of strength, appeared on Yuhu's field with an expressionless face. Rainer Heart of the Pearly Tear Sorrow Tribe. Star rating, 4. Warrior. Attack power, 1500, defense power, 2100. The Little Mermaid on the side looked at Reno Heart cautiously, and a drop of fierce sweat oozed from her forehead. Although she already knew that this Reno Heart was just a simple card. But looking at this face, it was a bit scary. And with the appearance of Reno Heart, there were waves of low cheers from the surrounding audience seats. Pearl Tear Elegy Tribe, a deck I've never seen before. Is it a new rare card? Speaking of which, isn't Yuki Jode's turn too long? Hasn't he finished his turn yet? Yuki Jode's turn? But didn't the big screen show that this was Tenjoin's turn? Hey! At this moment, Asuka's brows were almost twisted into knots. She looked at the 6 cards in her hand, and for a moment she couldn't tell whose turn it was. Isn't this right? Shouldn't this be my turn? Why is it Yuki Jode who is unfolding it? Isn't Duel Monsters a game for 2 people? Why is it Yuki Jode who is moving from beginning to end? That, is your chain finished? I start. Wait, it's not over yet. Yajo Jode interrupted Asuka's thoughts of activating the effect again. The effect of Rainer Heart of the Pearl Tears Lament Clan, the lament of a bad life, is chained together again at this moment. According to the last come first served strategy, the first effect is the lament of a destruction of a lifetime. Yajo Jode arranged the chain again. This card can only be activated when it is sent to the graveyard by an effect, and a Tears of Lament monster from the deck is added to the hand. The card I chose to add to my hand is Mellow Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy tribe. Taking out Merlet from the deck, Yajo Jode continued calmly, then there is the effect of Pearl Tear Elegy tribe Reno Heart. This card can only be activated if it is successfully summoned or special summoned. Send 1 Pearl Tear Sorrow monster from your deck to the graveyard except Pearl Tear Sorrow Reno Heart. Yajo Jode said calmly, the one I chose to send to the graveyard is Pearl Tear Sorrow Siren Mermaid. Seeing the chain ended again, Asuka quickly took out the card in her hand and said, it's my turn. I will activate. The effect of Siren Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Sorrow tribe, which was sent to the graveyard by the effect, is activated at this moment. When this card is sent to the graveyard by a fusion monster card effect, you can activate this effect by returning the fusion materials determined by the fusion monster card, including this card in the graveyard, from your hand, the field, and the graveyard in the order you like to the bottom of your deck. Perform a fusion summon. I return the Siren Mermaid in the graveyard and the Little Mermaid on the field to the deck and fuse them. Come out. Narcissus Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy tribe. Yuki Jode returned the Siren Mermaid in the graveyard and the Little Mermaid on the field to the deck. At this moment, a water blue vortex gathered behind Jode. In the clear blue sea, the water nymph wearing a starry sky gauze skirt emerged with a gorgeous and beautiful figure. Narcissus Mermaid. Star rating, 5. Aqua/Fusion. Attack power, 2300, defense power, 1200. With the arrival of the water fairy, the eyes of countless old perverts in the audience were immediately attracted by the water fairy's stunning beauty. Countless boys exclaimed in unison. Damn it, wife! Who is your wife? This is obviously my wife. It's over, I think I'm in love, this is so beautiful. Although I used to look down on people who played with their sister cards, but this is so enviable. Why is the owner of that card not me? It hurts. It hurts. Yajo Jode. What's going on? Why do I feel like the boys around me are about to turn into werewolves and howl at the moon? It's just a card. Although there are card elves and stuff on this card. The water fairy glanced at Yuki Jode and blinked at him gently. It would have been better if she didn't blink. With this blink, countless boys' eyes suddenly showed countless love, and they almost fought over who the water fairy was looking at. The mermaids have extraordinary beauty. In many legends of sirens, many merchant ships going out to sea would run aground and sink because of the beauty or sweet singing of mermaids. As a princess of the mermaid tribe, it goes without saying that the water fairy is very attractive to the opposite sex. Compared to Yuki Jode, who had no reaction to the beauty, the reactions of other boys were what normal people should have after seeing the water nymph. And Jode's domineering heart made his will not be so superficially shaken by a woman's appearance. That's why Jode felt that the reactions of people around him were a bit strange. Of course, compared to the boys, although the girls were also surprised by the appearance of the water nymph, they were not attracted to her. Especially Asuka. Compared to being attracted to the water nymph, she now wants to know when it will be her turn to play. NMD. It's obviously the first round. It's obviously her first attack. Why is it Yuki Jode who keeps moving? Are you done with your development? Asuka felt her fist was a little hard. She seemed to have understood a little bit why Yuki Jode asked her if she had thought it through before dueling with her. This is not a duel. It's not a duel. Sorry, it's not over yet. Yuki Jode's words almost drove Asuka crazy. It's not over yet? You're not over yet? You've already fusion summoned a monster, what else do you want to do? Narcissus Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Sorrow tribe can only be activated when the special summon is successful. Choose a Pearl Tear Elegy card from your deck and add it to your hand or send it to the graveyard. Yuki Jade picked a card from his deck. I choose to send Pearl Tear Elegy Little Mermaid to the graveyard. At this time, the effect of Little Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Sorrow tribe is activated. I return the Little Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy tribe in the graveyard and the Demon King of the Swamp in my hand to the deck for a fusion summon. The Azure Fusion Vortex once again appeared behind Yuki Jade. The Little Mermaid reluctantly merged into the vortex with a pool of sticky mud. Demon King of the Swamp, in the hand, field, or graveyard, can be used as a replacement for the fusion material monster with the card name written on the fusion monster card. The card I chose to replace with Demon King of the Swamp is... Yujo Jade had a faint smile on his face. Albus's fall. The body of the Demon King gradually solidified into the appearance of Albus. Even the power of Albus's white mark was completely copied at this moment. It is a fusion of Albus's fallen descendant and the dark attribute Little Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy clan. Fusion summon. Holding the card in his hand high, a clear dragon roar instantly broke the boys in the audience's obsession with the appearance of the water fairy. Come out! Divine Flame Dragon, Hija Dragon. Divine Flame Dragon Hija Dragon. Star rating, 8. Dragon/Fusion. Attack power, 2500, defense power, 3000. Hiss. Seeing the Hija wearing silver armor appear on the stage, the audience burst into exclamations again. Holy shit, what kind of card is this? This is the first time I have seen such a dragon. Brand deck? Wait, how many different monsters are there in Yuki Jade's deck? Asuka's expression froze on her face. She even forgot that it was her turn. She just stared at the monsters that appeared on Yuki Jade's field. If the fusion summon of Hikai Dragon is successful, you can activate it by discarding a card from your hand. From the monsters on your field, in your graveyard, and from your banished monsters, return the fusion materials determined by a level 8 or lower fusion monster card other than Hikai Dragon to the owner's deck. Perform a fusion summon. Yujo Jade sent the counter trap card branded Conviction in his hand to the graveyard, and then waved his arm. As long as Beast of the Abyss, Alab in the graveyard exists on the field and in the graveyard, it can be used as falling inheritance of Albus. I will treat Albur as Albus, and the Divine Flame Dragon, Hikai Dragon on the field back to the deck. Fusion summon. Holding the card in his hand high, Yujo Jade had a chilling smile on his face. Come out! Ice Sword Dragon Ice Dragon. Ice Sword Dragon Ice Dragon. Star rating, 8. Magic Dragon/Fusion. Attack power, 3000, defense power, 2500. The ice dragon with a deep black mark roared and appeared on the field. At this moment, the entire duel hall was silent. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. Asuka couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. It's numb. Chapter 83. As the ice sword dragon appeared, the entire duel hall was filled with exclamations. The giant dragon covered in ice crystals and branding was so handsome. It was hard not to focus on this monster. That's amazing, 3 fusions were performed in one round. The most outrageous thing is not the triple fusion. Does anyone remember that it is now Tian Shangyuan's turn? Oh my god, I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. What the hell is this thing that you do during the opponent's turn? No, this is too outrageous, right? Performing 3 fusions during the opponent's turn, and countless special moves and chains. Is this a duel? Do you call this a duel? Everyone was dumbfounded. During other people's turns, the game was going crazy, with graveyards, special moves, and fusions. Are you playing a single-player game here? Okay, my chain ends here for now, it's your turn to continue playing dual monsters. Yuki Jade regretted that he didn't have Red Mermaid and Earth Angel. Otherwise, he would at least give Asuka a little Pearl Tears shock. Of course, it's enough to shock Asuka now. Looking at the roaring ice sword dragon, and the water fairy and Reno Heart ready to go. Asuka looked at her hand cards, and her head was buzzing for a while. No. 07 What kind of deck is this? Is this still dual monsters? Is this really not a fake card sold in an unscrupulous store? You play this kind of deck in a duel, are you really not afraid of being attacked directly with fists? I activate the magic card. Merciful Mechanical Angel. Asuka put the card in her hand on the dual disc. At this moment, she was so moved that she almost cried. It was not easy. Yuki. Jade spent a full 10 minutes just telling stories. I can finally play dual monsters on my own turn. Release the Cyber Angel, Benton in your hand. Draw 2 cards from the deck, then choose a card from your hand and return it to the bottom of the deck. Asuka suppressed her excitement and quickly drew 2 cards from the deck. The feeling of drawing cards made Asuka feel a little alive. Glancing at the 2 cards she drew, Asuka's eyes immediately focused on one of them. Here it comes. The key card. Seeing the drawn card, Asuka was immediately excited. The new card in the card pack she just bought. Special Hurricane. By discarding a card from your hand, destroy all special summoned monsters on the field. The 3 monsters on Jade field are all special summons. As long as you use this card, you can clear the field in an instant. At this moment, Asuka seemed to see the monsters that Jade had worked so hard to make, and when he was killed by her, the grief that might appear on his face. The mood that had been suppressed for a full 10 minutes suddenly became comfortable. Electronic Angel Benson can only be activated when released. Add an angel type, light monster from your deck to your hand. Then, Asuka took a card from the deck and shouted impatiently, activate the magic card. Special Hurricane. Discard a card from your hand to destroy all special summoned monsters on the field. Jade. I admit that you are strong. But unfortunately, dual monsters cannot guarantee victory 100% by strength alone. Victory in a duel is 99% strength and 1% luck. Asuka held up the card in her hand. Even the big screen in the duel hall showed the card in Asuka's hand. At this moment, the whole audience exclaimed. While everyone was shocked by Yuki Jade's amazing operation, Asuka's magic draw actually reversed the situation instantly. Could it be that there is really a reversal? Isn't this Asuka's turn? Why are you all so excited? Acacia sat in the spectator's seat, holding her face, and couldn't help complaining. If you don't know, you would think that this is a crucial moment after more than 10 rounds of fierce fighting. Your first round, and your first round. Why are you so excited? And use the special hurricane to blow up the water nymph and the ice sword dragon. Asuka-san, I want to ask you if you are awake? Activate the effect of ice sword dragon, phantom ice dragon. Jade raised his eyebrows and then chained special hurricane to activate the effect of ice sword dragon. Once in each turn, you can send a fusion monster that uses Albus's Fallen as the fusion material from the extra deck to the graveyard to activate this effect. Except for one monster on the field. Also, next turn, this card cannot activate this effect again. Jade took out a card from the extra deck. The one I choose to send to the graveyard from the extra deck is branded Dragon, White Dragon. Excludes the Cyber Angel on your field. Jade directly pointed out the monster on Asuka's field. It's useless. Even if you banish the little angel, the monsters on your field can't escape the fate of being blown up. Asuka still feels that she has won. With the launch of the special hurricane, a terrifying white vortex swept across the field. The white thunder instantly hit Jade's field, instantly blowing all 3 monsters on Jade's field into pieces. Except when Renoheart leaves the field after being special summoned by its second effect. Jade calmly took out Renoheart, then glanced at Asuka calmly. By the way, because it was sent to the graveyard by the effect, and because of you, it left the field. The effects of Water Fairy and Ice Sword Dragon are activated at this moment. Fusion summoned Ice Sword Dragon, Phantom Ice Dragon is activated when the opponent leaves the field. At the end of this turn, all monsters on the opponent's field are destroyed. Daffodil Mermaid. This ability can only be activated when it is sent to the graveyard by an effect. Send 5 cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard. Yuki Jade said, and Asuka's expression became more and more dull. At the end of the turn, destroy all monsters on the opponent's field. And 5 cards in the graveyard. Yuki Jade once again took out 5 cards from the top of his deck and sent them to the graveyard one by one. The cards I sent to the graveyard were Dragon of the Abyss, Hija Dragon, Clear Echo of a Destroyed Life, Mellow Mermaid of the Pearl Tears, Elegy, Clan Saint of Hija, Carteza. And, at this moment, the effects of One World's Destruction of Clear Reverberation and Pearl Tears of Sorrow 907 Song Clan Mermaid were triggered. Jade calmly took over Asuka's turn, and under Asuka's desperate eyes, he began his own. According to the effect of Clear Echo of a Destroyed Life, the excluded Renoheart of the Pearly Tear Sorrow tribe is added to the hand. And, according to the effect of Mellow Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Lament tribe, the Mermaid and Narcissus Mermaid in the graveyard are returned to the deck for fusion summoning. Yajojude waved his hand, and the familiar fusion vortex appeared behind him again. Merlot's body turned into pure power and merged into the body of Narcissus. At this moment, Narcissus evolved again. The gorgeous and heroic knight princess, holding a glazed long sword, appeared on Yajojude's field with a majestic look on her face. Rusheka mermaid of the Pearly Tear Sorrow tribe. Star rating, 8. Aqua/Fusion. Attack power, 3000, defense power, 2500. The fourth fusion? At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. No one was cheering or surprised at what was happening at this moment. Everyone was now in silence, watching Yukichide's performance speechlessly. Damn it! In the opponent's first turn, he summoned 4 times in a row. The storyteller talked for more than 10 minutes, and half of the resources of the deck were piled into the graveyard. Are you still human? Is this something a human can do? Chapter 84. Many duelists who have not experienced the Pearl Tears era may not know how powerless ordinary decks are when facing the Pearl Tears Elegy clan. Powerful deployment capabilities, terrifying graveyard strength, incredible resource circulation, and adaptability that does not seem inconsistent with any deck. This has been constructed into an extremely powerful deck. The duel environment when Pearl Tears first existed was called the most balanced environment. Because in the environment, there were only Pearl Tears, and occasionally seeing 1 or 2 anti-Pearl fighters would make people excited and burst into tears. As for what it would be like to duel with this deck, Asuka Tenjoin, a student at the Duel Academy, may be the most qualified to express her opinion. Asuka Tenjoin, thank you for the invitation. I am in the Duel Academy and I have too many acquaintances, so I will remain anonymous. Asuka Tenjoin, who does not want to reveal her name, this duel has lasted for 20 minutes. As the first attacker, my first turn has just ended now. It's not that I have completed the deployment, but that there are no Pearl Tears cards. Asuka Tenjoin, who wishes to remain anonymous, at the end of my turn, I didn't have a single card on the field or in my hand, while Pearl Tear had already completed 2 or 3 rounds of resource operations, including suppression, graveyard stacking, and resource circulation, and I could only watch the opponent messing around during my turn like a primitive man. Asuka Tenjoin, who wishes to remain anonymous, I'm sorry that I couldn't satisfy Lady Pearl Tear. In response to this, General MacArthur, a 5-star reviewer from another dimension, said, if God allowed me to duel with the complete Pearl Tear using other decks, I would not hesitate to attack God directly with my fists. Because you don't know how terrible the power and sinister the hearts of those mermaid sisters who look weak on the outside are. The large-scale documentary, Legend of Pearl Tears Elegy, will continue to report to you. Asuka's eyes flashed with countless random things. When she came to her senses, she saw Yukichide's concerned eyes. Are you okay? Do you want to go to the infirmary? Well, Asuka couldn't help but twitch her lips. Something happened. Something really big. If it wasn't for the fact that they were still in the middle of a duel and there were so many people watching around, Asuka would definitely throw the duel disc in her hand to the ground, and then pounce on Yukichide to fight to the death. Asuka had been exposed to duels since she was a child, and had been playing cards for at least 10 years. Her obsession with duels had never changed in the past 10 years. However, this was the first duel that almost made Asuka quit. No gaming experience at all. My turn is over, ... Asuka gritted her teeth and endured the pain to end her round. Is it really over? Are you sure you don't want to activate something else? You have a ritual magic card in your hand, right? Although you will be countered by Pearl Tear Elegy Tribe Rusheka Mermaid, are you sure you don't want to activate Struggle? Asuka, NM. Oh, what a pity. Yajojude sighed, let's end it like this then. At the end of your turn, the effect of Branded Dragon, White Dragon is activated. Add a branded spell or trap card from your deck to your hand or place it face down on the field. Yajojude took a card from his deck. I choose to add Branded Fusion to my hand. Then it's my turn, draw a card. Activate magic card. Brand Fusion. Yajojude held up the card in his hand from the hand, deck, and field, send 2 fusion materials determined by the fusion monster card to the graveyard, and special summon a fusion monster with Albus's Fallen as the fusion material from the extra deck. Deck Fusion? Seeing the card activated by Yajojude, there were faint exclamations from the field. However, compared with the previous shocks, this small deck fusion was not so scary. But it was still amazing. I sent the Albus's Fallen and the Dark Attribute Mellow Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy tribe in the deck to the graveyard for fusion. Fusion summon Divine Flame Dragon, Hija Dragon. At this moment, the effects of Divine Flame Dragon, Hija Dragon and Mellow Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy clan, which had been sent to the graveyard, were activated. Asuka. Please, give me a quickie. Asuka 10 join, LP40000. Yuki Jide, Win looked at Asuka who was lying on the ground with a look of relief. Yuki Jide put away the duel disc, with a look of reluctance on his face. Alas, the duel ended too quickly, otherwise he could have summoned some other fusion monsters. However, this can also highlight from the side that the Pearl Tier Elegy deck can stably exert its powerful power no matter what kind of deck it is paired with. Maybe I can try to pair it with some other decks and use the Pearl Tier Elegy to restore the glory of other decks. Well, that being said, but if you want to get more decks, you must find more people to duel. Glancing at Asuka who was sitting on the ground in a daze, Yuki Jide walked over with a smile. Tenshoin classmate, let's duel together next time. No. Please spare me. I don't want to duel with you anymore. Seeing Asuka about to cry, the audience was silent. Indeed, even if they didn't experience it in person, just watching the battle from the sidelines, these audiences were already tortured and uncomfortable. Is this really a deck from the human world? Is this still a dual monster played by humans? Has the duel of Trisolarans evolved to such an abstract level? In the audience, Sun God Yellow Misawa Daichi was also stunned at the duel in front of him. This was the first time he had seen such a duel. Although this duel seemed to be a complete crush by Yuki Jide, of course, it was actually a complete crush by Yuki Jide. But the duel logic and the computing power required in the duel were far beyond the ordinary duels that Misawa Daichi usually encountered. Fortunately, Misawa Daichi had also recorded the video of this duel. He wanted to analyze this duel carefully. This may be an important duel record for him to improve his deck in the future. Yajo Jide. As expected, the strongest duelist in this academy is probably you, right? Looking at Yuki Jide, Misawa Daichi murmured in a low voice. That night, a duel video of Duel Battle, Pearl Tears Elegy Clan vs. Duel Queen appeared on the internet. In just a moment, this duel caused an uproar on the entire internet. Oh my god, isn't this the recent invitational champion Yuki Jide? Why did he change his deck? Pearl Tier Lamentation Clan? This is the first time I've heard of this deck? Wait, isn't the first round the round of the girl named Tenjoin? Why is Yuki Jide still unfolding? What a fucking disappointment. I've been telling the story for more than half an hour and it's not going to end yet. I am here to watch the duel, not to watch you chain yourself and fight with yourself. So pitiful, Chiende, I seem to see the expression of that girl's mental breakdown. MD, I can't help it, I want to normal summon Sapphire Dragon equipped with Guardian's power to kill Pearl Tier. Don't say it. Don't say it. When did the International Illusion Company and Kaiba Corporation release this deck? How come I have never seen it before? A few hours after the video appeared on the internet, Kaiba Corporation officially withdrew and quickly removed all related videos on the internet. However, this set of Pearl Tier Elegy Clan deck quickly swept the entire dueling circle like an urban legend. Its popularity was comparable to that of Yugi Muto's Exodia deck. Pearly Tier Sorrow Tribe. Interesting. On the dark street, a sturdy man in a black coat and a silver-white mask sneered as he watched the video in his hand. If I could get that powerful and rare deck from that guy, I would definitely be able to sell it for a good price. He he he. Chapter 85. Congratulations to the host for defeating the duelist, Asuka Tenjoin. Detect that the opponent is a ritual deck master, randomly reward the host with a ritual deck. The Proclaimer deck and the Electronic Angel deck have been distributed to the host's collection card album. Draw some of the power of the Herald, the host can currently invalidate some low-level dual spirit effects, cannot be used in duels. Dormitory Hall. Yuchen Jide sat on the sofa, silently listening to the system voice ringing in his ears. Then, one by one, the Herald cards were neatly arranged in front of Yuchen Jide. The Proclaimer deck, interesting, I was thinking about changing the deck sometime. Yuchen Jide touched his chin and muttered. The biggest feature of the Herald deck is that the deck has a family defense. Whether it is the effect of monsters, magic, or traps, there is basically nothing that the Herald deck cannot control. However, compared to these Heralds, Yuchen Jade cares more about the power that the system draws from the Herald card elves. Can it invalidate the effects of some low-level dual elves? What does this mean? Yuchen Jade stroked his chin, but his eyes glanced at Ecclesia, who was eating snacks and watching TV. Ecclesia had been staying at Yuchen Jade's place since the afternoon. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening, and Ecclesia had no intention of returning to her dormitory. It was obvious that she missed the snacks here. Why aren't you leaving so late? Yuchen Jade couldn't help but frown as he looked at this guy with a bottomless stomach. She had almost finished all the food here. The point is, it's only the second day of school. You're exaggerating. Wait a little longer and finish watching this episode. Ecclesia smiled, her eyes still on the 317 TV, stuffing popcorn into her mouth. By the way, Ecclesia, can you still use the power of the stigmata in this world? Yuchen Jade wanted to test the power of the announcer, and the first target was naturally the silly-looking Ecclesia. In addition, as a fourth monster, Ecclesia also fits the description of the system as a low-level dual monster. The power of the stigmata. Ecclesia touched her forehead. Since coming to the world from the abyss, Ecclesia has not used her stigmata power for a long time. In addition, the affairs of the church still have some shadows on Ecclesia. This also makes her not want to actively use her power. Yes, it should be usable, Ecclesia closed her eyes. The stigma on her forehead was now glowing with a faint white light. Seeing this, Yuchen Jade tentatively placed his hand on Ecclesia's forehead. In just a moment, the stigma on Ecclesia's forehead quickly dimmed. Ecclesia, who was still trying to feel her own power, also showed a surprised expression. What's going on? My power is gone. Yuchen Jade let go of his hand. The next moment, the holy mark on Ecclesia's forehead gradually flickered with a faint light. Hey? Recovered again? What's going on? Ecclesia opened her eyes and touched her forehead in confusion. Ignoring Ecclesia's silly action, Jade Yuji has more or less understood the power of this declarer. This thing, to put it bluntly, is a low-profile version of the Fantasy Breaker. It can erase all the power of low-level elves and weaker, AB, monsters. Although this is not a powerful ability for Jade, from the description of this ability, as the power he obtains becomes more and more powerful, the level of power he can eliminate will also increase accordingly. Maybe later, whether it is the power of 7-star, 8-star, or even 10-star, 12-star high-level card elves and top-level card elves, he can also use the ability of the declarer to invalidate it, right? But this is just a guess in the final analysis. It can only be verified slowly later. After Jade Yuji pondered, his eyes fell on Ecclesia, who was still touching her forehead with a puzzled look on her face. I said, you have finished your snacks and watched TV, can you leave now? No, the dormitory is so boring, I want to sleep here tonight. Ecclesia immediately refused. Although the female dormitory in Obelisk Blue is well off, there are not as many snacks and game equipment as here in Jade. What's more? Ecclesia secretly glanced at Jade. She still prefers to stay with Jade. It's up to you then. You'd better not walk around at night if you have nothing to do. Yuchen Jade rolled his eyes and stood up and walked towards his room. Anyway, there are many rooms in the old staff dormitory, so it doesn't matter if there is one more person. As long as he doesn't disturb me, it's fine. Hee. Watching Yuchen Jade go upstairs, Ecclesia chuckled, immediately took out all the game consoles under the TV cabinet, and began to enthusiastically select games for tonight. It is not difficult to see that Ecclesia is very happy to get permission to stay here. Of course. Yuchen Jade is a little unhappy. Listening to the noisy game sounds downstairs, Yuchen Jade had the urge to punch someone for the first time. I wonder if this punch will make that glutton quiet down. Just as he was about to go downstairs to warn the glutton, a strong and strange force suddenly came from behind Jade. The breath of the universe. Yuchen Jade was slightly startled, turned his head and saw a dimensional crack gradually forming in his room. The powerful dimensional airflow swept Jade's entire room. The equipment and books in the room were blown everywhere by this strong dimensional airflow. The noisy noise upstairs, covered by the game sound, did not attract Ecclesia's attention. Gradually, the dimensional airflow formed by the dimensional crack gradually calmed down. A small silver-haired head stretched out from the dimensional crack. Mellow. Seeing this little head, Yuchen Jade, who was ready for battle, was stunned. Looking at Yuchen Jade, who looked a little surprised, Mello immediately showed a happy smile on his face. Jade. She rushed from the dimensional crack into Jade's arms, with a sweet smile on her innocent face. Mello? Why are you here? Looking at the girl in his arms, Yuejo Jade was full of doubts. What was going on? How could a card elf from the world destruction dimension come to the GX dual world on its own initiative? Moreover, judging from the touch of his body, this Mello did not appear as a phantom elf. Instead, he appeared here in the form of a real entity. It's because of the pearl that Jade left here. Just when Yuejo Jade was confused, another voice came from the crack. Yuejo Jade looked up and saw the water fairy, wearing a water blue starry sky veil, walking out of the crack. Seeing Jade, the water fairy was not as active as Mello, but she also had a faint smile on her face. Water nymph. Are you saying that this is the reason why you were able to come here from the world destruction dimension? Yuejo Jade opened his hand and took out the pearl tear crystal from the system. This crystal, which condensed the power of the pearl tear Soro tribe, could unexpectedly become a bridge connecting the human world and the spirit world. Haha, there are many miracles in the elf world that are beyond the imagination of ordinary humans. The 10th generation needs to learn more. The water fairy smiled slightly, and then looked around the 10th generation's room. All around, there were tables and chairs that had been overturned by the previous dimensional storm. The floor was full of messy books and various tools. It can be said that it was completely inhuman. Well, Jade's room is really a bit messy. Who do you think is to blame for this? It would have been fine if the water fairy hadn't said anything, but when she did, Jade was a little angry. Is it our fault? The water fairy was stunned for a moment, then she belatedly pointed at herself. What else? The dimensional rift opened in the human world, and it was only thanks to my strong strength that I was not sucked into it and torn into pieces. If it were an ordinary person, there would be no body left. Yuejo. Jade looked at the water fairy seriously. Sorry, I'll clean up the room. Nautilus immediately started to clean up the room in a hurry. But I don't know if it's because she never does housework. Nautilus picked up a few books and dropped a few books, went to support the fallen bookcase, and even smashed the TV on the other side. From time to time, Nautilus screams could be heard from Jade's room. In just a few minutes, the originally messy room became even more unsightly after Nautilus cleaning. Seeing Nautilus clumsily picking up the electronic fragments on the ground, Yuejo Jade supported his forehead and was speechless for a moment. Nautilus, this guy, looks like a smart girl, but why does she give people a reckless feeling when she really does work? You are not as good as that good-for-nothing Ecclesia. Forget it, you better not help me. If this continues, there will be nothing left in my room that can be used. Yuejo Jade hurriedly stopped the water fairy from making things worse and snatched the teacup she had just picked up from her hand. This was the only intact thing left in his room. If she broke it again, there would be nothing left in the room. I'm really sorry, I've never done these things before. The water fairy blushed with shame. As a mermaid princess, she usually lived in the palace under the sea most of the time. She was not very familiar with life on land, let alone these housework. Forget it, I don't blame you. Yuejo Jade gathered a ball of explosive wind bombs in his hand, and swept all the garbage in the room. After a while, the whole room was empty. Fortunately, there are more rooms in the staff dormitory, so I can find a room to rest later. Speaking of which, what are you doing here? Yuejo Jade looked at the water fairy and asked curiously. The water fairy regained some of her princess demeanor, clenched her fist and coughed to ease the previous embarrassment. Mr. Jade saved Yushiba, so on behalf of our mermaid tribe, I would like to invite Mr. Jade to visit the Pearl World. I don't know if Mr. Jade can come to support us. Looking at the water fairy's big blinking eyes, Yuejo Jade fell silent. It was obvious that she wanted to ask him for something. Chapter 86. However, Yuki Jade had no intention of refusing. After all, he had originally planned to find some time to go to the spirit world again and capture some new spirit power. It was just that Jade had not yet decided whether to go to the Abyss Dimension or the World Destruction Dimension. Since the Water Fairy took the initiative to find him, then this could be considered as helping Jade make a choice. Ecclesia! Ecclesia! He shouted downstairs twice. Seeing that idiot was still immersed in the game, Yuki Jade had to give up the idea of taking Ecclesia with him. Forget it, let's go, Yubel, winged Kurikoku. Yajo murmured in a low voice. The next moment, the figures of Yubel and winged Kurikoku appeared beside Jade one after another. Long time no see, Yubel, miss? Sir. The water fairy wanted to say hello to Yubel, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she could clearly feel the atmosphere was awkward. This guy didn't get beaten to death before, thanks to her being a princess. Seeing the water fairy sweating profusely, Yu Zhao complained in his heart. Just call her Yubel. Yuki Jade calmly changed the subject. By the way, can humans also use this dimensional rift to teleport? That, if it's a human, I'm afraid it won't work. The water fairy also hurriedly followed Jade's topic and said, however, if it's you, Mr. Jade, it shouldn't be a problem, yet. Yujo Jade was now more convinced that the water fairy was also a fool in the palace like Ecclesia who was out of touch with the world. Yujo Jade walked to the dimensional crack. He stretched out his finger and gently touched it. In an instant, his system began to analyze the dimensional crack. Dimensional rift leading to the world-destroying dimension. Danger level to host, 0%. Accessible. Let's go. Is this all right? Seeing Yujo Jade walk into the dimensional crack without hesitation, the water fairy hurriedly pulled Mello in. On the other side of the crack was a gorgeous underwater world full of azure blue. But it seemed to be because of the pearl tear crystal. Even when he stepped into the seabed, Yujo Jade did not feel any discomfort. Whether it was the adaptation to the brightness and pressure of the seabed, it felt the same as on land. And in front, the underwater castle built of azure pearls also appeared in front of Jade. Even Jade saw a lot of low-star mermaid sisters similar to Mello and the others, swimming happily in the corals on the seabed. The water fairy and Mello also walked out of the dimensional crack. How about Jade? This is where we live. The water fairy came to Jade and opened her arms to show Jade their mermaid kingdom. Thanks to Jade for defeating Reno Heart, our world has finally become peaceful. In the distance, many mermaids who saw the water fairy and Jade waved and greeted them, with smiles on their faces. What a strange world, there seem to be no male mermaids in this world. Yubel's shadow emerged from behind Jade. She crossed her arms and looked around, and found that the mermaids around her were mostly female like Mello and the others. She had never seen any male mermaids. Because we are not like humans, who need males to reproduce. Hearing Yubel's question, the water fairy swam over and explained, as long as the tribe reaches the breeding age and wants to reproduce, they can use the crystals in the ocean to give birth to offspring. Crystals. Yujo Jade looked up at the pearl staircases that led to the other side of the sky. According to legend, our ancestors were humans who descended from another world countless years ago and absorbed the power of pearls from the pearl world and mutated into a species. The water fairy said seriously, so, although we have gained the ability to live in the sea, we still look like humans on the outside. Look, we still have legs. As she spoke, the water fairy lifted her skirt, revealing her white and delicate legs. Initially, our race also had a considerable number of males, and everyone could choose to use ocean crystals or reproduce with males as mates. But with the influence of the power of the pearl world, every new generation of mermaids born later became pure females. Thousands of years ago, only female mermaids remained in our species. This setting. Why does it feel weird for no reason? The history of the Pearl Tear Elegy tribe is not emphasized in the Katu story. But it can be seen from the Katu. In the entire Pearl world, there are indeed no male creatures other than Reno Heart. And Reno Heart is not a mermaid, and he is simply obsessed with the power of immortality brought by pearls. He looks like a demon. If someone else were to rule the Pearl world, I am afraid that all kinds of 18+ porn would be staged in minutes. Under the leadership of the water fairy, they arrived at the palace. After entering the palace gate, Jade saw the sirens and the little mermaid sitting together in the gorgeous pearl hall. Seeing the water fairy and Jade, the two immediately stood up. Sister Water Fairy, Mr. Jade. Looking at the two of them bowing respectfully. Yuch and Jade also nodded in response. By the way, Mr. Jade has been busy all day, so he must be a little tired, right? The water fairy immediately signaled to the siren and the little mermaid, and the two immediately understood and took the plate of crystal clear pearls from the table. Would you like to taste the exclusive food of our world? It's delicious. This. Looking at the tray full of pearls, a drop of sweat dripped from Yujo Jade's forehead. Don't worry, although our family's tears turn into pearls when we cry, those pearls are completely different from these. This is a crystallized product of the ocean and is completely edible. Seeing Joday's embarrassment, the water fairy hurriedly explained. Cry-crickary. They. Winged chestnut ball floated over from Joday, picked one up carefully, and put it in his mouth. Seeing the silent winged kurikoku, Joday clenched his fist and coughed, and could only quickly change the subject. Water fairy, you brought me here for something other than this, didn't you? Hey! The water fairy was slightly startled, and then lowered her head like a child whose secrets were revealed. Something is wrong. Joday glanced at the other mermaids who were silent. Is it because of the Avalakai Tesvara clan? Hey! Seeing the surprised faces of the crowd, Joday thought to himself that it was just as expected. After all, the story of the world-waiting dimension was originally very short. Joday couldn't think of any other possibilities except for the Kashanue tribe, who likes to stir up trouble everywhere. Not to mention, the Kashanue tribe once captured a mermaid from the Pearl Tears Sorrow tribe and transformed it into a Pearl Tears Sorrow tribe type Kashanue tribe. As the ruler of the demon world, one of Visa's emotional clones, Lashart, who represents anger. In order to seize the power of Renoheart's sorrow, he also sent some crayfish to the world-waiting dimension from time to time to investigate the situation. It seems that because of Renoheart's disappearance, the Kashanue tribe that has been exploring around the One World has begun to go too far. 0. That's right, many of our mermaid compatriots were captured because of them. The siren and the little mermaid said angrily. It's all because of me, because I'm too weak to protect you. The water nymph lowered her head, her face full of guilt. If I could be stronger. Then how can you let others live? Joday couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, compared with the actual card duel, the Pearl Tear Elegy tribe in the card picture is indeed a very weak race. The water fairy is almost the only mermaid who can fight. As for the other mermaids, they are either being whipped by Renoheart or splashing water and playing around in the card picture. There is no sign of any fighting power at all. However, watching the little pearl at the corner of the water fairy's eye slide down, Joday was silent for a moment, and the corner of his mouth raised an arc. Tarakuru. Interesting. Hey! The water fairy was slightly startled. She stopped crying and looked up at Joday. Since you have chosen to let me use your power, then naturally, I also have the obligation to protect you. Joday sneered, and golden flames surged in his eyes. What's more, this can a rare opportunity to obtain the Kush Asha Angry Clan deck. 10 generations. Mr. Joday. Seeing that Joday had chosen to fight against the Kashanue tribe for them, Siren, Little Mermaid, and Mello excitedly rushed over and happily hugged Joday's arms and cheered. The water fairy beside him had tears in her eyes. If it weren't for her modesty as a princess, she would have happily rushed over. Favorability +100 +100 +100. Looking at the numbers popping up quickly above the heads of the mermen, Yuki Joday fell silent, feeling the cold eyes of Yubel behind him and the enthusiasm of the mermen in front of him. This feeling is really. Chapter 87. The Dimension of World Destruction. The Sixth World Destruction, the World of Demons. The bright red blood light makes the world emit strange colors. Buildings constructed by black energy bodies are densely located on this blood-stained land. Countless monsters with strange looks and blood-red muscles gather in this tribe to work. On the highest floor of the black building, a young man with a hideous face, wearing Japanese ancient warring state-style armor, is sitting on a throne built by black energy bodies. He propped up his face and tapped his cheeks rhythmically with his fingers. The high ponytail with a gradient of red and black swayed in the blood-colored wind. Lord Lashart, it has been confirmed that Renoheart is missing. At this time, a unicorn monster covered with blood-red muscles and armor came to the young man. It knelt on one knee, bowed its head and respectfully reported to the young man its observations of the Pearl world in recent days. Gone. The young man called Lashart frowned slightly. The fingers tapping his cheek also paused slightly at this moment. Could it be that it has been absorbed? Visa's. Lashart. One of Visa's 7 emotions and 6 desires, representing the 747 avatar of the power of anger. Compared with Lashart, who represents fear, and Renoheart, who represents sorrow. Lashart is the only one who knows about Visa's and other emotional avatars. However, although he knows Visa's, he does not think that he is Visa's avatar. On the contrary, he thinks that he is Visa's true body. So he has been secretly observing Lashart and Renoheart. And he has been launching wars one after another, trying to take away Lachart and Renohart's power. However, although the Kashanue tribe has a strong and brutal fighting power, it once suppressed the Pearl Tears Lamentation tribe and the Intimidation Claws tribe. But the resistance of these two races is indeed more intense than expected. Lachart is not sure to completely defeat them for a while. He can only let the group of Kashanue guys under his control go to the Pearl World and the Fear World from time to time to explore the situation. But the news they brought back this time really made Lachart a little uneasy. The disappearance of Renohart might mean that Visas had entered the world destruction dimension. If he didn't take action. Richard, who was lost in thought, suddenly felt something. He raised his head and looked towards the sky. He saw two blue rays of light like meteors falling towards the demon world in the blood-red sky. And in one of the meteors, there was a power that Richard was very familiar with. The power of sorrow. Is it Renohart? Feeling this power, Lachart couldn't help but stand up. No. That's not right. This power is more peaceful than Renohart. This is not Renohart. Could it be Visas? Thinking of this, Lachart's expression became more solemn. However, as the two meteors gradually approached, the appearance of the two visitors gradually became clear. The one wrapped in the blue light was not Visas or Renohart as Lachart thought. One of them, Lachart remembered, was the princess of the Pearl Tears Sorrow clan, the Water Fairy. The other one, however, was a completely unfamiliar face. Who is that guy? How could he have Renohart's sorrow power? And, in addition to the power of sorrow, I can also feel that there is a stronger and more violent darkness in that guy's body. Unconsciously, beads of sweat had already seeped out of Lachart's forehead. He could sense the terror of that man. That guy was definitely not a good person. 10 generations. This is the world of the evil demons that was destroyed in the 6th generation. Those guys are the Kashanue tribe that has been harassing us. The water fairy blocked the scarlet airflow of the demon world and shouted loudly to Yajojade beside her. The man who looks very similar to Renohart is the ruler of this world, Lachart. Yuchinjade's eyes were fixed on Lachart who was sitting on the throne. The latter seemed to have noticed Yuchinjade's gaze and stared at Yuchinjade. Danger! This man is very dangerous. Lachart instinctively felt the breath of danger. Stop them! With Lachart's order, the red monsters that had already prepared for battle rushed towards the two people who were falling like meteors. Countless streamlined red lights drew brilliant lines in the sky. However, every red line that was about to touch the blue meteor would fall from the sky like a falling firefly in an instant and disappear into this abyssal demon world. Exploding Gale Bomb! Yajojade shouted as he opened his right hand and aimed it at a monster of the Kashanue tribe that was in front of him. The exploding Gale Bomb instantly tore the monster into pieces. The water fairy also waved her long sword to fight back, but her fighting power was basically negligible. Destroy Phoenix Man! Yajojade took out a card from the extra deck on his waist. The next moment, a ball of extreme black flame spread rapidly from his body, swallowing up all the countless red monsters that rushed over. Hateful! Seeing that Yajojade was getting closer and closer to him, Lachart's face became more and more embarrassed. Boom! As Yajojade and the water fairy landed, the cannon fodder of the Kashanue tribe behind them fell from the sky like dumplings and fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, beside Lachart, the unicorn, and Fenrir Wolf, who were both very powerful in the Kashanue tribe, immediately protected Lachart on the left and right, roaring threateningly. Lachart, right! Yajojade ignored the threats from the unicorn and Fenrir Wolf and stared at Lachart in front of him. Who are you? The smell of you, did you give Renohart to? Lachart frowned and stared at Yukijade with gritted teeth. The aura of the Overlord was undoubtedly a fatal suppression for the dual elves. This terrifying darkness made Lachart feel suffocated. But what made Lachart feel even more unacceptable was the power of sorrow that could be vaguely felt in Yukijade's body. That was Renohart's power. This meant that Renohart was completely defeated by the man in front of him? Was Renohart's power also absorbed by this man? How could it be possible? Could it be that, besides Visas, there is someone else in this world who can absorb the power of these emotions? Are you talking about this, Yajo? Jade smiled and took out the two cards Renohart of the Pearl Tear Lament tribe and Kaldohart of the Pearl Tear Lament tribe and showed them to Lachart. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that Renohart can't hear what you have to say for the time being. What? Seeing the two cards in Yuchinjade's hand, Lachart's pupil shrank, he turned Renohart into a card. This guy. Lashart. You have driven the Kashanue tribe to do evil things, and now you have to pay for it. The water fairy also stared at Lashart angrily. Mr. Jade, I will completely overthrow your rule and liberate this world from your rule. Overthrow my rule. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Looking at the mermaid standing next to Yuki Jade, Lashart couldn't help but sneer in anger. What a joke. You weaklings who were ruled by a loser like Renohart now dare to stand in front of me and show off your power. And you, Lashart, looked at Yuki Jade. Although I don't know who you are. But don't think that you can beat me just by beating that trash Renohart. My strength is not comparable to that of a loser like Renohart. A blood-red air current began to surge through Lashart's body. The unicorn and Fenrir wolf guarding him also looked at each other and jumped away. 10 generations, they. Water fairy also noticed something and immediately tightened Jade's clothes. Well, leave it to me. Yajo Jade signaled the water fairy to retreat. He raised his arm, and the next generation dual disc was unfolded at this moment. The aura of the Overlord quickly surged out of Jade's body, colliding with the blood-colored airflow emitted by Lashart. Jade, this guy's power is a little strange, you should be careful. Yubles. Voice rose in Jade's ear. When necessary, use my power. Okay, I understand. A green light appeared in Yuki Jade's left eye. Yubal's power and Overlord's power intertwined in Jade's body at this moment. Hehe, let's fight it out the way you humans are best at. Use the power of the dual monster. Raising his arm, the blood-colored airflow around Lashart began to quickly condense on his arm. A blood-colored dual disc appeared on Lashart's arm. Lashart's mouth curled up a sneer and looked at Yuki Jade in front of him. Indeed. Although his power is not as good as the human in front of him. But if it is a dual monster. My own Kushisangha clan is in existence that completely restrains the Pearl Tears Lamentation clan. This guy will never be able to defeat me. Lashart, LP4000. Yuchen 10th generation, LP4000. Duel. The Dark Overlord power collided with the bloody angry power. The terrifying airflow made the water fairy watching the battle tremble with fear. Definitely. Chapter 88. Hehe, you actually dared to accept my duel. Seeing that Yuki Jade actually chose to duel with him. Lashart's face suddenly showed excitement. A duel is enough to deal with you. Yajo Jade raised his eyelids. His strength was indeed enough to suppress Lashart. However, after all, this was a world of playing cards. If we didn't have a good duel to decide the winner, wouldn't it be meaningless? Haha, I hope you can maintain your confidence later. Lashart opened his hand, and 5 blood-red cards appeared in his hand. I'll take the first move. Lashart sneered and took the first move. Yajo Jade stared coldly at the smile on Lashart's face. For Lashart, taking the first move seemed to represent the beginning of victory. Indeed. The Kasha deck is another incredible deck created by K Company after the Tears of Elegy deck, and is enthusiastically called the Exorcist by the majority of players. This deck has an incredible ability to exclude cards. Not only that. The Kasha deck has the ability to block the opponent's monsters and magic trap areas every time it excludes cards from the inside. So when Exorcist was in its prime, you could often see the opponent of Exorcist with a field full of crosses. Of course. The real strength of Kashanue is not only this. Another amazing thing about this deck is that almost all of its monsters have the effect of spinning top, and also have a very simple and crude effect removal ability. In addition, there is no self-restraint. Among them, Kashanue Fenrir Wolf can even perform the operation of searching itself. This also makes it possible for almost any deck to put 3 Kashanue Fenrir Wolf in the deck, or bring another Kashanue Unicorn. Some slightly weaker decks, if they do not carry these cards, will even be so pathetic that they can't even get past a Fenrir Wolf. As for this deck's effect on Pearl Tears Lamentation. At first, everyone felt that the deck attributes of Kashanue were indeed quite restraining Pearl Tears Lamentation. After all, the whole family can remove the saint and block the monster zone, which can be said to be a devastating blow to the deck that relies heavily on the graveyard, such as the Pearl Tears Lamentation. However, who knows, when this deck really appeared in the environment. Pure Kashanue was out of the game after just a few days. Then, Kasha Pearl Tears, which scared everyone to piss their pants, appeared. The entire environment was quickly dominated by Pearl Tears with Red Mermaid. And Kashanue, which was said to restrain Pearl Tears, was useless in this war against Pearl Tears, except for contributing B3 wolves and red mermaids to Pearl Tears, and even made things worse. Until Pearl Tears was completely killed later, Fenrir Wolf also became a banned card, and Kasha Nue suffered 1 ban, 3 restrictions and 1 restriction in one breath, and bid farewell to the stage of history with tears. However, although Kasha in OCG is a little tragic, it has a taste of if there is you, why is there Liang? But now facing Lashart, Yuki Jade has no idea of looking down on him. After all, the Kasha Nue deck in front of him is the Kasha Nue in its prime. The Pearl Tears Lamentation clan in his hands was not a complete form. Without the Pearl Tears of the Earth Angel, it was still a little lacking. Moreover, it was Lashart who took the first attack. When there are no monsters on the field, this card can be special summoned from your hand. Lashart raised his lips and slowly showed the card in his hand. Let's start with an appetizer. Special summon. Kasha Nue Unicorn. Boom. A blood-red air current gathered on the field. A humanoid unicorn with blood-red muscles and armor all over its body appeared on the field with a low roar. Kasha Nue Tribe Unicorn. Star rating, 7. Telekinetics. Attack power, 2500, defense power, 2100. The effect of this card can be activated during your main phase. Lashart opened his blood-red right hand, and the powerful force of the demon world condensed in Lashart's right hand. From the deck, add a Kasha Nue clan magic card to your hand. The bloody power condensed into a ball in Lashart's hand like a thread. As the ball of light exploded, a small card appeared in his hand. Jade, aren't you going to activate the effect of Little Mermaid of the Pearl Tear Elegy in your hand? Yubles. Shadow appeared behind Jade. She glanced at Jade's hand card, feeling a little confused. According to common sense, as long as the monsters on the field activate their effects, wouldn't it be possible to chain the effect of Little Mermaid, recruit Little Mermaid, and pile up the graveyard? Isn't the strength of the Pearl Tear Elegy tribe based on the strong deployment during the opponent's turn? No, Unicorn, or in other words, most of the Kasha Nue monsters have the special ability to chain attacks when an attack is declared or the opponent activates a monster effect. Yajo Jade shook his head slightly. Unicorn has the ability to activate when the opponent activates a monster effect. Check the opponent's extra deck, and select a card to banish it face down. What? Is this possible? Yubel showed a surprised expression. Face down means banishing a card from the opponent's extra deck? Isn't this a bit unreasonable? You know, for dual monsters, if the face down means banishing a card, it means that the card has nothing to do with the duel. Therefore, instead of trying to block the development of the Kasha Nue clan, it would be better to wait until the Kashorath tribe is over before dealing with it. Yuchen Jade's eyes sank slightly, his gaze fixed on the cards in his hand. He already had some simple cards to clear the field. However, if Lashart's ending was similar to what he expected, then he should still be missing the last key card. I add the continuous magic card, Kasha Nue Tribe's Anchorage to my hand. And activate Kasha Nue Tribe's Anchorage. As long as this card exists on the field, I can summon the 7-star monsters without releasing the sacrifice. Lashart sneered, then waved his hand, activate the magic card. 6th Generation Destroyer Transformation into Free Heaven. Target a Kush Asha monster on your field, and special summon a Kush Asha monster with different attributes from that monster from your deck in defense position. After this effect is activated, you cannot special summon monsters other than XYZ monsters from the extra deck until the end of the turn. Lashart gathered another card in his hand. Come out. Kasha Fury Fenrir Wolf. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a red werewolf with a short axe in hand and a mask on his face appeared beside the unicorn. Fenrir Wolf of the Kasha Nervous Clan. Star rating, 7. Telekinetic Tribe. Attack power, 2400, defense power, 2400. Fenrir Wolf can only be activated during the main phase. Add a Kashafuru monster from your deck to your hand. The card I chose to add to my hand is Kasha Nue Ogre. The third Kasha Nue monster has appeared in Lashart's hands. According to the effect of Kasha's Wrathful Anchorage, it usually summons Kasha's Wrathful Ogre. The card in his hand flashed scarlet light again. Lashart narrowed his eyes, with an excited sneer on his face. The next moment, the red ogre carrying a giant hammer slowly walked out of the blood light, and let out a wild roar. Kasha Nue Ogre. Star rating, 7. Telekinetics. Attack power, 2800, defense power, 1000. I activated it in my main phase. Based on the effect of the ogre, I added a Kishore Rage trap card from my deck to my hand. Lashart searched for another card. Seeing the card in his hand, Lashart showed a satisfied smile on his face. That's right, 173. That's it. I will stack the Kashanue Ogre and Kashanue Fenrir Wolf on the field. Lashart raised his right hand. In an instant, a twisted scarlet vortex swirled above Lashart's head. The Ogre and Fenrir Wolf turned into pure red energy and rushed into the sky. In the terrifying vortex, they merged together with a bang. Build a stacking network of level 7 Ogres and Fenrir Wolves to perform XYZ summoning. Come out. The Cradle of World Destruction. Shangri-La Cocoon of the Kashanue tribe. Buzz. At this moment, the entire demon world began to tremble. The originally blood-red sky was now covered by satellite-like mesh machines. If you look from the surface of the planet, the entire demon world planet is now covered with various blood-red instruments. The instruments draw the power of the entire demon world planet. The terrifying power of the demon makes the entire planet begin to tremble. What the hell is going on here? The water fairy was so frightened that she almost lost her balance. She looked at the sky covered by black instruments in horror. Although she could not see anything, she could feel a chilling force constantly pouring into the sky. There is a terrifying monster the size of a planet that cannot be seen by the naked eye. Shangri-La Cocoon of the Kashanue tribe. Tier 7. Psychokinesis/XS. XS Materials 2. Attack 0, Defense 3000. Looking at the monster that appeared behind Lashart, whose outline could not even be fully displayed. Yuki Jade frowned slightly, and the golden and green light in his pupils burned like flames at this moment. Has it appeared? A powerful R7 monster with the ability to block an area. Chapter 89. He he he. Ha 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 ha. Feeling the power of the entire planet continuously flowing to him, Lashart felt more powerful than ever before, and his self-confidence at this moment swelled to the sky. Choosing to duel with me is really your stupidest decision. After laughing, Lashart looked at Yuki Jade coldly. This power foreshadows your tragic failure in the future. In my hand, I am activating the effect of my own Kush Asher Rage tribe Lashart. This effect can only be activated if there is a Kush Asher Wrath type monster on your field. Special summon myself from hand. Ah! Lashart roared, his entire body turning into streaks of bright red light, and he appeared in the dual monster area. Rashid of the Kashanue. Star rating 4. Warrior. Attack power 1500, defense power 2100. During my main phase of the turn when I am summoned or special summoned, banish one Kashanue card from your deck except Kashanue Reshart to activate this effect. Reshart waved his hand, and a card condensed behind him. I banish 3 cards from my opponent's deck face down, and raise my own level to 7 stars. I chose to exclude the card in the deck 6th generation of Evil Root Purification. As the card was sent into the other dimension by Lashart, the dual disc on Yujo Jade's arm was also immediately covered by a blood-red light. 3 cards in a row were swallowed into an unknown other dimension. A Bad Life, Pearl World. A Bad Life sings the lament. Pearl Tears sings Tribe Reno Heart. 10 generations, looking at the face-down excluded cards, Yubel frowned. I'm afraid these 3 cards can no longer be used in this duel. Not only that. Yujo Jade stared coldly at the Shangri-La Cocoon behind Lashart. The real problem was that as his card was excluded from the inside, the effect of Shangri-La Cocoon would also be activated. At this moment, the excluded purification of the 6th generation of Evil Roots and Shangri-La Cocoon of the Arrogant Clan are activated. Laceheart arranged the chain and said loudly, based on the principle of last come first, I choose to activate the effect of Shangri-La Cocoon first. Each time your opponent's card is removed from the field, you can activate this effect by specifying an unused monster zone, spell or trap zone on the field. The designated area cannot be used during the period of existence on the Shangri-La Cocoon. Lashart pointed directly at Yujiao's field. The next moment, a scarlet beam of light came from the power condensed outside the planet. One of the 5 monster areas in front of Yujiao was smashed to pieces. A huge X also appeared on the dual disc. Seal, block the opponent's card area. Seeing this scene, the water fairy's eyes suddenly widened. It's not over yet. Next is the effect of 6th generation of Evil Root Purification. Lashart opened his hands and began to continuously absorb the power of the demon world from the Shangri-La cocoon. When this card is banished, target a Kush Asha XYZ monster on your field. That monster is used as a XYZ material, and one of your own Kishano warrior type monsters is added to your hand. After that, you can special summon that monster from your hand. The power gathered in Lashart's hand began to take shape. Then, it transformed into the appearance of Kisha's wrathful Fenrir wolf. Come out! Fenrir wolf of the Kisha Nue clan. Fenrir wolf of the Kisha Nervous clan. Star rating, 7. Telekinetics. Attack power, 2400, defense power, 2400. Looking at the roaring Fenrir wolf that reappeared, Yuki Jide realized what this guy was going to do. I will then stack the level 7 Fenrir wolf and the level 7 unicorn on the field. Super summon. Lashart raised his right hand. In the sky, blood-red lightning surged. The unicorn and Fenrir wolf turned into two groups of pure red power and surged into the sky again. The second one, level 7. Shangri-La cocoon of the Kisha Nue tribe. Shangri-La cocoon of the Kisha Nue tribe. Tier, 7. Psychokinesis/XS. XS materials, 2. Attack, 0, defense, 3000. The second one. Seeing the second monster in front of them, Yubel and Nayad frowned at the same time. Oh! The power absorbed by the two Shangri-La cocoons was pouring into Lashart's body. Lashart roared excitedly, and his eyes turned blood red under the powerful force. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. Even without the power of sorrow, the power provided by the planet demon world is enough for me to complete my evolution. Goo! Goo! Lashart's body began to twist. Blood-colored aura continued to flow out of his body, forming blood-red wings of light behind him. Lashart's muscles twisted and swelled. The whole person began to change rapidly. I will myself. Evolution stacking. Evolution stacking. The terrifying aura quickly swept around with Lashart as the center. The buildings built with black energy stones were quickly shattered under this terrifying impact. The corpses of the Kisha Nue tribe on the ground were also turned into powder in the impact, turning into a little bit of star sand, pouring into the Shangri-La cocoon outside the planet. Ah! Looking at the water fairy that was about to fall under the impact. Yuchen Jade frowned and immediately separated some of the Overlord's power to cover it. 10 generations, feeling the warm darkness surrounding her, the water fairy's heart warmed up and she looked at Jade with gratitude. But Jade no longer had the heart to respond to the water fairy. At this moment, his attention was all focused on the evolving Lashart. This is my complete form. My strongest, most invincible, and eternal posture. Aleshat of the Kishanyovi tribe. Aleshat of the Kishanyovi tribe. Tier, 7. Mechanical/XS. XS material, 1. Attack power, 3000, defense power, 3000. Alistair's body was now completely covered in a terrifying and surging red power. His face was covered with a mask like a war ghost, and his arms were burning with a blood-red aura. Aleshat of the Kisha Nue clan is a level 7 XYZ monster that is XYZ summoned by 3 7-star monsters. However, during the turn when the effect of Kisha Nue's Shangri-La cocoon is activated, it is also possible to stack it directly on the Kisha Nue monster on the field without sufficient ectopic materials. Yujojade frowned and stared at the perfect form of Aleshat. The powerful force actually tore the dimensional wall of the demon world. The dimensional crack formed was constantly absorbing everything in the demon world. As long as I am on the field, the cards sent to the graveyard will be directly excluded. Lashart, no, Ailshart stretched his neck and sneered at Yuki Jade in front of him. In this case, no matter how many Graves of Pearl tier elegy you have in your deck, they will be completely excluded from the unknown dimensional rift. This is my full strength. The strongest. Invincible. Eternal. Ailshart roared excitedly. As if responding to Alishart's excitement at the moment, the sky of the entire demon world also emitted uneasy thunder and the sound of breaking from the depths of the planet, as if it was a precursor to the destruction of the world. The earth cracked and trembled. The entire demon world seemed to be completely absorbed by Ailshart and destroyed in exhaustion. It's not over yet. Now that my complete form has appeared, how can I not let you see my special abilities? Ailshart opened his right hand and glanced at the water nymph who had already turned pale. By the way, the power of your people is really useful. Hey! The water fairy was slightly startled. The next moment, she saw the card condensed in Alishart's hand. Activate the effect of a Rakan's Wrathful Tribe type of Pearly Tears Lament in your hand. Can only be activated during both parties' main phases. Special summon this card from your hand, and choose a Kishore Rage card or Tears of Sorrow card from your hand or graveyard. Buzz. As Aleshart finished speaking, a ball of scarlet power gathered on the field. A mermaid with a red mask on her face and her hands and feet transformed into weapons appeared on Aleshart's side. The Kuzakas. Star rating, 7. Telekinetics. Attack power, 2300, defense power, 1200. The moment she saw the mermaid in front of her, the water nymph fell to the ground with a look of disbelief in her eyes. Ha 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 ha. I choose to exclude the 6th generation destroyer in the cemetery. Furthermore, the effect of my own Aleshart of the Kashegavata is activated at this moment. Every time a card is excluded, I can choose one of the excluded cards and use it as my own XYZ material. Aleshart looked at Yuki Jide. By the way, don't you have 3 cards excluded by the inside? Then I will help you put those cards back on the field. Aleshart waved his hand. One of Yuki Jide's cards that was excluded from the inside fell into Alishart's hands. Rainer Heart of the Pearly Tear Sorrow Tribe. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Seeing the card in his hand, Alishar laughed even louder. What a misfortune. After all the twists and turns, the power of this guy Renoheart finally returned to my hands. Really? I am the one who is more qualified to be the main body than Visas. Aleshat of the Kashanyavi tribe. Excess materials, 1-2. At this moment, as he absorbed Renoheart's power, Alishart's left arm was stained with a blue aura of sorrow. At this moment, Alishart's power reached a new level, and even the entire demon world was permeated with a hint of blue from the blood-red sky. Then, the effect of Pearl Tears Lamentation Clan type Kishore Rage Clan is activated. When this card is normal summoned or special summoned successfully, send 3 cards from the top of your opponent's deck to the graveyard. At the same time, the effect of the excluded 6th generation destruction of others is linked. When this card is excluded, target one of your excluded Kush Asha cards other than this card, and add that card to your hand. I added Purification of 6 generations of evil roots to my hand. Then send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard. Aleshart pointed at Yuajao again, don't forget. As long as I am on the field, the cards sent to the graveyard will be directly excluded. The next moment, 3 cards on Yua's deck were quickly cut off. The Siren Mermaid of the Pearly Tears Lament tribe, the string sound that splits through the evil of a life-bound fusion. Then according to my effect. Every time a card is excluded, choose a card from the exclusion zone as your material. Aleshart waved his hand. The Pearl Tear Lamentation Siren Mermaid of Yuki Jide that was excluded was immediately absorbed by Aleshart. Excess materials, 2-3. Hehe, it looks like it's over. Although Shangri-La Cocoon must be face down to exclude the opponent's card in order to block the card area. But it doesn't matter, my strength is enough, I destroyed everything. Seeing that he already had 3 super materials, Alishart's mouth curled up. Then, activate the magic card gift exchange. Both players choose a card from their deck and banish it face down. At the end of this round, both players add the card that the other player banished to their hand. Aleshart obviously doesn't want to let Yuki Jide off so easily. He still has a lot of interesting things waiting for Yuki Jide to experiment with. Yuki Jide frowned slightly. He unfolded his deck and scanned the cards in it one by one. Finally, he chose to banish Demon King of the Swamp face down. And Aleshart sent Intimidation Minion type Kishore Rage from his deck to the banishment zone face down. Of course, Aleshart had no intention of giving this card to the opponent. At this moment, because you banished the card face down, the effect of Shangri-La Cocoon of the Kashegavata is activated. Block off one of your designated areas. Because I have 2 Shangri-La Cocoons on the field, your 2 monster zones will be blocked for me. Alicia, Linos, Big Hand waved, and the 2 monster zones of Yujo Jide were blocked again. Then, there's my own effect. I choose to turn the Intimidation Minion type Kisha's Wrathful Tribe that I banished face down into my XYZ material. Excess materials, 3-4. How despicable. How could you turn the card you gave to your opponent into an excess material? Yubel and Nayad looked gloomy. I cover 2 cards. After covering the last 2 cards in his hand, Aleshart ended his turn with a sneer, I end my turn just like that. By the way, the card displayed on the inside of gift exchange will be sent to the other party now. Of course, you definitely don't have it, ha 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 ha. He opened his hand, and the demon king of the swamp that Yuki Jide had excluded from the inside was immediately taken into Alishart's hand. Ailsheart covered his face and laughed up to the sky, as if he had considerable confidence in the current situation. The water fairy sat on the ground in a daze. Looking at the current situation, her eyes were full of sorrow and regret. The deck was seriously disrupted. There were only 2 monsters left in the monster zone on the field that could be used. In addition, there were also a large number of monsters on the opponent's field that sent all cards to the exclusion zone. Today, there was no chance of winning. Blame me! Blame me! Pearls fell from the water fairy's eyes. At this moment, she regretted letting Yujo Jide come to the demon world. If it weren't for her, how could Jide? My turn, draw a card. Yuchen Jide calmly drew a card from the deck. Looking at the drawn card, Yuchen Jide's mouth raised an arc bar. It seems. It's over, this duel. Hey! As soon as the words came out, Nayad, Ailsheart and even Yubel were stunned by what Yujo Jide said. It's over? This. Chapter 90. This duel. It's over? Hearing Yuki Jide's words, Alishart's expression froze. Are you kidding me? In this situation, you told me it's over. Ailsheart almost thought he had heard wrongly. There were 2 Shangri-La cocoons of the Kyuzaka Nue clan, a 4-material Kyuzaka Nue clan Ailsheart, and a Pearl Tears Lament clan type Kyuzaka Nue clan on Alishart's field. Ailsheart simply couldn't figure out how Yuki Jide could end the duel in this round. This is absolutely impossible. Moreover, during the standby phase after you draw a card, the effect of Shangri-La cocoon of the Kasha Nue clan is activated. Special summon a Kashafuru monster from the deck. Ailsheart waved his hand. A unicorn figure immediately condensed from the blood-colored power beside him. Kasha Nue Tribe Unicorn. Star rating, 7. Telekinetics. Attack power, 2500, defense power, 2100. As long as you activate the effect of a monster, Unicorn of the Raging Tribe can confirm your extra deck and banish one of the monsters in it face down. Ailsheart sneered, obviously very satisfied with his current iron wall. At that time, according to the effect of Shangri-La cocoon of the Kasha Nue clan, the last 2 monster zones on your field will also be blocked by me 3. Ailsheart narrowed his eyes and sneered at Yuki Jide. Once all 5 monster zones are blocked, even a god will never be able to turn the tables in this situation. Despair, pain. This is me as a perfect body, invincible. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Ailsheart laughed triumphantly. A violent aura swept across the entire venue. Even the earth was shaking and breaking. The scorching flames began to surge around Ailsheart. Indeed, the Kasha Nue deck has a very troublesome exclusion and a powerful ability to block card areas. Yuchen Jide raised his eyelids and spoke slowly. However, if you want to truly unleash the power of the Kasha Nue clan, you still need the assistance of number 89 Computerman, System Destroyer. Of course, no cards are still too far away for you. It is already quite good to be able to rely on the pure family to create the current situation. Yuchen Jide's eyes swept across the 6 cards in his hand. However, even if I give you number 89 Computerman, System Destroyer, even if I let you block all 10 card areas on my field, the Kasha Nue clan deck still has some unavoidable weaknesses. This is also the reason why even though the Kasha Nue clan looks quite intimidating in the first move, it is still easy to be cracked. Weakness? What are you talking about? Ailsheart was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Yuki Jide said. What a joke! With a field that is almost unsolvable, what so-called weakness does it have? This guy is just bluffing, right? Even the water fairy next to him thought that Jide was lying to Ailsheart. To be honest, such a layout is enough to make people feel desperate. The cards that were just excluded are enough to show that Jide's deck is indeed good. But the water fairy is very clear about the power of their clan. Jide can never break through Alishart's field with only the Pearly Tier Elegy deck. You bastard, do you think I'm afraid of your bluff? Looking at Yuki Jide who didn't move, Ailsheart, who was a little confused at first, gradually became bolder. Bluffing. Yujo Jide smiled. Speaking of which, do you feel that the temperature around you has risen a bit? Ailsheart was stunned for a moment, lowered his head, and found that the eruption of the ground flames caused by his power just now was now somewhat uncontrollable, and it continued to spew out hot lava. The splashing magma continued to dissolve the surrounding earth, and even the air was visibly distorted by the high temperature. What's going on? Ailshart could clearly feel that his connection with the two Shangri-La cocoons of the Kashanue clan was weakening. The speed at which the Shangri-La cocoons absorbed power from the heavenly demon world also began to decline rapidly. On the contrary, the terrifying temperature began to make Ailshart gradually panic. It was as if he realized something was wrong. Could it be that Yujo Jide is this guy? Impossible. If Shangri-La cocoon of the Kashanue clan is destroyed by battle or an effect, it can remove an XYZ material as a replacement. Both Shangri-La cocoons have sufficient excess materials, and it is impossible for them to be destroyed by the other's effects. Or. Alishart's forehead was covered with sweat. He turned to look at Yujo Jide. He saw Yujo Jide calmly inserting a card into the dual disc, with a calm smile on his face. I will release the two Shangri-La cocoons of the Kashanue clan on your field. I will give you this card's powerful 8-star monster. Yuki Jide waved his hand. In an instant, Ailshart was surrounded by terrifying lava. The ground was gradually cracking into huge gaps. Under the gushing lava, a giant magma monster covered in lava and obsidian emerged from the gap. The huge iron cage instantly trapped Ailshart inside, locking him tightly. Lava Golem. Star rating, 8. Demon/Special Summon. Attack power, 3000, Defense power, 2500. What? Alisha was shocked. What is this thing? Seeing this strange thing that suddenly appeared on his field, Ailshart was a little confused. This guy gave his Shangri-La cocoon to, completely solved. Moreover, Ailshart looked up hastily. He saw that the area where Yuki Jide was blocked was gradually restored to its original state as Shangri-La cocoon left. 10 generations, did Jide really break the blockade of Shangri-La cocoon? They. Water Fairy covered her mouth, tears of excitement hanging from the corners of her eyes. Shangri-La cocoon can only maintain the blocked card area if it is face up on the field. This means that as long as Shangri-La cocoon is turned inside out, or simply leaves the field, then the blockade of Shangri-La cocoon on the opponent will be completely reduced to 0. Yuchen Jide's mouth slightly raised. That's right. That's it. Another reason why the Kashanue tribe is not as good as the Pearl Tiers in the real card environment is that there are too many general-purpose cards that can remove the blockade of the Kashanue tribe. The Book of Total Solar Eclipse, Lava Demon, Winged Dragon of the Sun God, Spherical Body, etc. When Yujo Jide agreed to help the Water Fairy and the others deal with the Kashanue tribe, he had already prepared a large number of general-purpose cards to deal with the Kashanue tribe. Yujo Jide has fully prepared countermeasures for Alishart's development and even the end. Therefore, even if Ailshart blocks all 10 card areas of Yujo Jide is 100% sure to completely defeat the opponent. Because, from the moment I got your information, the duel has already been decided. Yujo Jide stared coldly at the already confused Ailshart. Chapter 91. Alishart's eyes widened, looking at the boy in front of him in disbelief. What a joke! The other party knew everything about his deck from the beginning? He didn't even bluff. In an instant, he removed the two most critical Shangri-La cocoons on his field. But, damn it, don't think that you can show off here just because you have untied the Shangri-La cocoon. Since I am on the field, the cards sent to the graveyard will be removed immediately. The two Shangri-La cocoons and the oxygen materials of the Shangri-La cocoons will be sent to the exclusion zone by me. Ailshart gritted his teeth and said, and, when a card is excluded, I can choose a card in the exclusion zone as my own oxygen material. Ailshart waved his arm, and a card immediately flew out of the Jide dual plate of Yuki and fell into Alishart's hands. I choose to use a card in your exclusion zone that is inside out as an oxygen material. One world is Bad Pearl World. Seeing the card he had taken away, Ailshart crushed it with all his strength. The fragments of the card turned into super material and surrounded Ailshart. Excess materials, 4-5. End, open the trap card. Continuous trap preparation of the Kashanue clan. Ailshart continued to open his face-up cards. On your turn or your opponent's turn, you can activate this effect. From your hand and your own monsters that are excluded, select a Kush Asha monster and special summon it. I choose to special summon the excluded Kashafa Fenrir Wolf. Awoo! The blood-skinned werewolf holding a short axe appeared on the field of Ailshart again. Fenrir Wolf of the Kasha Nervous clan. Star rating, 7. telekinetics. Attack, 2400, defense, 2400. Fenrir Wolf, Unicorn, Red Mermaid, Ale's Heart. Ignore the silly-looking lava demon. At this moment, Alishart's strength on the field is still not to be underestimated. Did you see it? Yajojude. Even if the Shangri-La cocoon on my field is removed, the situation will not change for you. Ale's Heart roared excitedly. By the way, Fenrir Wolf and Unicorn are both powerful monsters that can banish your cards face down the moment you activate their monster effects. And I also have the ability to remove 3 XYZ materials and banish a card on the field face down. No matter how you struggle, you will not be defeated. Ale's Heart felt that he had regained the initiative in the duel. Trapped in the iron cage of the lava demon, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Looking at Ale's Heart, who still didn't realize that he was about to die, Yuzukjude raised his eyelids and slowly took out another card in his hand. I will release the Kashanue Fenrir Wolf and Kashanue Unicorn on your field. I'll give you a second 8-star powerful monster. Ale's Heart fuck. 2 pillars of fire burst out from the ground and instantly devoured the Fenrir Wolf and the Unicorn. Amid the painful howls of the 2 monsters, the second lava demon rose from the ground, with a body as big as a mountain, and quickly occupied the other half of Ale's Heart. Lava Golem. Star rating, 8. Demon/Special Summon. Attack power, 3000, defense power, 2500. At this moment, 2 lava demons stood on the left and right of Ale's Heart. The 2 lava demons with silly expressions beat their chests and made howling sounds. Ale's Heart stared at the 2 lava demons on his field with dull eyes, and for a moment he was so stunned that his jaw could not close. 2? You're so mad that you special summoned 2 lava golems on my field? Lava golem cannot be normal summoned. It can only be special summoned on the opponent's field when 2 monsters on the opponent's field are released. Yajojude raised his eyelids and spoke slowly, and during the turn when this card is special summoned, you cannot normal summon it. Fortunately, although there is a general summon, the summoning of Lava Golem itself is a special summon, so there is no limit on the number of special summons. Isn't your deck Pearl Tier Lamentation? Ale's Heart, who was sandwiched between 2 lava golems, couldn't hold back. Who is a good person playing Pearl Tier with 2 lava golems? Who told you that my deck is the Pearl Tier Lamentation clan? Yue Zhao frowned and couldn't help asking back. But you, Ale's Heart, was dumbfounded. He quickly showed his XYZ materials and said, aren't the ones excluded from your deck face down the ones from the Pearl Tier Elegy tribe? There aren't that many cards in total, right? Does that mean my deck is pure Pearl Tier Lamentation? Yajojude spread his hands, doubting Ale's Heart's intelligence. Who told you that Pearl Tiers can't be mixed with other cards? Who told you that I have to fight you with pure Pearl Tiers? Did I say that I was using pure Pearl Tiers in this duel? Yajojude said, looking at the water fairy, did I say that? Good, it seems that there is no, the water fairy shook her head. It seems to be true. From the beginning, Jude did not reveal any information about his deck. On the contrary, Ale's Heart seemed to regard the pure Pearl Tiers Elegy tribe as an imaginary enemy. I didn't consider the possibility that someone else might have another card. And from the beginning, I have already put these 2 lava demons on. Yajojude didn't hide it and said openly, I have collected all the cards that can remove the monsters on your field from the beginning. Before this round begins, the only key card I lack is a card that can kill you. Looking at the confused Ale's Heart, Yue Zhao showed a devilish smile on his face. You wouldn't think, can you really win? You don't think that my first lava demon only ate 2 Shangri-La cocoons instead of eating you directly? Is that a mistake on my part? Looking at Ale's Heart, whose expression was gradually breaking down, Yajojude's expression gradually darkened. I deliberately left you on the field just to torture you slowly, that's all. Ale's Heart stared at Yajojude with wide eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably. What a joke! Is this guy playing with me? Has this guy been playing with me from the beginning? My layout, my development, has been ignored by this guy from the beginning? No, don't be ridiculous. Because another card has been excluded. I once again get a card from the exclusion zone as my own super material. Ale's Heart roared hysterically. He grabbed another card from the exclusion zone and turned it into his own material. Excess materials, 5/6. Don't activate effects randomly during my turn. Quick attack magic card. Forbidden Holy Grail. Target a monster on the field. Increase the attack power of that monster by 400 points until the end of the turn. Effect negated. Yajojude was fed up with Alishart's struggle, and with a wave of his hand, a holy grail was directly smeared on Alishart's face. What? Ailshart felt his whole body tremble, and he felt that the originally bursting power was completely blocked by an invisible darkness at this moment. He looked at his body in disbelief as it quickly faded. The power of the demon world that he absorbed was dissipating crazily from this moment on. Ales hat of the Kashanyuvi tribe. Attack power, 3400. As the power was blocked, the dimensional cracks around Ailshart gradually closed. From this moment on, the blockade of Alishart's cemetery was also completely unlocked. Come to think of it, aren't you curious about what card I just drew to kill you? Yajojude smiled as he looked at Aleshart, who was kneeling in the cage of the lava demon with his eyes blank. You. Ailshart raised his head with difficulty. What he saw was a magic card that Yukijude showed. Magic card, bitter choice. I chose the deck Mellow Mermaid of the Pearly Tears Lamentation Tribe, Siren Mermaid of the Pearly Tears Lamentation Tribe, Little Mermaid of the Pearly Tears Lamentation Tribe, the lament of a lifetime of evil and the string sound that splits through a lifetime of evil. Bring it on. Choose one and give it to me, and send the remaining 4 to the cemetery. Looking at the 5 cards in front of him, Ailshart was sweating profusely, with a bitter expression on his face. Chapter 92. Magic card, bitter choice. As a famous banned card in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! Perhaps in the initial environment where graveyard utilization was low, bitter choice could not make much waves. But as the depth of Yu-Gi-Oh! Card pool gradually increased, some cards that once seemed insignificant have gradually played their terrifying role. Bitter choice, that's it. From today's perspective, bitter choice, this card has the ability to pile up graveyards like a fake card, and the feeling of despair that makes the opponent choose one of 5 ways to die. Paired with the strongest deck in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh!, the Pearl Tier Elegy Clan. It is a devastating blow to the opponent. When Yukijude got the Pearl Tier Elegy Clan, he already had this idea. It just so happened that this card was not listed as a banned card in the GX generation. After all, in the original GX, Manjome Jun used this card when he dueled with his brother Manjome Nagasaku. Banning cards is also a part that DM and GX generation have to taste. Look at Ailshart again. This guy has been silent for several minutes facing the 5 cards in front of him. Is it really that difficult to choose? Yuchinjude couldn't help but frown. Ailshart just needs to taste the bitterness of the banned cards. And there are many things to consider after launching the banned cards. I choose to add Mellow Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy Tribe to your hand. Ailshart racked his brains. In the end, he could only assign the Mellow Mermaid to Yajojude with great difficulty. Did you choose Mellow? Is it because you know that I can't normal summon Lava Demon after special summoning it? Yujiao chuckled. Then, his expression gradually became serious and he began to prepare his own deployment. In this case, when Little Beauty 907 Fish of the Pearl Tears Elegy Clan, Siren Mermaid of the Pearl Tears Elegy Clan, the lament played by the One Life of Destruction, and the sound of the strings that pierce the One Life of Destruction are sent to the graveyard due to their effects, all their effects will be activated. According to the principle of the last to come first to arrive, the first effect to be activated is the sound of the string that pierces the eternal destruction. From your deck, add a Tears of Elegy trap card to your hand. I choose to add the counter trap card, Clear Echo of One Life, to my hand. Yajojude took a card from his deck, then waved his hand and continued, then, it's Song of One Life. If this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, add a Tears of Elegy monster from your deck to your hand. I chose to add Pearl Tear Lamentation Siren Mermaid from the deck to my hand. Yajojude took out the 3rd siren. Before he could express how fun it was to play with 3 full mermen, Jude continued with his next step. Then there is the effect of the Siren Mermaid in the cemetery. If this card is sent to the graveyard by an effect, you can perform a fusion summon by returning the fusion materials of this card in the graveyard, including the fusion materials of this card in the graveyard, from your hand, field, and graveyard in the order you like to the bottom of your deck. Yajojude takes out Little Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy Tribe from the graveyard. I will return Little Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy Tribe and Siren Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy Tribe to the deck. Fusion summon. Buzz. A water blue vortex appeared behind Yukijude. At this moment, the water nymphs watching the game immediately felt Jude's call and turned into countless bright blue pearl bubbles that poured into Jude's field. Come out. Narcissus Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy Tribe. In an instant, azure bubbles quickly condensed on the field. A girl wearing a water blue starry sky gauze skirt, holding a glass-colored short blade, appeared on Yajojide's field. Narcissus Mermaid. Star rating, 5. Aqua/Fusion. Attack, 2300, Defense, 1200 and exchanged glances with the water nymph. Yajojide continued his story. At this moment, the effect of Pearl Tear Lamentation Tribe Water Narcissus Mermaid is activated. If this card is successfully special summoned, select a Tears of Elegy card from your deck and add it to your hand or send it to the graveyard. Yajojide waved his hand. I choose to add the quick attack magic card Incitement to Shake the World to your hand. Ael's heart gritted his teeth. He didn't know what Yajojide was going to do. But he was sure that this guy was definitely not going to do anything good. Activate the quick attack magic card, Shake the World's Destruction. Yajojide really didn't mean to do anything good. There were no cards worth noting on Alishart's field now. The only thing that Yajojide cared about was perhaps Alishart's backfield. At present, Alishart's backfield had a total of continuous magic cards Kishas Anchorage, continuous trap cards Kishas Preparation, and a mysterious face-up card. Yajojide could more or less guess that the so-called mysterious face-up card was the trap card 6th Generation Destruction Root Purification that Ael's heart recovered from his hand using 6th Generation Destruction of the Devil. 6th Generation Destruction Root Purification can only be activated when there are XYZ monsters of Kishas Anchorage on the field, and both sides will remove the remaining monsters face down until the number of monsters on the field is reduced to 1. Ael's heart wanted to use this face-up card to disrupt his own formation after he set up the field. But it was a pity. Yukijide isn't the type to not look at the backfield. The Incitement to Shake the World can only be activated by targeting a magic or trap card on the field. The card returns to the owner's deck, and then, choose a card from your hand and send it to the graveyard. Yukijide said, and a strong water tornado quickly emerged from the card, hitting Alishart's cover card. Hateful. In that case, I chain the effect of Kishas Wrath. Ael's heart can only activate the effect chain passively. When the opponent activates a magic card, if you have a Kishas Wrath monster on the field, you can activate it by targeting 3 cards in the opponent's graveyard. Exclude those cards from the inside. Ael's heart took out the 3 cards Lament of the Last Eternal Evil, Forbidden Holy Grail, and Bitter Choice from the Jade Cemetery and sent them into the strong dimensional rift. Ael's heart gritted his teeth as he watched the 3 cards being sucked into the dimensional rift. Such a powerful effect, but it can only exclude some insignificant cards. It's so frustrating. This is too frustrating. Jade didn't even raise his eyelids for such an insignificant exclusion. According to the effect of Incitement to Shake the World, the card I sent to the graveyard was Mellow Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy Tribe. But I won't activate the effect of Merlet yet. I activate the effect of the Water Nymph. Target a monster on your field, select a Tears of Elegy monster from your hand or graveyard, special summon it, and send the target monster to the graveyard. I choose the Water Fairy, and then special summon the mermaid in the graveyard. The Water Fairy on the field closed her eyes, quickly turned into countless bubbles, and disappeared on Yuejiao's field. As the bubbles on the field condensed again, the cute silver-haired girl appeared in front of Yuejiao. Merlet Mermaid. Stars, 2. Aqua. Attack power, 800, defense power, 2000. At this moment, the Water Fairy sent to the graveyard and the special summoned mermaid's effect are activated. Merlet's effect sends 3 cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard. The effect of the Water Fairy is to send 5 cards from the deck to the graveyard. 8 cards in total sent to the graveyard. At the top of Yukijide's deck, the cards suddenly flew out like snowflakes. Seeing Yukijide piling up cards in the graveyard, Alishart's heart was about to break. What happened to the promise to restrain Pearl Tears? Why can I only watch Pearl Tears piling up cards in the graveyard, but I can't do anything about it? First, the effect of Little Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Elegy Tribe that was sent to the graveyard. Yuejiao took out the Little Mermaid and Water Fairy from the graveyard and returned the 2 cards to the deck. Fusion Summon. Pearl Tear Elegy Tribe Ruzaka Mermaid. Rushaka Mermaid of the Pearly Tear Sorrow Tribe. Attack power, 3000, defense power, 2500. Then there is the Merlet Mermaid from the cemetery. Return this card and Albus fallen to the deck. Fusion Summon. Divine Flame Dragon, Hija Dragon. Divine Flame Dragon Hija Dragon. Attack power, 2500, defense power, 3000. Also, if the fusion summon is successful, Hikai Dragon discards a card from his hand to activate. From the monsters on the field, in the graveyard, and in the banished monsters, select the fusion materials determined by the 8-star or lower fusion monster cards other than Hikai Dragon and return them to the deck for fusion summon. Yajojude discards a card from his hand. I will return Divine Flame Dragon, Hija Dragon and Black Dragon, White Dragon which is regarded as Albus's fallen heir in the graveyard to the deck. Fusion summon. Ember Dragon, Falling Dragon. Boom! The silver-armored dragon transformed by Albus's power fell from the sky with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. Ash Dragon Falling Dragon. Attack power, 2500 4100, defense power, 2000. The attack power of the fallen dragon increases by the original level of the fused monster x100. Since the levels of Black Dragon, White Dragon and Divine Flame Dragon, He Dragon are both 8 stars. So Luo Yinlong's attack power increased by 1600 points. Then, activate the effect of the counter trap card Branded Conviction. Remove this card from the graveyard, and add a brand spell or trap card other than Branded Conviction to your hand. Yuezhou said, taking the card from the graveyard. Then, activate the magic card, Brand Fusion. Send Albus's Fallen and the Light Attribute Beast of the Abyss, Hija Dragon in the deck to the graveyard. Fusion Summon. Branded Dragon, White Dragon. Branded Dragon White World Dragon. Attack, 2500. When the fusion summon of White Dragon is successful, remove the fusion materials determined by the fusion monster cards below 8 stars other than White Dragon from the hand, field, and graveyard, and perform a fusion summon. Yajojude quickly selected the cards from the graveyard. I will exclude Albus's Fallen and Beast of the Abyss, Hija Dragon in the cemetery. Fusion summon, Second Ember Dragon, Falling Dragon. As soon as the words fell, the second Ash Dragon also fell to the ground with a roar. Ash Dragon Falling Dragon. Attack power, 2500 3700. Because Albus's Luoyan is a 4-star monster and Abyss Beast, Hija Dragon is an 8-star monster, the attack power of this monster increases by 1200 points. After summoning Luoyan Dragon, the 5 monster areas on Yajojude's field have been completely filled. He scanned the monsters on his field. His eyes were focused on Ailsheart again. As if he felt the gaze of the underworld. Ailsheart couldn't help but shudder. The battle begins. The first Ashes Dragon, Falling Dragon attacks Ailsheart of the Kashanue clan. Yajojude immediately entered the battle phase. Luoyanlong's attack quickly followed. The first Luoyanlong with 4100 attack points quickly tore at Ailsheart's body. In just a moment, the power attached to Ailsheart began to break rapidly, and the excess materials surrounding him also dissipated one by one as Ailsheart broke. Ouch! The power was shattered, and Ailsheart quickly degenerated. The blood-colored wings behind him disappeared without a trace, and the whole body returned to the original appearance of Ailsheart, falling into the iron cage. Lashart, LP 40003300. Then, the second one is Ashes Dragon, Falling Dragon. Attack Tears of Lamentation Clan type Kishorage Clan. This time, Yajojude aimed at the Red Mermaid on the field. Looking at the second Luoyan Dragon that roared and pounced on him, the poor Red Mermaid had no chance to resist and was torn apart in an instant. Lashart was also thrown out again by the impact and hit the iron cage of the lava demon god in an embarrassed manner. Lashart, LP 3300-1900. However, as the attack ended, Yajojude stopped attacking. The only ones left on the field are me with 3000 attack points, the Branded Dragon White Dragon with 2500 attack points and Merlet with 800 attack points. The attack power is not higher than the 100 point of the Lava Demon. Rusalka on the field seemed to realize something and immediately showed a worried look. She hurriedly looked at Yajojude. But she found that Yajojude was still calm at this moment. Ha, ha 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 ha. As if realizing that Yajojude couldn't kill him. Lashart gradually saw a glimmer of hope from his despair, and began to laugh loudly after surviving a disaster. It seems that your calculations are not very good. Lashart wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yajojude with a sneer. I didn't expect that the lava demon you summoned to my field at the beginning has now become my umbrella of protection. Ha ha ha. At this point, you can't get rid of me. You totally miscalculated. Miscalculated, looking at the laughing Lay's heart. Yajojude chuckled. Then he pressed the button on the dual disc without hesitation. I'm like this, the round is over. Hey? End of round? They actually chose to end the round like this. Lei's heart chuckled, feeling his confidence gradually returning. Yajojude. You underestimate me. This time, I will make you pay for your arrogance. Lachart couldn't wait to draw a card from the deck. The moment he saw the card, he was ecstatic. Sixth Destruction, Devil's World. Win. As long as you can activate this card, you can. Tick tick. However, before Lachart could fantasize for long, a stream of magma-like water suddenly slid down from the cage. Lachart was slightly startled. He raised his head. He saw two lava gods on his left and right, which were as big as mountains. At this moment, they were looking at Lachart with silly faces. The corners of the mouths of the two lava gods even flowed out magma-like saliva, smashing towards Lachart crazily. No. Impossible. Is this possible? Looking at the gradually falling shadow, Lachart's eyes showed a look of despair. Lava Demon, during the preparation phase, will deal 1000 health damage to the current owner. Yajojude then spoke slowly, smiling as he watched Lachart being drowned by the saliva of the two lava demons. Lei Heart, LP 1900900. Chapter 93. Yuki-Jude knew that breaking through a person's psychological defenses was not as simple as simply killing the opponent instantly. The real way to defeat an opponent was to let the opponent see a glimmer of hope in despair. Then, you would completely crush the opponent's last bit of hope. This would achieve a double defeat both psychologically and physically. And Lachart, who was killed by the lava demon's two mouthfuls of spit, was exactly like this. Congratulations to the host for defeating the card elf Lachart, Aile's Heart. The Kashanue tribe card group has been sent to the host's collection card book. Has absorbed the power of Lachart's anger. Lachart's body gradually turned into blood-red stardust and dissipated. Yuki-Jude opened his hand, and the deck condensed by Lachart's power appeared in his hand. The power of anger. Jude-Yuki closed his eyes and felt the power of Leshihar. It was the same as the power of Renohart's sorrow. Jude did not feel how Leshihar's power of anger could help him. He opened his hand, looked at the blood-red crystal of power in his palm, and pondered secretly in his heart. Now, the only two emotional fragments of Visas are fear and joy. Leash Heart of the intimidating minions, which represents fear, is located in the world of fear of Si Shui. And Rimheart of the Manas Fool Clan 11, which represents joy, is in the depths of Visa's spiritual world and belongs to Wu Shui's world of joy. Only by obtaining the remaining two powers, then, perhaps we can know what will happen. Jude. At this time, the water fairy, who had regressed from the Rusalka posture, ran over and looked at Yajojude with concern. Jude, are you okay? After absorbing the power of the demon world, Lachart evolved into the complete form of Aile's Heart. The power it exploded was enough to destroy everything. The water fairy standing next to her was almost blown away by this power even though she was just watching the battle. Not to mention Jude who was standing in the center of the battlefield. I'm fine, his power can't affect me. Yuchen Jude put away the anger crystal in his hand and shook his head gently. Lachart's aura was indeed very strong. But the power of the Overlord is strong enough to rule the 12 dimensions. Jude still didn't take this impact seriously. Come to think of it, those guys from the Kashanue tribe have all disappeared. Looking at the Kashanue tribe that disappeared without a trace because of Lachart's failure, Yajojude couldn't help but shook his head. These guys, in the final analysis, surrendered to Lachart because they were afraid of Lachart's power. Without Lachart, these guys should be able to stay in the sixth world and not go to other places to make trouble. Let's go, it's time to go back to the first world. Yuchen. Jude glanced at the water fairy. But he found that the water fairy was lowering her head at the moment, as if she was brewing something. Seeing Yuchen Jude looking at her, the water fairy immediately showed a little panic on her face, then her cheeks turned slightly red, and she lowered her head a little shyly. 10 generations, thank you, you helped our Pearl Tears tribe again. There is nothing to thank you for. If you want to thank me, you have lent me the power of the Pearl Tear clan, which is already a thank you. Yajojude shook his head. To be honest, he originally came for the Kishorath clan deck. Helping the Pearl Tear Lament clan was just one of the reasons. Even if the water fairy did not ask him, he would find a time to go to the sixth world and kill Lachart. No, you can't say that. The water fairy raised her head quickly, her big eyes full of excitement. If I can't repay Joday's kindness, I will feel guilty. Looking at the water fairy with an anxious look on her face, Yujo Joday's eyelids twitched and he couldn't help but take a step back. I always felt that this stupid mermaid was about to say something shocking. I hope 10 generations can become our Pearl Tears Elegy tribe, king. The water fairy looked at Joday with shining eyes. Her eyes were intertwined with worship and admiration, as well as complex colors that Joday could not see through. Hey! Become the king of the Pearly Tear Sorrow tribe? That's it. Yujo. Joday was a little confused. Yes. That's it. The water fairy nodded hurriedly, her big eyes flickering. To be honest, Joday didn't find it hard to refuse this way of repaying his debt. Becoming a king and ruling the world was one of the steps for Joday to rule all dimensions as a tyrant. It seemed that it wasn't that difficult for him. If you are willing to leave your fate to me, I am not unable to bear the responsibility of being a king. Yujo Joday pondered for a moment, then opened his hand and condensed the pearl tear crystal that the water fairy had given him earlier into his palm. But are you sure you want to become my vassal? Yes. I do. They. Water fairy nodded repeatedly, with a happy expression, as if she was signing a marriage contract with Joday. In this case, Yujo Joday closed his eyes, and the Overlord's aura began to flow into the pearl tear crystal in his palm. As the Overlord's power was injected, the azure pearl tear crystal was also enveloped by a strong cosmic darkness. Gradually, it turned into powder and flowed into Joday's body. Congratulations to the host for successfully ruling the World Destruction Dimension 1 World Destruction, Pearl World. Current ruling progress, 01. Feeling his power completely merged with the pearl tear crystal. Yuki Joday can also feel that all his other abilities are constantly increasing at this moment. The Overlord armor attached to his body also added a touch of blue to the gem on his chest as it merged with the power of the pearl tear crystal. And the water blue starry sky gauze skirt on the water fairy. Under the power of the Overlord, it was also stained with a touch of night black. This is. Feeling the change in her own power, the water fairy showed a look of surprise in her eyes. The power of the Overlord can not only merge with the power of all the elves, but can even feed back part of the power to these elves, making the power of the elves achieve a qualitative breakthrough. Does this mean you rule the Pearl World? It seems that, apart from becoming stronger, there is no sense of reality. Joday looked at his hands and did not feel any special changes. He originally thought that after fusing with the pearl tear crystal, he would become a mermaid. But now it seems that he was worrying too much. That, 10 generations. Seeing that Joday had completely integrated the power of the pearl tear crystal, the water fairy placed her fingers on her chest, her face flushed with shyness. You are now the king of our pearl tear clan. Well, what's wrong? As a king, do I need to stay in the pearl world forever? Yuchen Joday glanced at the water fairy. If that was the case, then it would be a bit of a loss. No, as a king, you can go wherever you want. The water fairy waved her hands quickly. Then, she lowered her head and said shyly no, however, as the king of the Pearl Tear clan, you must also properly fulfill your responsibilities. Responsibility? Yujo. Joday frowned, as if he recalled something wrong with the Pearl Tear clan. The water fairy lowered her head even lower, and her whole body was like a boiling kettle, with a lot of hot air coming out of her head. That is. And me, us, multiply, descendants. Yujo Tende. Yubel. Winged chestnut ball. Yubel, as expected, this inferior race should be destroyed. Winged Kuritama, sweating yellow bean face cry. Yujo Tende. Miscalculated. Are you really here to repay a favor? How can you repay a favor and end up in jail? Chapter 94. GX Yuan. Late at night. At the Dual Academy dock. As the yacht slowly approached the shore, a man in a black coat and a silver mask walked down the yacht carrying a black suitcase. Looking at the Dual Academy covered in the night, the man sneered and opened his suitcase. Inside the suitcase, there were various strange props. The most unique one was the golden building block with the Eye of Horus engraved on it. Snort! Seeing the golden building block, the man sneered and took it out of the suitcase. Now we are all set. If Joday were here, he would definitely recognize the identity of the man in front of him. Dark Duelist, Titan. Of course. Although this guy calls himself a dark duelist, he is actually just a liar who uses the cover of dark duelist to cheat people. He uses some homemade hypnotic props to make his opponents mistakenly believe that they are in a dark duelist. Many opponents cannot hold on until the end of the duel because they cannot withstand the pressure and hypnosis. Titan also uses this to snatch the opponent's deck and sell rare cards to them at high prices. In the black market. This time when he came to the Duel Academy, Titan was attracted by the Pearl Tears Lamentation deck that has been very popular on the internet recently. As the champion of the World Duel Invitational Tournament a while ago, Yuki Jidai's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Coupled with the powerful Pearl Tears Lamentation deck, it is almost impossible to defeat Yuki Jidai. However, Titan did not think of defeating Yuki Jidai through a duel. He thought, as long as he relied on the methods he had in the past, wouldn't it be easy to deal with Yuki Jidai? He. Yajo Jidai. Next, you will experience the true dark duel. The next day. Duel Academy, Alchemy class. So, overall, the so-called alchemy is to transform metals and other things into metals, just like words. The main function is to make gold. On the podium, a black-haired man wearing glasses was smiling and stroking the fat orange cat in his arms, explaining the basic theory of alchemy to the students below. In a broad sense, it is a way to turn ordinary matter into perfect matter. So, can alchemy really produce gold? Teacher Data Kyuji. In the student seats, Ecclesia held her face up and raised her hand with a curious look on her face. Yet, hearing Ecclesia's puzzled question, Teacher Data Kyuji narrowed his eyes and the corners of his mouth could not help but tremble. Hey, it is not possible to convert other metals into gold. Isn't that a useless subject? Yeah, I thought I could really make gold or something. So what are we learning this for? That's right, it's better to play some cards instead of wasting this time. Listening to the students' complaints, Teacher Data Kyuji smiled awkwardly and said, well, it's certain that you can't make gold. Because alchemy is a form of equivalent exchange, haha. Haha. However, alchemy is the prototype of today's chemistry. Seeing that many students showed disdain and stood up to drop out of the class, Teacher Data Kyuji hurriedly added, moreover, it is said that the ultimate substance of alchemy, the Philosopher's Stone, has the ability to turn all substances into pure gold. It is also the key material for refining the elixir of life according to legend. Maybe alchemy is related to the ancient dual spirits. However, after a while, most of the students in the classroom had left. The voices of complaints in the corridor were even more frequent. Are you kidding me? Even the dual spirits have appeared. That's right, only children would believe that kind of thing. Chemistry is just chemistry, why call it alchemy? Anyway, it won't be counted towards the assessment score, so I might as well go to the duel hall and play cards. Let's go. Data Kyuji teacher. With a sigh, Master Deiji looked at the remaining students in the classroom. Except for Yuki Jidai who was sleeping soundly. In the blue seat of Obelisk, there was Asuka Tenjoin who was taking notes, and Ecclesia who seemed to be very interested in alchemy. In the yellow seat of the Sun God, there was a student that Data Kyuji was not familiar with. Well, this square face with a strong face. He seemed to be. What earth? Forget it. The teacher of Data Kyuji shook his head, and then looked at the people in front of him with tears in his eyes. I never thought that there would be people willing to stay and listen to my lecture. You really touched the teacher so much. Teacher Data Kyuji cried and wailed, almost rushing over to give the students bear hugs one by one. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I might as well stay and listen to the class. Seeing the slightly disgusting and touching look on Data Kyuji's face, Asuka had a drop of sweat on her forehead. She was originally a good student, and she would definitely attend any class. Even this alchemy class that sounded unreliable. I think alchemy is quite interesting. By the way, Mr. Data Kyuji, are the legends about alchemy and dual spirits true? Does the Philosopher's Stone really exist? Can humans and dual elves really get along? Dual elf's original spirit, Ecclesia obviously has a strong curiosity about alchemy. This three-key question made the teacher of Data Kyuji feel embarrassed. Well, I'm not sure. No, but dual elves and the like, maybe they really exist. What do you mean maybe they really exist? Ecclesia was also beginning to feel a little bored. She had thought that this alchemy was real. Anyway, everyone, turn to the first page of the book. We will start with the origin of alchemy. Seeing that Ecclesia's interest was beginning to wane, teacher Data Kyuji hurriedly picked up the book. The fat cat in his arms also felt uncomfortable under teacher Data Kyuji's actions and jumped to the ground. Pharaoh. Seeing his fat cat walking away, Data Kyuji teacher hurriedly stood up. Money is good. But before he could stop it, the orange cat named Pharaoh had already walked to Jode, who was sleeping soundly on the table, jumped into Jode's arms, curled up and fell asleep. Teacher Data Kyuji was a little surprised. Why would the Pharaoh, who was usually close to him, take the initiative to get close to others today? Squinting his eyes, he looked at the sleeping Yuki Jode. Data Kyuji sat back on the podium and opened the student handbook. So that's it, it's the young uncle who performed very well in the World Invitational Tournament. Yuki Jode. Data Kyuji also knows a lot about his duel. Is he a child who is good at using fusion tactics? The teacher of Data Kyuji fell silent. Maybe this child is a good candidate for learning alchemy. Chapter 95. As the bell rang, Yuezhao yawned and woke up from his sleep, stretching comfortably. However, before he got up, Yuezhao felt something pressing on his legs. He looked down and saw a fat cat curled up on his legs. Awoo! As if noticing that Jode had woken up, the fat cat raised its head and called out. Pharaoh. Seeing this cat, Yuezhao Jode immediately remembered its identity. Isn't this the fat cat that Data Kyuji teacher raised? How did it run to his side? Hey, Jode-kun, could you please bring Pharaoh to me? On the podium, Data Kyuji teacher, who was packing up the textbooks, waved at Jode with a smile. Hey! This cat is called Pharaoh, what a strange name. Ecclesia also came over curiously. Looking at the fat cat called Pharaoh, Ecclesia carefully poked Pharaoh's fat belly. Seeing that Pharaoh didn't mean to refuse, Ecclesia's face was full of surprise, as if she was about to be melted by this fat cat. Well, it is a bit strange to name a cat Pharaoh. Yuezhao Jode smiled and shook his head, reached out to pick up Pharaoh, and gave it back to Data Kyuji teacher. It's really strange, this is the first time that Pharaoh is so close to a stranger. Taking Pharaoh from Jode, Data Kyuji rubbed Pharaoh's head with a smile. Maybe Jode and alchemy really have an indissoluble bond. This has nothing to do with alchemy. Yuki Jode complained in his heart. But speaking of alchemy, Yuki Jode himself does have a very high talent for alchemy. In the world of Yu-Gi-Oh, the alchemy that sounds quite fantasy is actually real. Whether it is the rumored Midas touch, androids, or the panacea and immortality potion, or the ultimate product of alchemy, the philosopher's stone. They all really exist in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh. The words Midas touch, panacea, and immortality potion can be heard as soon as they are heard. You can tell that they are related to the legendary elf world, the Golden Kingdom. As for the philosopher's stone and androids, Yuki Jode knows that. Data Kyuji teacher started researching this aspect a long time ago due to physical reasons. Later, with the funding of Chairman Kagemaru, Data Kyuji established his own underground alchemy site in the Dual Academy and completed the research on. Through his research on artificial humans, he obtained an artificial human body and extended his life for a period of time. However, this research is still only a semi-finished product. The Philosopher's Stone that Data Kyuji has long dreamed of has not been completely successful. For this reason, Data Kyuji has been looking for someone who can inherit his research. At the beginning, Data Kyuji chose Tenjo and Fubuki. But unfortunately, Fubuki disappeared because of the darkness and has been missing since then. Later, Data Kyuji's new target was Jode Yuki, who had a very strong talent for fusion. Alchemy, as a way of transforming base metals with impurities into precious metals by fusing them with other base metals, is quite consistent with fusion summoning. In the eyes of Data Kyuji, Jode, who has a strong talent for fusion, is naturally the best candidate to learn alchemy. Jode-kun, you must come to the teacher's class more often in the future. Listening to the call of Data Kyuji teacher behind him, Yuzuki Jode shook his head helplessly and left the classroom with Ecclesia. In fact, Jode was not very interested in alchemy. Not to mention coming to listen to the alchemy class. The reason why he chose to clock in and sleep in class today was mainly to give Principal Samejima some face. In order to avoid a zero attendance rate in a semester, which would make Principal Samejima lose face. Cats are so cute. Along the way, Ecclesia was obviously still savoring the touch of the Pharaoh's fat cat. Girls have no resistance to such furry animals. Jode, when will we get a kitten too? Ecclesia looked at Yuchin Jode, her big eyes full of desire for a cat. Wait until you can support yourself. After knocking on Ecclesia's head, Yujo was very skeptical about whether this foodie could raise a cat. This guy might even eat up all the cat food when he's hungry. Tisk, really? Watching Jode's back as he left, Ecclesia touched her head and curled her lips. If you don't want to support me, then don't support me. And you said you'll talk about it when you can support yourself. Does he look so useless? Wait for me. Jode. Seeing Jode walking away, Ecclesia immediately trotted after him. As the two of them walked away, a black-clad figure slowly walked out from behind a tree on the side of the road. Titan, who was silently observing Yuki Jode at this moment. Is that person Yuki Jode? Looks like he's a very difficult person to deal with. Looking at Yuki Jode's back, Titan was a little confused for a moment. To be honest, although he had heard of Yuki Jode before he actually met him, Titan thought he was just a kid with a little talent. But after really meeting this person, Titan felt a little pressure inexplicably. His instinct told him that this person was very dangerous. Once provoked, he would probably be doomed. But under the temptation of money, Titan finally chose to take the risk. After all, if he could get that rare deck, the benefits he would get would be much more valuable than his life. On the other side, back to the staff dormitory, looking at the follower Ecclesia behind him, Yuki Jode couldn't help but frown. I said, since you came to the college, you haven't stayed in your dormitory for even a single day, right? Your dormitory head is Huime from the health department, right? Are you sure it's okay not to go back to the dormitory? Hearing Jode's question, Ecclesia waved her hand casually. Don't worry, the teacher won't check the dormitory carefully. Asuka is also the type who comes back to the dormitory very late, and the teachers don't care. Although Dual Academy has a hard rule that boys are not allowed to enter the girls' dormitory, there is no rule that prohibits students from staying out all night. This leads to the fact that the protagonists of Jode and his group in the original work often act in the middle of the night, and they often stay out all night. It can be said that the school rules of the academy are jumping back and forth between strict and not strict. It's really Schrodinger's school rules. Yuki Jode couldn't help but complain in his heart. Never mind, do whatever you want, just don't disturb my rest like last time. After pushing open the door, Yuzuki Jode's body suddenly froze before he even stepped into the dormitory. Ecclesia, who was standing by and didn't understand what was going on, also took a look inside the room. She saw that the curtains of the dormitory, which was originally clean and bright, were now all drawn. The living room was hung with all kinds of azure pearl ornaments, which gave the whole room a rather dark atmosphere. On the dining table, there were all kinds of crystal-clear pearls on plates, as well as quite interesting candles. The water fairy was half lying on the sofa, wearing a very gorgeous aqua blue dress, and her body was embellished with all kinds of gorgeous pearls and gems. It was wrapped in a gorgeous gift box, as if it was a gift to someone. The moment Jode pushed the door, the water fairy shyly looked towards the door. Welcome, Master Jode. However, when she saw Ecclesia beside Jode, the water nymph's originally shy face gradually turned into a dull expression. Ecclesia hey! Water fairy hey! Yajo Jode! Half an hour later. With the last string of pearls in the living room being torn off, the staff dormitory finally returned to its original neatness and tranquility. Throwing the messy things into the corner of the room, Ecclesia let out a long sigh of relief, then clapped her hands in satisfaction. Then she looked at the water fairy sitting on the sofa, so shy that her head was almost buried in her chest. Yuki Jode could feel the embarrassment of the water fairy at this moment. I just want to help Jode-sama fulfill his duties as a king as soon as possible, I just didn't expect. The water nymph lowered her head, and there was still steam coming out of her head. This is the first time I heard that the mermaids have such a weird tradition. Forcing others to do something, what a dirty thing. Ecclesia was a little embarrassed to say it out loud. This kind of thing, should have been, only people who love each other can do this. Ecclesia fumbled and gestured. She said something like love each other. For a saint like her who grew up in the church, it was too embarrassing. Then, as long as Master Jode and I are in love, we can fulfill our duty. The water fairy seemed to understand something, blinked and looked at Yajo Jode, as if seeking an answer. No. That won't work either. Without waiting for Jode to respond, Ecclesia on the side got anxious first. Seeing Ecclesia standing in front of Jode and waving her hands desperately, the water nymph narrowed her eyes and looked at Ecclesia suspiciously. Having said so much, I still feel like you seem a little suspicious. Ecclesia took a step back subconsciously. You wouldn't, the water nymph narrowed her eyes and took another step forward. No, no, no. You, what are you talking about? I just simply think that Jade shouldn't be forced to do something he doesn't like. Ecclesia hurriedly waved her hand, interrupting the water fairy's guess. Right, you think so too, Jade. Ecclesia turned her head and saw that Jade, who was still behind her, had already gone to nowhere. Only the half-open dormitory door was left, still swinging slightly. 10 generations of him gone? As expected, card spirits and the like should have their wills completely erased and they should simply be used as cards. In the forest, Yubel's unhappy humming sounded in Jade's ears again. There is no need for this. A spirit that loses its soul also loses the possibility of evolution. I still hope that I can keep getting stronger. Yuchen Jade looked calm. Compared to the dual elves, Yuchen Jade was more concerned about the man he saw on the way back just now. Although the man was hiding very secretly, Yuchen Jade was still quite keen to notice the existence of that man. The self-proclaimed dark duelist, Titan. Yuchen Jade still remembered this person. The guy who relied on hypnosis props to cheat in the original work was hired to the island because Professor Kronos wanted to take revenge on Jade. As a result, he was swallowed by the dark derivative in the abandoned dormitory and became a real dark duelist. Finally, he was defeated by Asuka in the Seven Stars arc and completely disappeared in the darkness. Such a small character naturally would not cause Jade to care. What he really felt was a little strange. This time, there was no conflict between him and Professor Kronos. But how did this guy get to the Duel Academy? Pull him out and teach him a lesson. Chapter 96. Evening. Abandoned dormitory. After an afternoon of observation, Titan finally chose the abandoned dormitory as the place to lure Yuki Jade into the trap. He built the abandoned dormitory on a small scale. Inside this gloomy dormitory, he installed many projection equipment to ensure the activation of his hypnosis facilities. Just now, he also used the college communicator to send a message to Yuki Jade. Lure Yuki Jade into the trap. Next, it's time to wait for the fish to take the bait. Titan took out the golden building block with the Eye of Horus engraved on it from his arms, and a sneer appeared on his lips. Oh? You're still fishing in a place like this so late, you really have a good taste. However, before Titan could be proud, a voice suddenly sounded behind him, which frightened Titan so much that he trembled and looked behind him. He saw that Yuki Jade, who was supposed to keep the appointment at night, had already appeared at the door of the abandoned dormitory. He was crossing his arms and staring at Titan with a smile. Yushin 10 generations. How come you come here at this time? A streak of cold sweat ran down Titan's forehead. He watched Yujo Jade approaching step by step, and his body was also retreating step by step. After all, it would be too much of a hassle to wait until midnight after watching you busy in a place like this for the whole afternoon. Yujo Jade turned on his communicator and showed some news about Titans that he had investigated in the afternoon. Dark Duelist, Titan. Although he calls himself a Dark Duelist, he is actually a fraudster. A card hunter who uses despicable means such as hypnosis to steal the opponent's rare cards. Am I right? Hearing his identity being exposed by Yuki Jade, cold sweat instantly broke out on Titan's forehead. I didn't want to deal with you in the first place. If you are like this, as long as you report to the academy, someone will immediately take you to the police station. But, I'm curious, what is your purpose in coming to Duel Academy? Yujo Jade put away the communicator and looked at Titan coldly. Purpose? Titan wiped the sweat off his forehead and sneered, of course I came here for the rare card in your hand. The Pearl Tier Sorrow Tribe deck in your hand. Is it because of the Pearl Tier Sorrow Tribe deck? Yujo Jade's eyes darkened. Ever since he found out that the Pearl Tier Sorrow Tribe deck video was posted online, he had guessed that some criminals would want to take his deck. But he didn't expect that the first person to come to him would be this guy Titan. As expected, wealth should not be exposed. If he had known this, he should have been more cautious in using this deck. Well, since your target is the deck in my hand, then I won't be polite to you. Yuchen Jade raised his lips and approached Titan step by step. The latter seemed to feel the pressure from Yuchen Jade. He turned around and ran towards the depths of the abandoned dormitory. Are you trying to lead me to the depths of the dormitory? Yuezhou Jade snorted and immediately followed Titan. Soon, Titan fled into the underground laboratory of the abandoned dormitory and came to the place he had already arranged. Stopping, Titan turned around and saw Yuezhou Jade walking leisurely from the underground passage with his hands in his pockets. Choose to duel in a place like this. Looking around, Yuezhou Jade looked at the Titan with interest. It's a good choice. Tisk, Yuki Jade, since you dare to face the dark duel, let me take you to experience the power of the dark duel. Titan raised the dual disc on his arm and secretly activated the instrument he set up underground. At this moment, faint lights lit up in the dark underground laboratory. In Jade's eyes, the entire underground laboratory seemed to be distorted by black fog. If someone had never been exposed to the dark duel, he would probably be fooled by this weird scene. But unfortunately, this little trick is a bit too funny for Jade. Is that the extent of it? It's not as magical as eating mushrooms. Yuezhou Jade shrugged and unfolded the next generation dual disc on his arm. Forget it, let's see the real thing with our own hands. Whispering sound, Titan gritted his teeth. Yuchen 10th generation, LP4000. Titan, LP4000. Duel. The two of them simultaneously took out 5 cards from the dual disc. As the duel began, Yuki Jade also took the lead in launching the first attack. I get the first strike, draw a card. The first strike card draw mechanism of the GX generation is too advantageous for the Jade. Scanning the cards in his hand, Yuki Jade took out a card first. Activate magic card, preparation for the ritual. Select a ritual magic card from your deck, then select a monster with the name of that ritual magic card from your deck or graveyard. Add those 2 cards to your hand. Yuezhou Jade said, taking out 2 cards from his deck. I added the ritual magic card Proclaimer's Prophecy and the ritual monster Proclaimer of Divine Light to my hand. Proclaimer. Seeing the deck used by Yuki Jade, Titan was slightly startled. Wait a minute. Isn't your deck the Pearl Tier Elegy tribe? Titan couldn't help but roar. What a joke, he came here for the Pearl Tier Elegy tribe, not for this weird Proclaimer deck. To deal with a small character like you, there is no need to use Pearl Tiers. Yuezhou Jade snorted and continued then, activate the magic card, Apostle of the Underworld. Send a monster from the extra deck to the graveyard. After that, choose a doctor monster or Albus Fallen from your deck or graveyard that has an attack power lower than the monster sent to the graveyard and add it to your hand. Yuezhou Jade opened his extra deck and sent the angel-type Old God, Nuts to the graveyard. The monster I sent to the graveyard has an attack power of 2,500 points. Therefore, I will add Dogmatic Great God Officer with 1,500 attack points to my hand. Yuezhou Jade took a card from his deck and continued according to the effect of Dogmatic Great God Officer. Exclude Old God, Nuts from the graveyard and special summon this card from your hand. Boom boom. The Great God Officer in a white robe slowly emerged from the summoning circle. The palms of his hands flashed with dazzling red marks. The Great God Officer of Teaching. Star rating, 8. Magician Clan. Attack power, 1500, defense power, 3000. Summoned an 8-star monster right away. Titan frowned and couldn't help muttering in a low voice. It's not over yet. Yuezhou Jade said calmly, activate the effect of Great God Officer of Teaching. During your main phase, send 2 monsters with different names from your extra deck to the graveyard. The opponent selects 2 monsters from his or her extra deck and sends them to the graveyard. After this effect is activated, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck until the end of the turn. Yuezhou said, taking out 2 angel-type monsters from the extra deck and sending them to the graveyard. Nothingness Old God Norden. Tisk, a tactic that hurts the enemy by 1000 but hurts yourself by 800. Titan snorted disdainfully, gritted his teeth and selected 2 demon fusion monsters from the extra deck. Baroque's Soul Hunter. Then, summon the Divine Witch of the Herald. Yuezhou Jade waved his hand and performed a normal summon. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue-haired girl wearing a coat in the shape of a herald appeared on Yuezhou Jade's field with brilliant colorful wings spread out behind her. The Proclaimer's Divine Witch. Stars, 2. Angel/adjustment, unable to read. Attack, 500, defense, 300. Because the GX generation cannot use synchro monsters, the word adjustment of the adjustment monster cannot be displayed on the duel board. But the normal effect can still be used. Yuki Jide continued, the God Wu can only be activated when the summon or special summon is successful. From the deck or extra deck, send an angel-type monster to the graveyard. Until the end of this turn, increase this card's level by that monster's level. I send the level 9 angel-type monster, 3 holy rulers from my deck to the graveyard. Increase the level of the declarer by 9 stars. The Proclaimer's Divine Witch. Stars, 211. Then, activate the ritual magic card, the Prophecy of the Proclaimer. Release the level 11 Proclaimer's Divine Shaman on the field. Perform the ritual summoning. Yajojude raised the card in his hand. Ritual summoning. The Herald of Divine Light. Swish. As the gods and witches on the field turned into stars and dispersed, at this moment, a spherical angel with an extremely strange appearance, the herald with colorful wings spread out, appeared in the brilliant light. The Herald of Divine Light. Stars, 6. Angel/Ritual. Attack power, 1800, defense power, 2800. Whispering sound, ritual summon. Titan gritted his teeth, it's just a monster with only 1800 attack points. 1800 points. Yajojude smiled and said, indeed, but its real strength does not lie in its attack power. Furthermore, this ability can only be activated when the Divine Shaman of the Proclaimer is released. From your hand or deck, special summon an angel-type monster of level 2 or less, except the Herald's Divine Sorcerer. Yajojude takes a card from his deck. I choose to special summon, Electrified Little Angel. Electronic Angel. Stars, 2. Angels. Attack power, 300, defense power, 200. According to the effect of this card after the special summon, add a Cyber Angel monster from the deck to the hand. The card I chose to add to my hand is Electronic Angel Benton. Yajojude refilled his hand again. He glanced at the 3 monsters on his field and felt regretful. It was a pity that there was no link summoning in this era. Otherwise, he could have performed even better. But this was almost enough. He had already gathered 4 angel-type monsters in his graveyard. Nothingness Old God Norton the Proclaimer's Divine Witch the 3 Holy Rulers. When there are only 4 angel-type monsters in your graveyard, Archangel Christia can be special summoned from the hand card. Hold the card in your hand high. At this moment, a dazzling light shines in the sky. The Archangel wearing white armor and red wings slowly emerges in this dazzling light. Archangel Christia. Star rating, 8. Angels. Attack power, 2800, defense power, 2300. Also, when Christia is special summoned by effect 1. Select an angel-type monster from the graveyard and add it to your hand. Yajojude took out the Herald's Divine Sorcerer from the graveyard. Looking at the angel-type monster in his hand, as well as the Herald of Divine Light and Archangel Christia on the field, Yajojude sneered. I'm like this, the turn ends. Monster, Magic, Trap Counter XN and Special Summon Block. Chapter 97. Archangel Proclaimer. It is another deck idea for the Proclaimer besides Wormprint Proclaimer. Compared to Wormprint Proclaimer, Archangel Proclaimer is not stable enough, but its upper limit is very high. Not only does it have Wormprint Proclaimer, it can counter an outrageous 7 or 8 times in one round. It also has the terrifying ability of Archangel to block the special moves of both sides on the field. Of course, in this era without Synchro, XYZ, and Link, this deck still lacks a lot of things to show. Otherwise, using cards like Doctor, Axis Graveyard, and Rainbow Proclaimer can raise the upper limit of this deck by several levels. Of course, even this crippled deck is enough to deal with a small character like Titan. I'm like this, the round is over. Yajojude calmly ended his round. Tisk, summoning so many monsters in one breath, the strength is really not to be underestimated. Titan gritted his teeth and glanced at the monsters on the field of Yajojude. However, the highest attack power is only 2800 points. What era is it? We are still playing cards based on attack power. Yajojude rolled his eyes in his heart. In this situation, except for Pluto Barrier Wave, Forbidden Drop, or Lava Golem, Turtle Beast and other universal board clearing methods, or Adam himself personally playing 5 corpses. Otherwise, Jude doesn't think there is any deck that can break through the combination of Archangel Christia and Proclaimer of Divine Light with only 6 cards in hand. Humph, it's my turn, draw a card. Titan obviously underestimated the power of the layout in front of him. He glanced at the card he drew, and a confident sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Clean up this boring garbage first. Activate magic card. Lightning strike. Destroy all monsters on the opponent's field. Titan raised the magic card in his hand and sneered. Lightning strike? Seeing the card in Titan's hand, Yuki Jide raised his eyebrows. It was a 10,000-year-old banned card in the old times. It has the terrifying ability to destroy all monsters on the opponent's field with one card. It is a powerful card first used by Bekas in the DM era. In the early years when dual monsters did not have much resistance. Lightning Strike is undoubtedly a banned card level field clearing artifact, which has been locked in the banned card list for many years and has not been released. With the development of dual monsters, there are more and more decks with effective resistance breaking and additional powerful effects. Coupled with the increased utilization rate of the graveyard by duelists, the powerful field clearing ability of Lightning Strike has gradually lost its effect. Moreover, facing some cards when building a deck, the board clearing ability of Lightning Strike will have a side effect and help the opponent to pile up graveyards. In this way, the legends that were originally on the banned card list have gradually been lifted in recent years. Until now, Lightning Strike has rarely appeared in the construction of duelists, and even putting it in the side deck is a bit empty. It can be said to be the pure tears of the times. Of course. In today's GX generation, Lightning Strike is undoubtedly still a card that is so strong that it makes people feel scared. The power of one-click clearing the field is undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction attack against the decks of this era. But the 10th generation is very clear. In the GX era, the price of a Lightning Strike was sky high. The Lightning Strike in Titan's hand might have been snatched from some rich man. Ha ha ha. You and your bunch of garbage monsters, bow down to my lightning. Titan laughed loudly. The surrounding field was suddenly filled with lightning and thunder, as if it was the foreshadowing of the end of the world. However, just when the terrifying thunder was about to sweep away the monsters on Yuki Jide's field, the Proclaimer of Divine Light that looked quite strange on the field suddenly spread its wings. Under Titan's surprised eyes, Proclaimer of Divine Light actually stopped the bombardment of lightning. It even reflected the lightning of the Lightning Strike back, and instantly smashed the card in Titan's hand into pieces. Ugh! Seeing the Lightning Strike in his hand turned into pieces, Titan showed a surprised expression on his face. How is this possible? My Lightning Strike! Nothing is impossible. Yajojide interrupted Titan and said slowly. When the opponent activates this effect, you can send an angel-type monster from your hand to the graveyard to activate this effect. That activation is invalid and destroyed. Yajojide said, and sent a Cyber Angel Benton from his hand to the graveyard. What? There is still this effect? Titan was a little dumbfounded. But it doesn't matter, he still has 5 cards in his hand. After this effect of yours is activated, there will be no follow-up. In that case, I activate the field spell card. Demon Subjugation Hall, Devil's Labyrinth. Titan gritted his teeth and unfolded the field area on the dual disc, and placed the card in his hand on the dual disc. As long as this card is on the field, the attack power of your demon-type monsters will increase by 500 points. And it's okay, activate the effect of Proclaimer of Divine Light, send an angel-type monster in your hand to the graveyard, invalidate the activation of the effect and destroy it. Yajojide didn't even look at it and directly discarded 3 holy rulers in his hand. What? This effect can't be used once per turn. Titan was shocked. If there is no limit of once per turn, then doesn't it mean that as long as Yajojide has enough angel monsters in his hands, he can make his own effect indefinitely invalid? This is too outrageous. Damn it, I don't believe you have so many angel monsters in your hand. Titan was also a little crazy, and activated the card effect in his hand again. Activate the effect of General Demon in your hand. Discard this card from your hand to the graveyard, and add a Pandemonic Lair from your deck to your hand. I will send the Announcer of Vermilion Light in my hand to the graveyard, negating the activation of your General Demon effect. Yajojide raised his eyelids and chose to cancel without even looking. What the hell is this? Seeing Yajojide even this card is Alkong, Titan suddenly can't hold it anymore. Then, I will continue to activate the magic card. It's okay, discard Extraterrestrial Life and activate the effect of Proclaimer of Divine Light. Bang! The pot of greed exploded into pieces. By the way, the Extraterrestrial Life I just sent to the graveyard, if this card is sent to the graveyard. Yajojide said as he took out the Announcer of Red Light from the graveyard and the electrified little angel on the field. You can activate this effect by banishing up to 2 angel-type or light attribute monsters on your field or in your graveyard. Add 2-star angel-type light attribute monsters from your deck, except for the number of extraterrestrial life, to your hand. Yajojude took out 2 more cards from his deck. The cards I chose to add to my hand are Green Light Herald and Purple Light Herald. Plus the Divine Witch of the Proclaimer in my hand, I can counter the effects of 3 of your cards this turn. Showing the 3 cards in his hand. Yuezhao smiled a sinister smile, looking at the already numb Titan. By the way, as long as Archangel Christia is in the monster area, neither party can special summon monsters. The remaining 3 kings, plus the special recruitment blockade. Can you hold on to the 2 cards in your hand? Looking at Yukijude's spine-chilling sneer, Titan suddenly felt terrified. Are you kidding me? This isn't a duel. There is no duel where the opponent can't even play a single card. I don't want to play anymore. Titan hurriedly showed the Millennium Block in his hand, and a dazzling light flashed, and the snow-white light instantly enveloped the entire underground laboratory. With the help of this light, Titan hurriedly packed up the dual disc and wanted to leave. However, just as he walked to the door of the laboratory, Titan suddenly found that there was an invisible black fog in front of him. No matter how hard Titan knocked, the black fog was like a solid iron wall, stopping Titan's steps. Could this be? Seeing the black fog in front of him, Titan's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat immediately rolled down his cheeks. Did you finally notice? You just realized that the darkness floating around was not caused by your hypnotic instruments? A cold voice sounded from behind Titan. Titan's body trembled and he turned his head stiffly. He saw Yukijude staring at Titan indifferently. A pair of eyes flashed a deadly golden light in the dark. Titan was almost scared to death. Even if he was stupid, he could realize what happened at this moment. Disaster. Could it be that? Chapter 98. Dark Duel. It is a death game where one's life and even soul are at stake. Although Titan calls himself a dark duelist, his so-called dark duel is ultimately just a trick to deceive himself and others. He uses the public's ignorance of dark duels to create panic and make profits. But this time is different. Titan's kick, which used to be invincible, hit a real iron plate. Impossible. Dark duel, how can there be a real dark duel in the world? Looking at Yukijude who was walking towards him step by step from the darkness, the Titan screamed in despair and desperately hit the wall made of darkness. What's wrong? Is your turn still going on? If you don't continue, it's my turn. Yukijude drew a card from his deck. He walked towards Titan step by step. His eyes emitted a strange golden light in the darkness. At this moment, Titan's heart had completely collapsed. He fell to the ground with a look of despair in his eyes. Fight! Archangel Christia, attack the opponent directly. Yajojude shouted coldly. The Archangel on the field immediately spread his flaming wings and launched a strong attack on Titan. As Christia's attack hit Titan, Titan felt a piercing pain rising from his body. The pain that seemed to penetrate his soul made Titan feel the real pain he had never felt before. His health began to drop rapidly. This kind of pain, these 13 kinds of impacts, were completely beyond the range of normal duel equipment. Was this the real dark duel? Titan fell heavily to the ground. Titan, LP 40001200. This will be the final blow. Yajojude pointed directly at the Titan, announcer of Divine Light. Wait a minute. Please stop, I'll give you all my cards, please, spare me. Titan had completely lost his will to fight. He turned over and knelt on the ground, desperately begging for mercy from Yukijude. Fighting! The Herald of Divine Light, attacked Titan directly. Yukijude turned a deaf ear to Titan's pleas for mercy. All those who covet his deck must be completely wiped out. Under Yukijude's order, the Herald of Divine Light also bloomed with colorful light. The light pierced through the darkness, like countless dense long needles, instantly piercing Titan's body. Titan was instantly knocked over by the terrifying impact. He crashed heavily into the wall of black fog and then collapsed to the ground. The dual disc on his arm also fell to the ground. The rare cards that he had cheated and deceived also scattered from the deck and fell to the ground. Titan, LP 12000. Yajojude, win. As the duel ended, Yajojude closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The darkness around him gradually dissipated. The entire underground laboratory seemed to have returned to its original calm. Titan had lost consciousness. The dark duel just now had caused a nearly devastating blow to Titan's soul. Even if he didn't die, he would have to lie in bed drooling for the rest of his life. At that time, call the academy to come and take this guy away and deal with him. Yuchen Jade sent a message to Principal Samejima, asking him to find someone to deal with it. Then he walked up to Titan, opened his hand, and took Titan's deck into his own hands. It must be said. Although Titan's strength is not very good, but as a dark duelist, he has collected quite a few rare cards in the past few years. There are quite a lot of powerful general-purpose cards such as Lightning Strike and Big Storm. And there are even some banned cards. Titan also has quite a few cards like Strongly Attracted Soldiers and Angel's Charity. The total value of this deck is quite high. Yuchen Jade touched his chin and couldn't help smacking his lips. Then he put it into his own card pool without saying a word. Very good, take it all. Anyway, Titan can only drool in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Duel is too luxurious for him. With so many rare cards, I will help digest them first. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Dark Duelist Titan. The opponent's deck is detected as Chess Devil. Special card, Devil Summoning, has been sent to the host's collection card book. No special abilities acquired yet. Devil Summoning? Hearing this name, Yu Zhao was slightly startled. He opened his system card book and saw a card lying quietly in the card book. Devil Summoning. Stars, 6. Demons. Attack power, 2500, defense power, 1200. Demon Summoning, one of the powerful monsters that Yugi Muto has used. It has the same 2500 attack panel as Yugi Muto's ace, Black Magician. But because it is 1 star lower than Black Magician, the summoning condition requires one less sacrifice. Many people have ridiculed it before. Demon Summoning obviously has the same attack power as Black Magician, and the sacrifice used for the advanced summoning is even one less than Black Magician. Why did Yugi Muto insist on using Black Magician as the main force and ignore Demon Summoning, a monster that was quite useful in the DM era? Of course, it may also be because of the appearance of Demon Summoning. This guy who looks like a villain at first glance is used as the protagonist's ace, which is somewhat inconsistent with the public aesthetic. Look at the handsome and cool appearance of Black Magician. Who is the protagonist's ace, you can tell at a glance. Tisk, a card that is forced to become a small fry because of its appearance. Yuchen Jade couldn't help but feel a little. Black Magician, relying on the status of the first-generation Dual King Ace, has been strengthened for many rounds in the current duel environment. Although it is still not strong enough, it at least proves that K Company has not forgotten about this card. And as the protagonist ace, it is unknown when it will be updated in the future. And what about Devil Summoning? The Fusion, Ritual, Synchro, and Ectoplasm vests that have been released seem to be varied, but in fact they have no sense of existence. Even a set of cards in a series cannot be assembled. In the new Golden Cabinet of Light series, it even lost its name and was forced to change its name. Other vests of Demon Summoning have this card. As long as this card exists in the Monster Zone, the card name is used as Devil Summoning. Only Demon Light does not have this effect. Alas! Let's not talk about it. It's another tier of the times. Although Demon Summoning is also a card at the bottom of the box. But for Jade, a card collector, it can be regarded as helping him to supplement the card pool. Before the academy arrived, Yuki Jade quickly left the abandoned dormitory. The next day, the news that the notorious duelist Hunter Titan was beaten into dementia and sent to the hospital at the Duel Academy quickly made headlines. But because there was no duel video, Titan himself could only drool after waking up. So the netizens could only speculate privately about Titan's experience. And the only person in the world who knows the truth is probably Principal Samejima. But soon, Titan's affairs gradually faded from the public's view. The discussion about Titan, as if under the manipulation of an invisible big hand, gradually faded on the internet. Abyss Dimension. Lonji Kingdom. The scarlet aura of the brand flashed a strong lightning in the sky. On the high platform, the Archbishop was wearing a white robe, and the brand of he on the palms of his hands reflected a blood red in the sky. All the residents of Lonji Kingdom bowed down under this blood-red sky. Their eyes were dull, and the brand on their bodies was emitting an uneasy blood light. The entire Lonji Kingdom has completely fallen under the control of the brand of he. The evil leader needs the pure and desperate soul of the saint. At this moment, only Flordelis and Ecclesia are left. Seize the souls of these last two saints. The artificial god that transcends the gods will break the abyss and come to the world. The archbishop opened his arms. The sky shrouded in blood was torn into dark cracks in the abyss. God's will has been delivered. The door to another world is about to open. It's time to welcome back the saint. He he he. The gloomy sneer echoed in the sky above Long Yuguo. The vine-like brand was quickly spreading to every corner of Long Yuguo. Ah! Ecclesia suddenly woke up from her sleep. She stood up suddenly. The quilt, snacks, and game controllers on her body fell off her body. Looking at the screen in the living room with the game over pattern jumping on it. Ecclesia covered the stigma on her forehead with a solemn look on her face. Sister Flordelis. For some reason, she suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. She had been living in comfort for too long in the GX era. So long that she almost forgot about the abyss dimension. However, the palpitation she had just felt was. Ecclesia pursed her lips. There was deep anxiety in her eyes. Chapter 99. Obelisk Blue Cafeteria. Yuki. Jade sorted out the deck in his hand while stealing a glance at Ecclesia. Ecclesia was holding her face up, looking sad. In front of her, there was a pile of empty plates. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? That's all you're eating today? Jade was a little curious. Usually, Ecclesia would eat at least 20 dishes, but today she only ate half of the usual amount. Ah, no, no. Ecclesia woke up suddenly and waved her hands. It's just that I've been feeling a little stressed lately because of the monthly exams. Scratching her head, Ecclesia stuck out her tongue in a cute way. Dual Academy has a monthly exam every month to test students' academic performance. And the exam is tomorrow. Yuki Jade just nodded to this reason and didn't ask too much. He is not very interested in the monthly exams. He doesn't even plan to take the written exam tomorrow morning. He is only somewhat interested in the practical exam in the afternoon. After all, he can duel and get some system rewards. Why not? I just don't know who my opponent will be in this monthly exam. In the principal's room of the academy. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to choose Yuki Jade as your opponent in tomorrow's practical test? Looking at the serious and solemn Manjome in front of him. Principal Samejima thought for a moment that he had heard something wrong. That's right, the opponent I chose is Yuki Jade. No matter what, I will choose Yuki Jade as my opponent. Manyomu clenched his fists and repeated it again. Ever since the last time he was defeated by Yuki Jade seemed to have become Manyomu's inner demon. Manyomu thought about how to defeat Yuki Jade every day and night, almost to the point of madness. In this monthly exam, he must avenge the last time. This is related to the face of his Manyomu family and his position as the number one in the Dual Academy. If you don't care about the test results, it's not impossible to choose Jade as your opponent. Seeing that Manyomu insisted, Principal Samejima had no choice but to agree to Manyomu's request. Jade was the champion of the World Invitational Tournament. If he could duel with him a few more times to improve his strength, it would be a good choice for the students. Seeing Principal Samejima agreed. Manyomu's face showed a look of joy. He clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Jade. This time, I will definitely take revenge. This proves that I am the real number one in Dual Academy. Looking at Manyomu's departure full of fighting spirit. Principal Samejima couldn't help but shook his head. Always felt. This kid's desire to win is too strong. The next day. As the monthly written exam ended in the morning, the duel hall was already full of students waiting for the actual test. Fight. Hungry hamburger, attack the opponent directly. As Ecclesia's battle continued, a giant hamburger on the field instantly knocked the girl from Obelisk Blue who was fighting against her away. With a scream, the girl fell off the field, and her health value dropped to 0 in a series of running water sounds. The exam is over, the winner is Ecclesia. Congratulations, classmate Ecclesia. Beside her, recording the girls' test scores was the head of the Obelisk Blue girls' dormitory, the PE teacher and the health teacher, Aokawa Emi. Teacher Emi looked at Ecclesia with a smile. However, Ecclesia looked absent-minded. She just smiled and nodded, as a response to Teacher Emi. It seems like Ecclesia is a little worried. In the waiting area nearby, Asuka stood beside Yuki Jade with her arms folded, watching Ecclesia finish her exam. Jode nodded, but his attention was still on the deck in his hand, adjusting the cards in the deck. You really are concentrating on the duel. Asuka sighed, and for a moment she felt that Jode had too much of a card-playing mindset. By the way, is this the deck you prepared today, Asuka? Glanced at the deck in Jode's hand. However, as Yuki Jode turned over the cards, Asuka's expression froze. Every card Jode turned over was a green magic card. From the first to the last, there were no monster cards, not even trap cards. Wait a minute, Jode, why is your deck full of magic cards? Asuka was shocked by Yuki Jode's construction. This entire deck, 40 cards are all magic cards, isn't this too weird? As we all know, Duel Monsters is a card game composed of 3 different types of cards: monsters, magic, and traps. For a deck, perhaps trap cards are not favored by some decks because of their slow activation characteristics. But monster cards are a must for a deck. At least in the duel theory that Asuka has come into contact with, the importance of monster cards is far beyond magic and traps. But Jode's deck, a full 40 cards are all magic cards. This is a bit too outrageous. If you use a normal deck, the duel will be meaningless. It's just a small monthly exam, so you can just pick up a deck for fun. Yajo Jode smiled and inserted the deck into his next generation duel disc. Playing a deck for fun in a monthly exam? You are kidding me. Asuka's forehead was covered with cold sweat. How confident is this guy in his own ability to choose to use a deck full of magic cards to participate in the monthly exam? No matter how strong this duelist is, it's too ridiculous to only use magic cards. Ignoring Asuka's silence, Yuki Jode is already looking forward to who his opponent will be. Then, the next round of assessment for the boys group. At this time, Professor Kronos on the field also walked onto the stage with the assessment list. He cleared his throat seriously, then raised his eyelids and glanced at the names on the list. Obelisk Blue, with 1,000-foot sight. And the college's special student, Yujo Jode. Upon hearing these 2 names, the students in the waiting area all let out small exclamations. Yujo Jode was also stunned for a moment, looking up in the direction of Manzang Mu. And Manzang Mu, after hearing his own name, couldn't help but raise his mouth. Finally, it's our turn, Yujo Jode. Walking down the stairs. When he came to Jode, Manyomua paused and looked at Yujo Jode with eyes full of fighting spirit. This time, I will definitely beat you. Ah, I'm looking forward to it. Yujo Jode smiled politely. I didn't expect that the person who served as his experimental subject was still this guy Manzang Mu. But it's good this way. While having fun, I can also dampen Manzang Mu's enthusiasm and get some system rewards. There is no reason not to play this card game that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Soon, the 2 came to the test site. Ahem, then, the assessment begins. With Professor Kronos's order, both sides simultaneously unfolded the duel disc and drew 5 cards from the deck. Duel. Yuchen 10th Generation, LP4000. LP4000. I'll take the first attack. Manyomu took the first attack, draw a card. As the card came out of the sheath, Manyomu stared at Yujo Jode, his eyes flashing with hatred for the last defeat. Last time, he was too careless and fell into Yujo Jode's trap. Since then, Manzang Mu has worked hard and spent a lot of money to buy a large number of rare cards to equip his deck. Yujo Jode, let me show you my new deck. Manyomu shouted, and took out a card and stuck it on the duel disc. Call Vjet Tiger. Ding! With a flash of light, a mechanical tiger with flying wings flew out of the card and landed on the field. Vjet Tiger. Star rating, 4. Mechanical family. Attack power, 1600, defense power, 1800. What? It's the VWXYZ Alliance deck. Asuka, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but exclaimed a little when she saw the monsters summoned by Manjome. The Alliance deck was once used by the legend of the dual world, the president of Kaiba, Seto Kaiba. This deck has a powerful force that other decks don't have. It can combine the Alliance monsters on the field at will to form a more powerful combat force. But why is such a rare card in Wanzang Mu's hands? Speaking of which, all the rare cards in the store were bought out this afternoon. Could it be that Manyomua bought them? Damn, it's actually an Alliance deck. I'm so jealous. Is this the world of the rich? This rare card can be bought at will. The Manyomu Zaibatsu is making a move. The monsters summoned by Manyomu also made many students look envious. Hehe, Jade, the reason why I lost to you last time was simply because my deck was not as good as yours. This time, I will let you know that after I update my deck, my strength will never lose to you. Wanzangmu sneered and took out another card from his hand. Activate the continuous magic card. Frontline base. During your main phase, you can special summon a level 4 or lower allied monster from your hand. Manyomu waved his hand. I choose special summon W Catapult Wing. W Catapult Wing. Star rating, 4. Mechanic/Alliance. Attack power, 130, Qian Zhao Zhao, 0, Defense power, 1500. Then, I chose to V-Jet Tiger, and W Ejection Wing combine. Manyomu continued to take down the two monsters and sent them into the Come out, VW Strike Tiger. VW Strike Tiger. Stars, 6. Mecha/Fusion. Attack power, 2000, Defense power, 2100. 2 cards are covered, and the turn is over. Throwing down the 2 cards in his hand, Wanzangmu ended his turn with confidence. How about it? Jade? Have you seen my new deck? Yuchen Jade. Looking at Manjom's smug look. Yuki Jade didn't know what to say for a moment. Indeed, compared to Manjom's previous Hell deck, this Alliance deck, although still not that strong, is at least much stronger than the previous one. This isn't that strong. 10 generations can't help but hold their foreheads. Well, forget it. This strength is good, I can use it to play with my own entertainment deck. After a sigh, Yujo Jade's expression gradually became serious, and his finger pressed on the deck. My turn, draw a card. Glancing at the card he drew, Yujo raised his lips. The game is over, Manjom. No. Chapter 100. However, Manyomu knew that Yujo Jade would not speak without thinking. He needed to complete his alliance deck. VWXYZ a total of 5 monsters must be combined to form the final ultimate form. Therefore, Manjom had no intention of competing with Yuki Jade in a short time from the beginning. After all, compared with the Millennium Exodia deck that can hit 10,000 with one punch, his current situation is indeed not good enough. But this does not mean that Manjom can only wait for Yuki Jade to unfold and then hit him. He has already made measures to prevent being OTK. Open the trap card. Intimidating roar. Manzangmu waved his hand, and the trap card on the field was opened at this moment. This round, the opponent cannot declare an attack. Choose to block the opponent's attack. Seeing the cover card on Manzangmu's field, many students in the waiting area shouted. So that's how it is. This guy Manjom also knows the weak period of his deck. In order to prevent being killed instantly by Yuki Jade, he directly chooses to block the opponent's attack. That's awesome. In this way, no matter what deck Yuki Jade uses, he won't be able to hit the opponent in one turn. I didn't expect that Manyomu was quite smart. Why didn't I think of using this card to delay time? Humph, what a pity that Yuki Jade just boasted that the game was over, but he was slapped in the face the next second. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that Yuki Jade would also fail. Many students who were waiting to see the joke laughed at this moment. He just said the game was over, but the attack declaration was blocked. This slap in the face was so crisp. Humph, Yujo Jade, how does it feel to be slapped in the face just after making a boast? Manyomu's mouth curled up into a sneer. He looked at Yujo Jade. However, he did not see Yujo Jade's angry look as he imagined. Jade's expression was still quite calm. He even gave people the feeling that he was sure to win. Slap in the face. Yuchen Jade raised his eyebrows. Didn't I tell you that the game is over? What? Wanzangmu's eyelids jumped. This guy, even though his attack declaration has been blocked, is still being stubborn. If you can't attack with monsters, what can you use to defeat me? By the way, Manyomu, you don't think that the reason you were defeated by me last time was because of the difference between the decks, right? Yujo Jade seemed to have thought of something and looked at Manyomu. Tisk, isn't it? Wanzangmu's face darkened. Whether it's the Exodia 317 in your hand or the Pearl Tears Sorrow Tribe. Isn't it just relying on the strength of the deck itself to crush the opponent? As he said this, Wanzangmu sneered and slowly clenched his fists. If I were the one using those decks, you wouldn't even be able to see my next turn. looking at Manyomu's face twisted by anger. Principal Samejima, who was watching the game on the second floor, couldn't help but frown. Sure enough, this kid's desire to win is too strong. If he continues like this, he might go astray. Is that so? Yajojude smiled calmly. Then let's fight this duel to verify whether your statement is correct. As he said this, Yajojude took out a card from his hand. Activate magic card, Pot of Greed. According to the effect, draw 2 cards from the deck. Using Pot of Greed to replenish hand cards at the beginning? Seeing Yukijude's operation, there was a burst of puzzled discussion on the field. Pot of Greed is a common card in the GX generation, and almost everyone has one. So it is not surprising that Yukijude uses Pot of Greed. What is really surprising is that Yukijude actually used this card used to replenish hand cards at the beginning. Then, activate the magic card, Golden Goblin. Yajojude continued, draw a card from your deck, and after that, the opponent recovers 1000 health points. As soon as he finished speaking, Yajojude drew another card from his deck. Then, Manyomu's health points quickly increased by 1000 points. 10000 Acuity, LP 40005000. Tisk, in order to draw a card, you restore the opponent's life points. Manyomu gritted his teeth, what on earth do you want to do, you guy? In the GX generation, there were many simple and crude ways to replenish cards. Cards like Pot of Greed, Angel's Charity, and Heaven Falling Treasure were everywhere. This kind of card can only draw one from the deck, and it also restores 1000 health points to the opponent. Isn't this a complete garbage card? Then activate the remaining 2 gold goblin. Yajojude took out 2 more cards from his hand, restore 2000 HP to you, and I'll draw 2 cards from my deck. Another time? Seeing Yajojude's 2 consecutive cards, everyone couldn't help but frown. He kept restoring the opponent's HP. What on earth was Jude trying to do? Asuka was confused. Unlike others, Asuka knew it very well. The deck used by Yukijude was a strange deck composed of magic cards. If this deck wanted to defeat the opponent, it would probably have to rely on effect damage to cut off the opponent's 4000 LP. But if Jude restored the opponent's HP in this way, wouldn't it increase the difficulty of cutting the HP? 10000 foot high accuracy, LP 50006700. Idiot. In this case, no matter what means you use, you can't beat me. Manyomu sneered. Although he didn't know what Yukijude was doing, his health points had skyrocketed to 7000 points. Even without the obstruction of intimidating roar, he couldn't be killed in one round. Well, I will continue to activate the continuous magic card, Card Scanner. Yajojude once again threw a card and placed it once per turn. You can activate one of the following types of monsters, magic, or traps. Both players give the bottom card of their deck to each other for confirmation. If it is a card of the declared type, add that card to your hand. If not, place the confirmed card at the top of your deck. Yajojude smiled and said, the type I chose is magic card. Tisk. Manyomu took out the deck from the dual disc and turned it over. The monster card X Leader Cannon. Yajojude also waved his hand, and the last card at the bottom of his deck also appeared in front of everyone. Magic card, Dark World's Attraction. Tisk, you are so lucky that you guessed it right. X Leader Cannon was placed at the top of his deck. This was not because of good luck. Asuka couldn't help but frown. It was because Jude's deck didn't have any cards other than magic cards. Activate the magic card, Dark World Attraction. Each player draws a card from their deck. After that, the player who drew the card chooses to discard a card from his hand. Yajojude draws another card, and then chooses a card from his hand. I choose to discard the magic card Shuffle Resurrection to the graveyard. I discard X Leader Ganon. Manyomu drew a card and then ruthlessly discarded the Leader Ganon. The Shuffle Resurrection effect in the graveyard is activated. Remove this card from the graveyard, and activate the. Return the card to the owner's deck and shuffle it, then draw a card from your deck. Yajojude said calmly. I return the continuous magic card on the field, Card Scanner to the deck. Then draw a card. Shoo-la-la. As the dual disc was automatically shuffled, Yukijude then drew another card from the deck. I always feel like something is not right. Is that guy Yukijude always using magic cards? Yeah, I find it a little strange when you put it that way. Isn't he just using magic cards to draw cards and draw cards? What on earth is he doing? Why do I suddenly feel a chill on my back? Is this guy playing some underworld trick? Cold sweat began to seep out of Manjamu's forehead. His expression gradually changed from calm and composed at the beginning to a little heavy. What the hell does this guy want to do? And this guy has been using magic cards from beginning to end. Is his deck full of magic cards? Thinking of this, Manjamu looked at Yuki Jide with more and more strange eyes. Could it be that this guy didn't take him seriously at all? Was he really using a deck full of magic cards and using him as an object of entertainment? Magic card, Pot of Greed is activated. Yuzhou. Jide ignored the gaze of Manshang and continued to draw cards. Draw 2 cards. Then, the third Pot of Greed is activated, and 2 more cards are drawn. Next is the magic card Purgatory of Nothingness. If you have 3 or more cards in your hand, draw a card from your deck. At the end of the turn, discard all cards in your hand. What kind of cards are these? Even this kind of cards are used. Seeing these cards activated by Yuki Jide, Manyomu's expression has become more and more annoyed. Enough! What the hell are you doing? Seeing Yuchen Jide drawing a card again, Wan Zhangmu was annoyed and couldn't help but interrupt Yuchen Jide's operation loudly. Oh? Are you curious? Yuchen Jide smiled calmly, then glanced at the card in his hand. Of course, I already have all the cards I need. Next is what everyone is looking forward to. Yuzhou Jide waved his hand. Activate the continuous magic card. Magic Shackles. If this card is on the field, both players cannot summon, special summon, activate, or set cards from their hand unless they pay 500 life points. As he spoke, Yuzhou Jide waved his hand and took out 4 cards from his hand. According to the effect of Magic Shackles, I pay 2000 life points to cover 4 cards. Yuchen 10th Generation, LP 40002000. Pay 2000 life points and lay down 4 cards. No, what is Yuki Jide doing? If he sets the card first and then activates it, he won't have to pay those life points at all. Crazy. Yuki Jide is crazy. No way. Is this really the invitational champion? How can he make such a mistake? There was an uproar on the field. Seeing that Yuchen Jide did nothing, he lost a full 2000 health points. Wan Zhangmu was slightly stunned, then he raised his head and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Yuki Jide, are you crazy? As expected, without the Pearl Tier Elegy tribe and Exodia, your strength is not even as good as Osiris Red's poor student. Only you can assemble such a rubbish deck, right? Ha 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 ha. Looking at Manyomu's smug laughter, Yuzhou Jide raised his lips slightly and slowly turned over one of the covered cards on the field. Activate the magic card on the field. Big reversal puzzle. Yuzhou Jide slowly spoke. Send all cards in your hand and on the field to the graveyard. Guess the type of the top card in your deck. If you guess correctly, you will swap your life points with your opponents. Wan Zhang's laughter suddenly stopped. The people on the field who were originally discussing Yuchen Jide's mistakes suddenly fell silent. They stared at Yuchen Jide blankly, and gently pressed their fingers on the top of the deck. The card type I declared is Magic Card. Yuzhou Jide turned over the card. It was a magic card. Handbook of Erasure. Yuchen 10th Generation, LP 20007000. LP 70002000. At this time, both sides exchanged their life points. And the effects of the other 3 cards sent to the graveyard were activated. Yuchen Jide waved his hand, and the 3 cards in the graveyard appeared in front of everyone one after another. Equip Magic Card. Fuma Shuriken. This card can only be equipped to a monster with ninja in its name. The equipped monster's ATK increases by 700 points. And Yuzhou Jide snapped his fingers. When this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, inflict 700 HP damage to the opponent. As he spoke, Yuzhou Jide displayed the 3 Fuma Shuriken in his hand. I sent 3 cards to the cemetery. In other words, at this moment, you will be 2100 damage. Wan Zhangmu's expression froze on his face. Now, he couldn't laugh anymore. The next moment, he saw 3 cards in Yuchen Jide's hand thrown towards him, turning into 3 shurikens that instantly pierced through his body. 10000 feet of sight, LP 20001300 Yuki Jide, win. Watching Manjom fall straight down. The whole place was silent. Even Principal Samejima in the viewing room and the teachers in the audience were stunned. They had never expected this outcome. Yuki Jide put away the dual disc and walked to Manjom, who was lying on the ground with a dull look in his eyes. He seemed to be a little demented. In front of all the teachers and students in the school, he flicked his finger at Manjom. 1. What an interesting duel, Manyomu. Looking at the smile on Yajo Jide's face, everyone took a deep breath at the same time. The students present seemed to be able to hear the sound of Wanzang Mudeoxen's heart breaking. Killing people and destroying their hearts. This Yajo Jide. Chapter 101. Manjom Jun, the third son of the Manjom group. His two elder brothers, Manjom Nagasaku and Manjom Shoji, are the people who made the Manjom group stand at the top of the pyramid in the political and business circles respectively. And Manjom Jun has been entrusted with strong expectations by his family since he was a child. His two elder brothers hope that Manjom Jun can stand at the top of the dual world. Let the Manjom group achieve the goal of dominating the three worlds of politics, business, and duels. Manjom has been working towards this goal. Since the middle school, Manjom has always been the first in the middle school. Whether it is written tests or actual combat, his results crush all the players of the same level. When he was promoted to the senior school, Manjom thought that his opponent was only Marufuji Ryo, who was known as the number one in the duel academy. But unexpectedly, the appearance of Yuki Jide brought a devastating blow to Manjom, who had been going smoothly all the way. Lost. Lost in the most shameful way. He was completely crushed by Yuki Jide with a set of pure magic cards without any resistance. Even this time, Manyomu couldn't use the excuse that your strength is brought by your deck to cover up your failure. In the end, Yuki Jide said in front of all the teachers and students in the school that it was a really interesting duel. He has completely become a clown in the duel academy. Late at night. By the coast. Manyomu, carrying his backpack, looked back at the duel academy reluctantly. There is no place for him in the duel academy anymore. Manyomu's self-esteem prevents him from staying here and being laughed at. But I will definitely take back everything I have, Yajo Jide. Turning his head, Manjom boarded the speedboat leaving the school and disappeared on the vast ocean. Under the lighthouse not far away, watching Manjom's leaving figure, Yajo Jide showed a helpless smile on his face. After this farewell, when he comes back, Manjom will change from the original number one villain to a pure comedian. You know what? I miss the serious look of Manjom. Back to the staff dormitory. Yajo Jide saw the water fairy sitting in the living room drinking tea. Recently, the water fairy has come to his harem more and more frequently. It seems that she wants to stay here until her own goal is achieved. Lord Jide. Seeing Yajo Jide, the water fairy immediately put down her teacup and stood up to greet him. Where's Ecclesia? Yajo Jide suddenly realized that Ecclesia, who should be playing games in the living room at this time, was now nowhere to be found. Ecclesia? She has been in the room since she came back and hasn't come out yet. The water fairy thought for a moment. Is she in the room? Yujiro nodded and looked up at the room on the second floor. It was not that he had not noticed. Ecclesia had been acting a little strange since yesterday. Of course, Yujiro could more or less guess what the reason was. Looks like it's time to fix it, what do you think, Yubel? Yuchin Jide raised his eyelids. Behind him, Yubel's shadow slowly emerged, and he snorted with his arms folded in a somewhat arrogant manner. Whatever. What did Sundara answer? Yujo smiled and shook his head. He came to the second floor. He pushed open the door of Ecclesia's room. Yujo saw a bulge in the quilt, curled up on the bed. There was a crackling sound in the quilt. Yujo was silent for a moment, walked to the quilt and opened it. He saw Ecclesia curled up inside, stuffing potato chips into her mouth with tears in her eyes. I always feel that her current state is totally inconsistent with what she is doing. This guy, he looks so sad, how can he keep eating? 10 generations. Seeing her quilt suddenly opened, Ecclesia, who was crying with snot bubbles, was startled and shyly hid all the snacks behind her. You, how did you get in? I have the key to every room, so I can come in easily. Yajo Jide rolled his eyes and shook the bunch of keys in his hand. Principal Samejima not only lent him this staff dormitory, but also gave him the key to every room here. If it weren't for the fact that this was the property of the college, Jide felt that he could use this staff dormitory as a landlord. Is that so? Ecclesia's face turned even redder. It was really indecent for her to eat while crying. Moreover, this indecent appearance was seen by Jade. Ecclesia suddenly felt ashamed. You seem to be in a bad mood these past 2 days. Is it because of the abyss dimension? Looking at Ecclesia, who was hugging the quilt and burying her head in it, Yuki. Jade spoke slowly. Ecclesia was stunned for a moment and looked at Jade in disbelief. It seemed that she didn't expect that Jade could see through her thoughts at a glance. I don't know what happened to Sister Flordelis. The last time I left, Flordelis was under the control of the church. But then, under the observation of the 10th generation, Flordelis seemed to have been rescued by the people of the Iron Beast Front. Although I don't know what the situation is now, at least I know that the people of the Iron Beast Front will never do anything to Flordelis. Moreover, with the departure of Ecclesia and Flordelis, the Archbishop of Longi Kingdom must have fully launched his plan. At this time, Longi Kingdom may have completely degenerated into a prison of death. In order to avoid being eroded by the mark, it has degenerated into Actor of Death Prison Village. Flordelis must also go to Daling Feng Xiangjianmen to find the power of ice water to seal her own stigmata. Don't worry, Flordelis has the help of the Iron Beast Front, and she will definitely be out of danger. Yajo Jade patted Ecclesia's shoulder and said to her in comfort. Really, Ecclesia? Looked at Jade with tears in her eyes. Really? Jade nodded solemnly again. He knew what would happen next. He also knew that Alab was the mastermind behind all this. In the final analysis, he just wanted to make a good show. As long as Albus and Ecclesia didn't show up, Alab would be restless. Thank you, Jade. With Jade's comfort, the heaviness in Ecclesia's heart suddenly became much lighter. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Yujo Jade with gratitude. Yujo Jade smiled and rubbed Ecclesia's head. But there were still some worries in her heart. Yujo Jade knew that there was an ultimate traitor hidden in Daling Feng Xiangjianmen. He rewrote the story of the Abyss Dimension and brought Albus and Ecclesia to their own era. I'm afraid that the plot of Card will also be changed because of this. I hope that the changed plot will not affect the present world. But obviously, things will not go as Jade wishes. In the Abyss Dimension, the Great Spiritual Peak, Xiangjian Gate. The endless green mountains are now shrouded in a deadly blood-red lightning. In Xiangjian Gate, after completing the conspiracy with Aluber, Long Yuan seized the Xiangjian from his disciple Moi. He combined his Xiangjian with Moi's Xiangjian, and the terrifying evil spirit that filled his body was leaking out crazily. Damn it, I didn't expect that he had been hiding the evil in his heart. At this moment, in the Xiangjian Gate, Moi, Taie, Qi Xiao, Flordelis, and his party had already been completely defeated and fell to the ground. They could only watch Long Yuan awaken his evil power and show his true appearance. The great evil of the sword 7-star Long Yuan. The dark sword of the sword, which represents the evil heart, surrounds the complete Long Yuan. Long Yuan laughs loudly, and the trembling evil makes the whole great spiritual peak tremble. Hee hee, ha 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 ha. Albus, Ecclesia. Do you think I won't be able to find new fun if you avoid me? Interesting, watching you guys in despair, it's so interesting. At the mountain gate, Alubo, dressed in a death prison village outfit, sat there. He wore a golden mask and laughed heartily. For him, the current situation of Xiangjianmen, the completely polluted ice water, the defeated Xiangjianmen, and all the desperate people were the best fun for Alubo at the moment. He didn't care how painful these people were. He just liked to see the desperate expressions of these people, and liked to see those originally beautiful things being destroyed by himself one by one. Just as he said. He is a director who loves pure tragedy. He planned everything that happened on the land of the Abyss Dimension, but the real purpose was neither for power nor for wealth. He just found it interesting. Watching these people struggling like ants, the despair blooming before death. It was really so interesting. At this time, a bloody mark appeared on the back of Alubo's hand. He paused in laughter, and his eyes focused on the mark. Oh? Have you found the dimension where Ecclesia and Albus escaped? Hehe, those toys controlled by the He's mark seem to still be somewhat useful. After jumping down from the mountain gate, Alubo kicked Cheng Ying, who was lying on the ground with bruises all over his body. Hey, isn't that enough? If you don't resist, I'll continue. Seeing Cheng Ying closed his eyes and didn't answer, Aluber sneered, stretched out his finger, and gently tapped a bloody mark of he on Cheng Ying's forehead. Woo, Woo-oo-oo-a-a-a-a-a. Cheng Ying's body was instantly covered by dense blood-colored lightning. The entire Daling Peak was instantly shrouded in dense blood-colored lightning. All of them, become my toys. He he he. Alab opened his right hand, and all the elves on the great spiritual peak, under the effect of the mark of he, turned into cards and fell into Alab's palm. Looking at the thick deck in his hand, Alab looked up at the only remaining Fleur-de-Lis. Well, you have used the power of ice water to get rid of my control. But I'm afraid your good sister won't be so lucky. A twisted smile appeared on Alab's face. He walked in front of Fleur-de-Lis, leaned down, tilted his head and looked at Fleur-de-Lis's painful expression. There is no way you will find Ecclesia. Although her whole body was filled with pain, Fleur-de-Lis still gritted her teeth and persisted. Haha, you really can't find it. Alab sneered. He threw the deck in his hand to Kixing Long Yuan, who was kneeling on one knee with a respectful look. Then he waved his hand. A strong abyss crack appeared in front of Fleur-de-Lis. The scenery on the other side of the crack was exactly that isolated island in the Pacific Ocean. Dual Academy. That is. Fleur-de-Lis stared at this scene with eyes wide open, full of disbelief. It's time to have some fun with your lovely sister. With a hook of his finger, the 7 stars dragon abyss behind Aluber immediately stood up and walked into the dimensional crack with the deck in his hand. As the crack closed, Aluber sneered. You sisters will be reunited soon. Chapter 102. GX Generation. Dual Academy. At this moment, there was a thunderstorm on the sea, and the wind was blowing. The entire Dual Academy was shrouded in this storm. Sun God Yellow Dormitory. The dormitory building was silent, with only one room left, and bright lights were still flashing. In front of the computer desk, a square-faced, resolute-looking boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes was silently flipping through the information he had collected about Yuki Jade during this period. On the screen were all the dual cards that Yuki Jade had used so far. Yubel Deck Hero Deck Brand of the Abyss Deck Tears of Elegy Deck Millennium Exodia Deck. Yuki Jade, a person who can manipulate so many decks at the same time, is indeed an existence that cannot be underestimated. Misawa Daiichi. In the Dual Academy External Recruitment Exam, the freshman ranked number 1 in the written test. In the last monthly exam, he also scored a terrifying full score in the written test. Many people call him a brain-style duelist, and the number 3 of the first grade of the Dual Academy. However, Misawa Daiichi does not like this title. In the eyes of many people, although Misawa Daiichi is very strong, before him, there is the well-deserved number 1 of the first grade, Yuki Jade. And the number 2, Manyamujitsu, who has far surpassed ordinary students since the middle school. Misawa Daiichi, relying on his powerful brain, ranks number 3 in the first grade. But in fact, Misawa does not think that he is much worse than Manyamujitsu, who ranks second. It can even be said that Misawa Daiichi is quite confident that he can easily defeat Manyamujitsu. The Wanzhang Purpose deck is still too monotonous after all. Whether it is a Hell deck or 200 is an Alliance deck, I have a corresponding way to clear the field. But Yejo Tendai is different. His deck is completely different from that of ordinary people. Misawa Daiichi stroked his chin and thought carefully. Strong linkage between decks, users' amazing dueling skills, and terrifying card drawing abilities. As the champion of the World Invitational, Yuki Jade's strength is indeed far beyond my imagination. However, there is no invincible deck in the world. Even for a deck like Pearl Tier Elegy that is beyond imagination, there are already considerable countermeasures on the internet. Misawa Daiichi flipped through various posts on the internet. Using cards like Dimensional Crack can effectively limit the performance of Pearl Tier Elegy. But it is not enough. This alone is far from enough to overwhelm Yuki Jade. Yes. As a duelist, Misawa Daiichi also wants to challenge Yuki Jade. No one does not want to defeat an opponent stronger than himself. But if you want to defeat Yuki Jade, you must thoroughly study Yuki Jade's duel skills. Speaking of which, these decks of Yujo Jade seem to have a very obvious feature. Suddenly, Misawa Daiichi seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly flipped through the various decks used by Yujo Jade, and from these decks, he really saw what Misawa Daiichi wanted to see. That's right. That's it. This is the way to suppress Yuki Jade. Misawa Daiichi stood up excitedly and slammed the table. Boom. Thunder sounded at this moment. The white lightning illuminated the entire room of Misawa Daiichi. Outside the window, a series of shattering sounds gradually sounded. Sans Daichi, who was immersed in joy, also showed a puzzled expression. He walked to the window and looked out. He saw that the open space outside the dormitory had cracks like glass. Even the surrounding rain was absorbed by this terrible distortion. A twisted dimensional crack appeared in front of Sans Daichi. No, impossible. What is that thing? Misawa Daichi was horrified. He hurriedly picked up the dual disc on the table and rushed downstairs. Looking at the cracks gradually forming in front of him, Misawa Daichi's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Impossible. Dimensional cracks? What is this thing? How could such an unreasonable thing appear in the world? At this time, the dimensional crack slowly opened. A humanoid dragon wearing a black robe and bloodshot eyes, surrounded by a sword burning with black flames, walked out of the crack. 7-star Dragon Abyss. Under the abyss power of Alab, it came to the GX generation. It moved its arms and focused its eyes on the stunned Misawa Daichi in front of it. Hehe, is this what is called a duelist in this world? There is no power at all, what an ordinary and weak human being. Card Elf. Seeing the monster in front of him, Misawa Daichi was stunned and almost thought he was hallucinating. Humph, just use your body first to get familiar with the situation in this world. Seeing that the Xiangjian around Long Yuan turned into a black dual disc, Sans Daichi was startled and subconsciously raised the dual disc. Want to resist? Well, I'll use you to get familiar with human duels. Misawa Land, LP4000. 7-star Dragon Abyss, LP4000. Duel. 10 minutes later. In the heavy rain. Looking at the scene in front of him, Misawa Daichi's eyes trembled slightly. No, it's impossible. This method of summoning, what's this summoning method? Misawa Daichi fell to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Oh? Has no one in this world ever heard of this? The summoning method is called synchronous summoning. Kixing Long Yuan had a wicked smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, the water dragon on the Sans land was cut off instantly. Flying out, falling heavily on the muddy ground. Misawa Land, LP3000. Kixing Long Yuan, Win looked at Sans who was lying on the ground and wailing in pain. Kixing Long Jai Yuan's mouth slightly raised, and then turned into a pure terrifying force, instantly pouring into Sans' body. Misawa struggled for a moment, his eyes turned blood red, and he stopped struggling. At this time, Misawa Daichi slowly stood up and moved his body. Is this a human body? It's so fragile. And this memory? Yajojude. Ecclesia. And his deck of cards. So that's it. Misawa Daichi raised a bloody sneer at the corner of his mouth. Ecclesia. Hiding in a place like this. The next day. In the classroom of the college. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Manyomu-san is missing. Marufuji Sho, wearing the color of Osiris Red, rushed into the classroom rashly and shouted to the students in panic. The originally lively classroom paused slightly because of Marufuji Sho's words. All the students looked at Marufuji Sho unexpectedly, with surprised expressions on their faces. Disappeared. That 1,000-foot-long eye is gone. Hey, could it be that after being defeated by Yuki Jide, he felt ashamed to face people, so he ran away? Ha 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 ha, this is really Manyomu's style. Obviously, although there is a lot of discussion, most people don't have a good impression of Manyomu. That guy should have given up his position. He used to be so arrogant because he was number 1 in the grade, but now he is like a lost dog. Humph, never mind, the Duel Academy shouldn't be a place for losers. The 2 younger brothers who were originally following Wanzang Mu also showed disdain. In a place like the Duel Academy where there are clear levels, the strong will humiliate the weak, what the hell? These 2 were clearly following behind Manjom yesterday and trying to please him. Seeing the 2 little brothers laughing, Asuka's 2 best friends, Junko and Beiwi, showed unhappy expressions. These 2 are so snobbish. Jide, is Manyomu missing? Ecclesia sat next to Jide and asked him curiously. After the talk therapy last night, Ecclesia's mental state was obviously much better. The look she gave Jide was also full of different colors. Don't worry, he will come back sooner or later. Yajo Jide waved his hand. Manjom was ready to embark on his own comedian journey. Although it was much earlier than the original work. But it was also a matter of time. When he returned from the Northern Duel Academy, he could still get some money from him. Misawa, now your ranking can also rise from number 3 in the first grade to number 2, ha 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 ha. In the Sun God Yellow area, a student couldn't help but patted Misawa's head however. Misawa Daichi suddenly grabbed the student's hand and pressed him down on the table. Ah, it hurts. It's going to break. The student screamed loudly, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the classroom. Hey! What are you doing? Fighting is prohibited in the academy. If there is any conflict, go to the duel hall to solve it. Everyone hurriedly separated Misawa Daichi and the student. Misawa snorted coldly and stared coldly at the student whose hand was almost broken. Don't touch my body anymore, you dirty human. Hey! Looking at the indifferent Misawa, all the students showed timid expressions. What's going on? I feel like Misawa-san is acting weird today. Junko looked curious. Although Misawa Daichi was a genius in theory, he was usually very kind to others, totally different from Manjome. But why did he give people a very violent feeling today? Could it be that Manjome left and Misawa Daichi wanted to fill the vacancy left by this unpleasant guy? Well, I think Misawa-san is quite handsome like this. Beiwi, who was standing beside her, held her face with a crazy look on her face. Damn it, as long as they are handsome, anyone can be one, right? A drop of cold sweat dripped down Junko's forehead. Although she is a bit of a fangirl, she is far from being as crazy as Beiwi. 10 generations, Ecclesia. Poked Jade at the side. Yuchin Jade nodded, his eyes focused on Misawa Daichi, a golden light appeared in his pupils. It can be seen that Misawa Daichi is covered with a black aura. This power is quite evil. It seems that Misawa Daichi is possessed by the dark card spirit. However, what spirit possessed Misawa Daichi? Yuchin Jade was a little curious. Although he could see the aura of a person, he couldn't directly determine the source of this aura. But what is certain is that judging from the scale of this black aura, the level of the card spirit possessing Misawa is definitely not low. While thinking, Misawa Daichi suddenly looked up in the direction of Yuchin Jade. He looked into Yuchin Jade's eyes. Misawa Daichi's mouth curled up with an evil smile. A bloody red light appeared in his pupils. This guy. Is he coming for him? Yuchin Jade frowned slightly. Or, are you here for Ecclesia? Class is over. Yujo Jade and Ecclesia came to the periphery of the Sun God Yellow dormitory. Seeing Yujo Jade looking around, Ecclesia sat on a big rock nearby and ate some bread, and asked curiously, Jade, what are you doing? Investigate something. Yujo Jade answered calmly, also looking for some clues on the ground. If he went directly to Misawa and defeated the card spirit possessed in Misawa's body, it would not be impossible. 5.4. However, because he did not know the specific situation of the opponent. Once the duel started, there is a risk of overturning. After all, even if it is the full strength of Pearl Tears, there is a possibility that it will accidentally crash into the arms of the dimensional system heavy pit card deck and overturn on the spot. As a tyrant, Jade is a very cautious person by nature. Unless there is really no other way, Jade will never fight a battle that he is not sure of. Moreover, one of the great pleasures of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel is to collect intelligence on the opponent and give countermeasures. At this time, after last night's heavy rain, the open space outside the Sun God Huang dormitory was damp and messy. Many branches and leaves blown by the strong wind were scattered on the ground. There were also some traces of being cut by something unknown on the ground. Yuchin Jade frowned and stretched out his fingers to touch it gently. He could feel the strong breath contained in these cuts. Sword marks? Yuchin Jade didn't expect that he could see such a thing in the dual world. Moreover, there was more than one place. On the surrounding ground and on the tree trunks on both sides of the road. You can see the marks left by the sword. It is certain that the mess outside the Sun God Yellow dormitory was definitely not caused by the heavy rain last night. It's time for sure. Misawa must have been possessed by this unknown card spirit during the heavy rain last night. In this case, Yujiro looked up and looked at the surveillance camera outside the Sun God Huang dormitory. Looking at the flashing surveillance camera, Yujiro's mouth curled up. This way, he would know who he was going to face next.